I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, when none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll a bit small, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, there's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, when none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll a bit small, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, there's people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine, every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot, acting like I'm superhuman is stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I might show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong, maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong, and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts, I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, when none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll a bit small, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, there's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, when none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on funny. I get high to balance a low, just sick getting old. These people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine. Every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot. Acting like I'm superhuman is stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I might show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to balance a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to balance a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine. Every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot. Acting like I'm superhuman is stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I might show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, there's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just... Yo chat, everybody get in here bro. We're doing sleep stream. We're gonna be live all night, chat, YouTube videos all night. We're about to get right into it. I need to get some sleep. It's gonna be busy tomorrow. I gotta clean the house and get ready to get picked up, bro. Gotta get all my stuff around tomorrow. Y'all know the deal, bro. It's about to be the weekend, bro. I pretty much stream all week, not much on the weekends, unless I'm at my grandpa's, but we're about to get started, chat. We got videos lined up, we're about to get into it, we're about to go to bed, bro. So everybody get in here, have an amazing night, chat. I love y'all. I love y'all.
But I was always pushed away. One night, I remember waking up half asleep. My eyes were foggy, but out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw Benjamin diving his nose into what seemed to be a hamster. I didn't understand what was going on, as it looked like he was smelling the animal. I knew he didn't have any pets, so no matter how much I tried, my mind couldn't explain what was going on. I remember ignoring it and going back to sleep, as since we didn't talk anymore, I knew asking would do me no good. As the months went by, Benjamin became worse, as whatever was ailing him made him look depleted. It was obvious he needed something he wasn't able to get due to the lockdown. And the lack of whatever it was that he needed began to mess him up. Once again, I tried to ask because I really wanted to help him, but all my efforts were in vain. I remember telling him, "Just tell me what it is, man. I'm here to help you, and I can't do that if I don't know what it is." But as usual, nothing but silence answered me, as Benjamin had become mute. Little did I know that by the end of the week, I would soon find out what he wanted. And it was something that I didn't want to give. It was on a Friday night. I had spent the whole day playing video games. As like everyone, I was inside all day and there was nothing else to do. I remember walking into the kitchen and I saw Benjamin standing there with a knife clenched in his hand. He was breathing hard and his eyes were bloodshot red. I remember asking him, "What the fuck are you doing, man? I know you've been acting weird, but don't play like that." And that's when he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, "I really don't want to hurt you, man, but I've tried and it's not working. I've tried getting it from rodents, but it's not the same. I need this, man, even if it's just a little." As he spoke, I could see the pain in his eyes and I could tell that he was fighting with whatever was controlling him. I remember walking closer to where he was standing and telling him, "Look, man, I don't completely understand what you're saying, but I'm your brother, man, and I'm here to help, if you'd let me." And as I approached him to touch his shoulder, he viciously swung the knife at me. I narrowly dodged the attack, and before I could say anything, he attacked me again. I saw the look in his eyes, and I realized that whatever he had been fighting with for the past few months had completely taken over, and if I didn't defend myself, my roommate was going to kill me. He attacked me numerous times before I finally managed to get a hold of the knife, and we began to struggle. We struggled for a while as I fought to take the knife away from him, and as I was about to pry the weapon out of his hands, that was when Benjamin kicked me in the shin. The pain made me let go of the knife, and without thinking, he struck me again. This time, I wasn't quick enough to dodge it, and I felt the blade connect with my arm, and within seconds, blood was everywhere. My arm began to sting with pain as a pool of blood was forming on the floor. The scene was ghastly, but I wasn't ready for what happened next. As I watched my roommate Benjamin rush to the floor where the little pool of blood had formed, and with no hesitation, he put his head close to it and he began to inhale vigorously. The sight was sickening, as his face was covered in blood as he continued to sniff and inhale the blood like it was a delectable dish with a wonderful aroma. I was transfixed by the horrific scene for a few seconds, but I eventually got myself up and I reached for the nearest lamp and I brought it down on his head with all the force I could muster. He was immediately knocked out. Before I could move, the apartment was filled with the campus security guards as the noise had attracted them. After explaining what had just happened, Benjamin was restrained and I was bandaged up. I couldn't stay in my apartment that night as it was searched. Numerous dead hamsters were found in our apartment and each of them were perforated to death as there were numerous holes found on their bodies. I was dumbfounded and confused as I had no idea what was going on. I was told I couldn't stay in my apartment until I was allowed to. After a while, I was called in for questioning by the campus security and I retold the experience that happened the day before. I remember asking, "What about Benjamin? What happened to him? Why did he attack me? Is he okay?" The campus security guard then replied with, "I can tell you guys were close, so I'll tell you. For the past 2 years, numerous cases of attacks have been reported around the campus as people were knocked unconscious, and when they woke up, they all found numerous small cuts on their bodies. We have been trying to find out who the attacker was for a while now, but after yesterday's event, and in addition, your statement and his confession, we realized that it was Benjamin Robinson." I remember asking, "Why is he doing this? Is he a killer?" And that's when he replied to me with, "No, kid, your friend isn't a killer. He isn't a cannibal either. Rather, he's just a struggling addict." An addict? I asked, and that's when it was revealed that Benjamin had a morbid addiction of sniffing blood. It was something along the lines of inhalant abuse. But it was different as it's really rare to see blood being used as an inhalant. I was told Benjamin was taken to receive medical help as he couldn't help himself. When the campus security guard was done, I remember saying, "I thought I knew him." And that's when the officer said, "Well, man, you always think you know someone." The experience was a real eye-opener for me because I had lived with him for over 3 years and I never realized that he had this addiction. I guess the moral of it all is that we should all keep an eye on our loved ones as they may be putting up a facade and we never know which one of them is struggling with demons. I was 16 when I ran away from home after watching Into the Wild. From a very young age, I had a knack for traveling. The urge to see a new place on my own often pointed me out as a weird kid in school. I remember how I used to go to the oldest cemetery in my hometown and read all the epitaphs just to pass time. I was brave and enjoyed freedom more than anything in the world. My mother was a strict woman who detached herself from any kind of fun after my dad left her for another woman. She could barely trust people, and no matter how much I loved her and felt bad for her, her overprotective nature suffocated me. Taking inspiration from the movie and undergoing a traumatic experience in my own home, I decided to leave home forever. I saved money from my side jobs and took some more from my mother's purse secretly. I left a note, packed a bag in my camping tent, and started on the road. I walked most of the time. When I couldn't walk anymore, I hitchhiked. I worked with whoever agreed to pay me little money and food to go along. My life was hard, but it was better than living in that house. I thought I would go on like this until this happened. After working in a garage for 8 months, I saved good money to go on a solo trip in the Canaima National Park to see the Angel Falls. It is located in South America, and I planned to hike there. I always loved the combination of deep woods and mountains. Visiting this place wasn't easy as the waterfall is located inside an isolated jungle. And me, being a minor and a runaway from home, wasn't an ideal situation to travel to a place like that. But I needed some recluse, so I thought I would be able to take good care of myself. I bought some packaged food and water and started the hike early in the morning. The green, tall mountains stood like watchdogs over a fantasy world. I have never heard so many types of birds singing all at once. The sound of the jungle mixed with wind created a unique atmosphere around me. I carried a map as after a point, GPS stops working in these remote locations. I planned to reach the destination as soon as possible, then come back before nightfall. I knew how deep and untraceable these woods are, so staying here after dark can be the worst scenario for any solo traveler. After walking for 2 hours, when I reached the location, the sun was over my head. The sound of tons of water falling from the top of the mountain is something that can't be expressed in words. Angel Falls stood in front of me with her glamorous splendor. I clicked pictures, dipped my foot in the flowing crystal water. It was so cold. I washed my face and hands in the water from the waterfall. It was noon, so I had time to spare before heading down. The reverted sound of the wild forest made me feel so close to nature. I took out a sandwich that I brought with me. I must have taken 2 or 3 bites when I heard a deep metallic sound resonate in the distance. It was like someone struck a gong with full force. I got up and started to walk in the direction where the sound came from. Pushing plunks ahead, I was making my way through the jungle. After walking for half an hour, I got fed up and started to head back. I was halfway when a big drop of water fell from the sky. I looked up and a bolt of huge lightning struck and a heavy rain poured in. I ran to go back, but soon the black clouds covered up the entire sun and a thunderstorm took place. I struggled to find my way for half an hour. I had no other way than to find shelter under a big tree, which was in no way safe amidst a thunderstorm. By the time the rain had started to slow up, the jungle has entered his nightlife. Crickets were chirping with frogs and many other unknown insects. A wild owl was hooting from a high branch nearby. I realized I am lost. I got scared but still calmed myself down and started to think about how to pass the night safely inside this huge forest. Just then, I heard the gong again, and a soft humming sound of a group of people also took place. It was as if they were chanting a weird prayer. Out of options, I followed the sound. After 10 minutes, I saw a small light in the darkness. I walked towards it and found myself standing near a pagoda-style monastery. The light was a small lamp attached to the gate of the monastery. I knocked on the big wooden door. No answer came, not even a single footstep. I knocked again, but this time harder. A subdued whisper took place on the other side. Then, footsteps came walking to the door. Making a creaking sound, the door opened. Finally. At first, I didn't see anything but pitch black darkness inside. Slowly, a pair of bright eyes with gray pupils appeared from the darkness. I would have screamed right there if not the owner of the eyes came out immediately. A tall man dressed like a monk but in white robes stood in front of me. I'm a traveler, get lost in the storm. If I could, please enter. We would be joyful. I followed him inside the monastery. The long corridor stood ahead with candle stands attached to the wall. In the candlelight, I could see the huge ceiling of the monastery decorated intricately. This place is so weird, I thought. He took me to a small room and told me to rest there. Gave me a red robe to change into. All of my clothes were drenched in rain. I freshened up and lied on the bed. I felt glad that I could finally find a place. An hour later, a knock took place on my door. I got up immediately and said, Who is it? The same man entered and spoke. Prophet Denizen is ready to meet you. Please, come with me. He took me to a big room, decorated like a dining hall. There were small tables set up with chairs around the room. 4 monks dressed in the same white robe were sitting there. And in the middle sat a man wearing a red robe just like me. He got up and came towards me. The upper half of his face was under the red hood. He said in a calm voice, Thank you for coming here. I can never pay your debt. Debt? What debt? The first guy said, Prophet Denizen is thanking you as you are about to save his life. We Denizians are grateful to you too. What are you talking about? How am I going to save his life? I replied in an annoyed voice, Because you will complete me. My legs became numb seeing the face of Prophet Denizen. Half of his face was rotten. Maggots were crawling on the side of his eye sockets. A foul smell choked the air of the room. Oh my God! What is going on? Who are you people? I screamed while stepping back. Suddenly, 2 white-robed men lunged at me and pinned me on the wall. The first man who opened the door went outside and brought a heavily sedated teenage boy just about my age. He then handed the boy to Prophet Denizen. He clenched the unconscious boy's shoulder and lifted him in the air. What happened next terrorized me for life. Denizen opened his mouth, stretching it almost to his chest, and started to gulp the boy's head like an enormous snake. He tore his head from his soft neck and started munching on it as blood dripped from his huge mouth. Everyone in the room laughed as their prophet Denizen ate that boy like a chicken. He then looked at me, and I knew I'm next. But one surprising change that I noticed was Denizen's face. Half of his face came back to life, as if eating that boy poured blood and flesh inside those rotten wounds. I realized this man is a demon from hell, and his followers are his worshipers. I turned around and ran towards the exit. They all chased me, and I heard Denizen screaming, "Bring him back! He is the last one I need! Beg of the devil! Bring him back!" I ran through the corridor, from there to the main gate, and then back to the jungle again. I forgot my clothes, my phone inside that monastery, and ran like a timid deer wearing that robe. When I couldn't run anymore, I fainted on the muddy ground. When I woke up, the sun was in the sky. Last night seemed like a bad dream. I was covered in mud and leaves. There was a huge wound on my forehead. I might have hit something when I fainted last night. I never went back there. I don't know how I managed to climb down. A kind villager gave me a ride to a nearby hospital. I later came to know from the villagers that deep inside this jungle once remained a cult group by the name of Denizayans. Their head prophet, Denizen, died one day, and his followers started an ugly voodoo ritual to bring him back. Young boys started to go missing from the village. People believed Denizen's followers sacrificed them to bring him back. They begged and prayed to the devil, but the locals soon got furious. One night, they burnt the entire place down with the followers screaming inside the monastery. Since then, if someone goes there after dark, they still get trapped by their haunting spirit and go missing forever. I don't know what I experienced that night was all of my imagination or a horrifying reality, but I still have that red robe they gave me to wear. It shivers me from the core that this robe was a symbol of presenting me as the sacrificial lamb in front of a devil from hell. Sometimes in life, you do a silly prank that turns out to be doomsday for someone else. Well, that's exactly what happened to me when I was a kid. I grew up in a huge house by the beach with my little sister Amy. She was a year younger than me. Being the youngest and the pretty little princess of our family, everyone loved her like crazy. My mom always gave me a lecture on how I need to be the big brother and take care of her all the time. All that overflown love spoiled my sister to such an extent that she became stubborn and nagging whenever things didn't go her way. In front of my parents and family, she would behave like she is the angel on the earth. But in reality, she was different in the wrong way. She never apologized after making a mistake, and no matter how many times she got punished, she always found her way around it. I guess it was partially my mother's fault for being too easy on her. I still remember the day the principal called Dad saying there has been an accident in school. I was with my grandparents, but when I came home, I heard a girl named Sally was found dead in the girls' bathroom. No one knows what exactly happened to her, but it seemed like she slipped somehow and smashed her face on the glass mirror, leading to the broken glass, cutting her eyeballs in half. She bled to death. Yeah, it was a pretty violent sight. When the cops inquired everyone about this incident, the school janitor said he saw Amy coming out of the washroom right before Sally's body was discovered. But she was just a little girl. Who would suspect her, right? But I knew. I knew what she was. With more days passing, I started to become scared of her. Yeah, scared of my little sister. Funny, huh? But when you wake up in the middle of the night finding your weird sister standing near your bed, looking at you with her shiny green eyes and expressionless face, You can't laugh it off. Why did she do that? I don't know, and I never dared to ask. Whoever didn't agree with her or said no faced a consequence labeled under the tag of an accident. She loved stomping on any insect, even if it's miles away from her. She grabbed butterflies with her soft red fingers and tore their wings apart with joy. Whenever birds hurt their wings and landed in our backyard, instead of aiding them like every normal kid, Amy fed the already suffering bird to our neighbor's ferocious dog. She chuckled in excitement as the dog shredded the flapping bird into bits and pieces. My parents never paid attention to her cruel nature, even if I told them repeatedly. But one day, things took a dangerous turn. We used to go to the beach almost every weekend. I loved walking by the shore, submerging my feet into the salty waves. At some distance from the shore, there were rusty old caves. The area was secluded, as very few people went there. Whenever I needed a place to escape, I used to go there. I pretended like the caves were my kingdom, and I was the king of an invisible ray. I kept lots of my toys there, and everything I could collect from the beach. I never told Amy about this place, but nothing can be hidden from her vulture eyes. One weekend, we went to the beach and my parents put up a small picnic near the shore. Amy got busy building her sandcastles and then demolishing them with one kick. I think she felt more joy in destroying them than building them. I secretly snuck out from there and went to my territory. I put up a wooden plank on the entrance of a small cave like a door to my castle. I slowly shifted the plank and got inside. I was just about to close it when I heard a chuckle behind me. Out of fear and shock, I turned around and found Amy sitting inside the cave already. "You think you can hide from me?" she said in her cold, squeaky voice. "I wasn't hiding from you. I just came here to be with myself," I replied and sat down on the ground. "You hate me, right? Secretly, you wish I was never born, right?" "What? I don't wish that." "Oh, but I do. I wish I was the only child and mommy and daddy never had you. I would have gotten all their attention. You anyway get that. Don't worry, once I grow up, I'll move far away from you all." "You're such a dork. Come on, let's go." Amy got up and started to walk out of the cave. Where are you going?" I asked impatiently. "I saw a big cave at the back. Don't you want to explore that?" Her eyes sparkled as she said this. "But we can lose our way. Besides, what if there's something inside those caves? Like what? A tiger? Don't be an idiot. Let's go. Also, I want to try this out." So far, I didn't notice her hands, but as I did, I saw she was holding Dad's metal detector. I know Dad keeps his things in his study, and we're not supposed to touch them. I said in a tense voice, "Why did you bring that? You know we shouldn't be playing with Dad's equipment." "Oh, come on. He wouldn't know unless you tell him. And you won't tell him." I knew she was not going to back off. We came out and started walking to the big cave behind the bushes. The summer wind created a rustling sound in the coconut trees. The big old cave stood like an epitome of mystery. Moss and fungus were growing all over its wall. Amy stopped right in front of the cave and stared at the dark, hollow entrance ahead. "Why are we even here?" I asked fearfully. "We are going to look for treasure. Don't you remember the story Mom told us last night? Caves like this are filled with treasures. Now let's go for our treasure hunt." Amy handed me a small flashlight and told me to show the way. I realized how mean and selfish she is. If anything bad came at us, she wanted me to face it. My own sister was using me as her shield just to have some fun in a stupid treasure hunt. But she was very greedy. If Amy found something attractive, my parents had to buy it for her, and if they didn't, she didn't hesitate to steal it at all. Mom's story triggered her to think she was going to find a hidden treasure inside this cave. That's why she brought Dad's metal detector. But I was sure. I knew she would go home empty-handed. I was walking with a flashlight while she strolled with her metal detector behind me. The continuous beeping of the detector echoed in the cave. Accidentally, I flashed a light on the ceiling, and an army of ugly, stinky bats flew over us, scaring the hell out of me. "Ah! You silly! Don't flash your light on them, idiot!" Amy didn't respect me at all. Maybe it was her cruel nature that made her immune to all kinds of jump scares. She snatched the flashlight from my hand and took the lead. Without saying a single word, I followed her. Even though she was not the perfect sister, I couldn't ditch her inside a dark cave. After walking for a minute or so, the metal detector started to make a rapid sound, denoting it had found something. Amy crouched down and started to dig the wet, muddy ground with her beach shovel. Within 5 seconds, she screamed in joy. "Look what I found!" She lifted her hand, and in the flashlight, I saw a sparkling bracelet. Her face lit up even more greed. The bracelet was shining like the stars in the night sky. I didn't at all expect something like this to be found here. Amy picked up the detector and started walking ahead. I stopped her saying, "Well, you got your treasure. Let's go now. It's getting dark and Mom will be worried." "No way. We have just started. If you want to go, you can go." "Fine. I am done here." I turned back while Amy went in with the detector and flashlight. The beeping sound faded away with her footsteps. I was about to come out when I heard my sister's spine-chilling scream. I ran inside, irrespective of the darkness. I could barely see ahead when I heard a collapse of boulders. At the end of the cave, I found Amy's flashlight. The glass got broken, but was still on. A beeping sound was going crazy in the dark, and there was another sound in that empty cave. The sound of a little girl choking. I flashed the light following the sound, and I couldn't blink anymore. Amy was lying on the ground, smashed under big rocks falling from the roof of the cave. Her partial face had no features. Flesh and blood were all over the place. But with the half-remaining face, she was staring at me. She was looking at me with one eye and trying to tell me something, but the excessive blood choked her. She coughed blood. Her body trembled like those wounded birds when the neighbor's dog ate them alive. I will never be able to get that sight out of my mind. My parents rescued me with the help of the cops. After searching for us for almost an hour, they finally came to look at these caves and found me standing like a statue near my dead sister. It was all an accident. No one had any doubt of that. My mom never spoke a word after that. Cops said the cave's roof somehow collapsed and it was nothing but an unfortunate event. I won't say that I don't miss her, but we learned to move on. I accepted her fate and grieved for her terrible death for years. But yesterday, my mom passed away in her sleep, and her attorney handed me a letter that she left for me. The letter read, "My dear Jim, we all loved Amy in our own ways. I know you resent me for not raising her with more discipline and good habits. I agree, I was weak, but then I finally realized. The day Sally died, I knew what a monster I had created. I had to put an end to this. The cave's roof didn't collapse on its own. I was the one who buried the bracelet inside and told Amy the made-up story about treasure just to make her go there looking for it. I sacrificed my own child so that she can't hurt anyone else. It was better that she got the punishment from me rather than rotting in a cell for the rest of her life. I hope you forgive me for taking your sister away too soon. I am glad that at least one of my children grew up to be a human being. Love, Mom."
I used to want to be a streamer. I loved playing video games and liked talking to people who shared my interests, so I thought that becoming a video game streamer would be right up my alley. I get to do what I enjoy, and potentially get paid for doing it, if enough people enjoy my content. Just one problem. I wasn't confident about my appearance, and I was more than a little nervous about showing my face to everyone on the internet. It might be egotistical for me to think that I'd make it big before I even started, but on the off chance I did, I didn't want to get stopped in the streets by random strangers who recognized me from what I posted online. Plus, there are a lot of creeps on the internet, and I'm a reasonably good-looking girl. Not supermodel material or anything, but I've gotten compliments from people outside my friends and family. The last thing I needed was for some nut job online to develop an unwanted obsession with me. I've heard some pretty bad stories about online stalking that bled into the real world from streamers I follow. If I was going to become a streamer, I wanted there to be a defined barrier between the person I presented myself to be online and who I really was in everyday life. At first, I considered being a streamer who only showed her voice on stream, But after listening to several samples of my own voice recordings, I didn't think my voice was distinct enough to carry an entire stream alone. Just as I was about to give up, my brother, who lived in the same apartment as me and studied animation in university, came up to me with an idea. He told me about the type of streamer called virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short, that had become popular in recent years. Instead of showing their real face on stream, they show a virtual avatar of an anime character that's mapped to their real face, so that the avatar will blink and open their mouth at the same time as them to simulate talking. It seemed like the perfect solution to me. I got to stream and interact with people online all I wanted, without having to worry about losing my anonymity. I also loved anime like my brother anyways, so pretending to be an anime girl online seemed right up my alley. Since he was an experienced animator, my brother helped me design and map my virtual avatar. He also helped me come up with a theme and backstory for the character I'd play on stream. The character we came up with was Miyako Nightshade, a centuries-old vampire who looked like a teenage girl with a calm, slightly snarky personality. Yeah, I never quite grew out of my goth phase. My brother drew up the design, made the avatar, and taught me how to manage the software. For my part, I started thinking about what kind of catchphrases my online persona should have, and started looking through games to play for my debut. When the big day came for me to debut myself online for the first time, my brother was right there with me in the room to silently support me. I started the stream and almost immediately regretted it. I hadn't even picked a signature greeting for my character yet, but the fact that there wasn't even a viewer on my stream yet helped ease my nervousness enough to just blurt out the first thing I could think of. Good evening, whatever time it is. And with that, my signature greeting for the rest of my VTubing career was decided. The next few months were great. I streamed regularly with my brother helping me off screen with any technical problems that arose. I wasn't quite what you'd call successful yet, but I was getting there. My sub count grew slowly but steadily, and a few of my channel members donated regularly to me. If I kept going, I might have been able to reach a major milestone within a year, had it not been for an incident that made me quit streaming altogether. One day I was streaming as usual. It was an online game, so I was actually playing with a few people who were also watching the stream. One of them, let's call him Donnie, was a regular who watched and donated to almost all of my streams in the past few months. As much as I appreciated his sponsorship, he always kinda weirded me out. I always read his messages on stream because he'd donate high amounts of money, never less than $100. Their contents ranged from harmless to straight up creepy. The worst ones said things like, "I beg of you, please marry me, my queen. Our love will be eternal as your everlasting beauty. Every drop of blood in my body belongs to you, my pale mistress. I'll give it all to you if you only let me. You are my everything. My heart beats for you, and you alone, my little nightshade." Donnie was either really dedicated to his bit, or clearly mentally unstable. I was pretty convinced that he actually thought I was a vampire anime girl who decided to spend her unlife playing video games. Still, I didn't want to break character, so I never made a big deal about his messages after reading them. He was a fan who donated money that allows me to keep streaming, so I felt it wrong to push him away for a few quirks. Besides, beggars can't be choosers, right? Halfway through my game with him, my brother called out to me from outside my room. He usually wouldn't disturb my stream like that, but I'd forgotten to tell him that I was streaming that day, and he wanted to know what I wanted for dinner. I quietly texted him on my phone to tell him that I was streaming and he left me alone. I hoped that would be that, but my mic had picked up his voice, and everyone watching my stream was able to hear him. Messages instantly flooded the chat, asking who the male voice in the background was. I ignored them at first, again not wanting to break character or reveal that I had a brother. Donnie immediately lost it. He immediately disconnected from the game and hopped into my chat with a series of increasingly disturbed messages, all with $100 donations attached to grab my attention. "My little nightshade, who's that? My queen, are you alright? Is that man in your house going to hurt you? Please say something. I don't know what I'd do if you were hurt by that ruffian. Don't worry, my little nightshade. My blood shall save you." I had no idea what he meant by that, but I elected to just ignore him this time. The buzz about my brother's voice eventually died down as the stream went on without me bringing attention to it, and Donnie didn't send another message for the rest of the stream. Once everything was wrapped up, I had dinner with my brother. I told him about Donnie, but he assured me that VTubers had to deal with stuff like that all the time, and that having a creepy, obsessive fan was a sign that I was starting to get popular. We laughed it off, and I forgot about Donnie. My brother went to bed early while I browsed my social media on the living room couch, making posts in character as my VTuber persona. I was thinking of what game I could play for the next day's stream when a knock came from my door. I was startled, but assumed that it was a night delivery for something my brother ordered. "I'm coming," I called out as I walked to the front door. The moment the words left my lips, I heard a raspy voice come from the other side of the door. "My little nightshade?" it said in perverse excitement. I'd never heard the voice before in my entire life, but I immediately knew who it was. Nobody else called me my little nightshade. "Donnie?" I blurted out before I could stop myself. "You remember me?" Donnie shouted in joy from the other side. "I knew you felt the same way." I didn't reply. I just stood in front of the door frozen in fear, while Donnie professed his devotion to me from the other side and begged to be let in. How the hell did he even get my address? I could only assume that he traced my IP address somehow. When I offered no response, Donnie's knocks turned into violent bangs. "It's that bastard in your home keeping you locked in there, isn't it?" he shouted angrily. "Don't you worry though, I'll give you all the strength you need." I kept my mouth shut. I knew Donnie was disturbed before, but now I know that he was certifiably insane. I just peeked through the peephole of my apartment door so that I could give the police a physical description when I made a police report. I saw a dirty, disheveled young man with long black hair matted with grease and a sickly pale face covered in bleeding warts. His teeth were yellowed and crooked, twisted into a blood-curdling grin. "My unsullied blood shall liberate you. Drink from it and find the strength to break free, my little nightshade." I watched in horror as he brought a knife up to his own throat and stabbed it in the side. With both hands, he dragged the blade across his own neck until a river of blood gushed out like water out of a broken dam. All the while, his crazed, bloodshot eyes never stopped staring at the peephole he knew I was watching from. I only snapped out of my stupor when his blood flowed under the door gap, and I felt its warmth as it touched my bare feet. I called the police and explained what had happened. Donnie had lived in the same city as me, and like I suspected, traced me through my computer. Although he was known to be an expert at computers, he was also mentally disturbed enough to think that a vampire girl who only existed on a computer screen was real. Since that night, I've avoided ever showing myself online. My brother assured me that it wasn't my fault, but in a way I had enabled his unhealthy behavior by accepting his donations and giving him the attention he wanted from it. I should have seen the signs so much sooner. I've since abandoned my Miyako Nightshade persona. That way, Donnie will be her last and only victim.
I'm a 28-year-old single mom. My son Ricky is still studying in preschool. We live in a suburb of Southern California. My husband was an alcoholic. It goes without saying that our marriage was failing. He often abused me, but for the sake of my son, I kept tolerating him. One night he came home really drunk and started breaking furniture out of a rage over a petty fight. Ricky woke up and heard the sounds and came out of his room. He was standing in the middle of the dining room and watching his abusive drunk father creating a huge scene. I was expecting it to be like all the usual nights, just when something horrible happened. My husband Marcus threw a vase toward the wall, but instead it hit my poor Ricky in the head. He started bleeding and fell to the floor being unconscious. I immediately rushed him to the hospital and eventually split up from my husband. I mean, that was all I could take. After reporting to 911, the cops arrested him and he was put in jail. I visited him 2 or 3 times in jail where he pleaded to me to bring Ricky to see him, but I obviously never did. He apologized many times and said it was the alcohol that turned him into a different person, but I was out of second chances for him. Maybe my life wasn't problematic enough, because last month in January I received horrible news that my husband killed himself inside the prison cell. He somehow managed to sneak a fork with him after dinner, then stabbed himself in the neck. Even though I was fed up with him, I still couldn't help but feel sorry for him. I accepted my fate and decided to move on with my life until this unbelievable incident happened. Last week, I finally told my son about his father's death. Ricky broke into tears even though his father never treated us right. I couldn't help but cry with him too. We were getting back on our feet until one evening my neighbor Miss Stewart came over to our house. Ricky was watching TV in the living room when the doorbell rang. As I opened the door, Miss Stewart greeted me with her homemade pie and said, "Hi, Elena. I hope you are doing well. I am really sorry to hear about your husband. How's your son?" I accepted her gift and replied, "Thank you, Miss Stewart. We are trying our best to get on with our lives." She smiled and said, "I know, Elena, you have been through a lot, which is why out of courtesy I came to invite you at our small party that's going to take place in the town hall on Valentine's Day night. I'm not going to pressure you, but if you decide to come, we will all be very happy to have you there." I smiled and said, "I will try if I can." That night when I was tucking Ricky into his bed, he asked, "Mom, now that Dad is dead, are you going to celebrate Valentine's Day without him?" I was shocked to hear such words come from a 5-year-old. I said, "Why would you say something like that, Ricky?" Ricky looked at me blankly for a few seconds, then answered, "Dad told me to ask you. He would be sad if you do so." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I said in a shaken voice, "What, Ricky? You know Dad is no longer with us. Please stop saying things like that." Ricky didn't say anything, just turned to the right side and closed his eyes. I couldn't sleep that entire night. There was no way Ricky would have come up with such a question on his own. Next morning, I called my mom and told her everything. She calmed me down and said kids make up things like that when they lose someone at a very young age. Probably Ricky misses his dad, so he is worried that if I start dating again, I will find someone to replace his dad. I went to work after dropping Ricky at school. Around the afternoon, I was going through some important files when my phone rang. I saw it was Ricky's teacher. She called me and said to come to the school immediately. Without thinking much, I rushed to the preschool. As I stormed into the school hallway, I saw Ricky sitting on a bench beside his teacher. He looked all pale and freaked out. I could tell just by the look on his face that something scared him terribly. He ran to me crying and I wrapped him into my arms. His teacher told me Ricky went to the bathroom during class, but when he didn't come back after a while, she went to look for him and saw him sitting on the bathroom floor hiding his face onto his palms and crying. He is not speaking a single word about what happened in the bathroom. I brought Ricky home and cooked him dinner. I decided to make him sleep with me that night. As I lay beside him, I kissed his forehead and asked, "What happened at school today, Ricky? Did anyone bully you?" He looked at me with his trembling eyes and said, "I don't want to see Daddy ever again, Mom." I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but my stomach dropped right at that moment. I said in a low, scared voice, "What do you mean by that, Ricky?" Ricky replied in a sobbing voice, "I was coming out of the bathroom just when I saw Daddy standing near the door. His face was all scary and his head was stuck. He wasn't blinking, just staring at me." I took a pause and said, "Why do you say his head was stuck?" Ricky replied, "His head was tilted and he couldn't move it, just kept standing there and watching me." Then he completely broke into tears. I remained awake that night. The horrifying things my son just said took my sleep away. The next day was Valentine's Day. I was already worried about the entire life situation, but somehow to cheer Ricky up, I decided to take him to the mall. The city mall was decorated in big red hearts and Cupid statues were all over the mall floors. Couples were walking around hand in hand. Amidst all that celebration, Ricky and I somehow forgot all the tensions. We played games in the gaming zone, had ice cream. I got myself new clothes and bought Ricky a bicycle. I decided to spend that night with my parents because deep down somewhere I was feeling lonely. After all, it was Valentine's Day. Around 8, we got into the car to drive to my parents' house. I was relieved to think that for one night, I will be able to sleep peacefully. My parents live in the outskirt area, so we got onto the long empty highway after passing through the city. My mom called in between, and I told her we would be there in 15 to 20 minutes max. Ricky was laughing, and I was feeling good to see him all happy. The road had very few cars, and it was quite a safe drive for us. Ricky said, "Mom, can I play some video games on your phone till we reach Nana's house?" I replied, "Of course you can, my baby." As I leaned to the right side to get the phone out of my pants pocket, Ricky screamed in fear, saying, "Look, Mom, look, it's Daddy!" I pressed the brakes so hard that a huge creaking sound took place. What happened next, I will never be able to forget my entire life. The car headlights were making the road ahead clearly visible, but a person was standing in the middle of the road close to my car. I don't know how I should put it, but that wasn't just any normal person. It was my dead husband. Yes, Marcus was standing in front of my car. He was staring at Ricky with the blank, expressionless eyes. His face was so pale that it seemed there was no blood left in his veins. And above it all, I realized Ricky told me the truth that day. Marcus was standing there with a tilted head. His neck had stab wounds on its right side. Due to the broken bones, his head was tilted on the left. I could see dried up blood all over his dress and partial face. He then suddenly looked at me and smiled. I've never seen such a demonic smile. I could tell it was his haunting spirit obstructing our way. I had no idea what I should be doing. Ricky and I were both frozen like ice. We were breathing heavily. Marcus walked close to the car in that gruesome appearance and then said in a growling voice,
"I hope you forgive me, Elena. I love my son too. Take care, you two."
He then turned around and started to walk away. I could see him starting to disappear in the air as if he was made of dust particles. But before vanishing completely into the air, he turned toward me for one last time and said,
"Happy Valentine's Day."
I don't know how I reached my parents' house that night. If possible, I would like to forget this night ever happened, but I don't think I'll ever be able to. I just hope this gruesome memory fades away from Ricky's mind once he grows up.
My brother Eddie and I loved Halloween. We both had major sweet tooth, so our favorite thing to do on Halloween was trick-or-treating with our friends. On the last Halloween we ever had together, I went as Batman while he went as Superman. All our friends were dressed like superheroes to fit with the theme we had going on for us. There were 5 of us in total, and we went down the same trick-or-treating route we'd used for the last few years. We met the same familiar faces who'd come to expect us and got compliments on our costumes on every house we knocked on. Once we finished with the route, we sat down at a public bench for a small snack break. We'd finished a little earlier than expected, and the night was still young, so none of us felt like going home just yet. Are you guys down for trick-or-treating at a new street tonight? I don't see why not. Yeah, sure. Where do you want to go? I overheard some of the other kids talk about a house with homemade sweets a few blocks down from here. It's that creepy house with the dead tree outside. You guys know it, right? I thought that house was abandoned. Apparently not. It sounded like the candy was really good by the way they talked about it. We all unanimously agreed that it couldn't hurt to visit the house. After all, we were going to be trick-or-treating out in the open in full view of every other trick-or-treater, so we thought it'd be safe enough. Eddie led our group ahead to the house he was talking about. Every kid in the neighborhood knew about the house. But up until then, I'd assumed that it was abandoned too. The lawn was overgrown, and a single dead tree with branches like gnarled grasping hands stood above the tall grass. There were no Halloween decorations, but the old house with its molded faded wood and crumbling tiled roof looked spooky enough without it. The closest thing to a decoration was a hollowed out pumpkin placed in front of the door with a note reading, "Take only 2." The dusty window beside the door was illuminated from the inside, outlining the silhouette of someone in a witch's hat rocking back and forth on a chair through closed curtains. Inside the hollowed pumpkin were roundish candies wrapped in cheap plastic with no brand. Each of us took 2 candies and went on our way trick-or-treating at every house on the street. Eddie and I arrived back home a little earlier than expected, at around 7 o'clock, and opened the door with a hidden key under the flower pot. Our parents were out that night for work and wouldn't be home until midnight, so we had the place to ourselves in the meantime. In the spirit of the holiday, We both sat on the couch and watched some R-rated horror movies while gorging ourselves on our trick-or-treat candies. Halfway through the movie, Eddie unwrapped the candy from the witch's house. It turned out to be a bright orange piece of candy shaped like a jack-o'-lantern. He tossed it into his mouth, and I saw his eyes go wide. Bro, no kidding. This is delicious. Is it? What flavor is it? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I heard a cracking sound, followed by greedy crunches as my brother chewed on the hard piece of candy. He always did that with hard candy, and I'd be disgusted by it every time. Right after he finished his first jack-o'-lantern candy, he put the other one he got from the house into his mouth before chewing and swallowing it just as quickly. I'm serious. This has got to be the best candy I've ever had. If you say so. We should go get some more at that creepy house. Trick-or-treating time's almost over anyway, so it's not like we'd be taking away from a lot of people. What do you say? Nah, bro, I'm good. You go ahead. I'm happy with my Kit Kat bars. Suit yourself. I'll be back in like an hour. I eventually did end up trying the jack-o'-lantern candy while my brother was out to get more. It had to be the sweetest piece of candy I'd ever eaten, and I couldn't tell what flavor it was supposed to be either. I guessed that it might have been orange or pumpkin flavored, judging by the shape and color, but I couldn't be sure. I ended up eating both of them, but instead of chewing and swallowing like Eddie did, I just let them dissolve in my mouth. By the time I was finished with both of them, I was already satisfied with what I got. Eddie returned home at around 8 o'clock, right as everyone else was calling it a night. His trick-or-treat bag was topped up with the plastic-wrapped pumpkin candy, and he happily munched on them as we continued to watch horror movies on the TV. I didn't bother to ask if he'd share his special candy. I doubt he'd give them to me, and I was content with what I already got anyways. Eddie got sick later that night. Our parents assumed that he just had a bit too much candy that night. It wouldn't have been the first time. I thought the same too, until he started vomiting right before bed. I helped him to the bathroom and rubbed his back as he emptied the contents of his stomach. I tried not to look at his vomit before I flushed it because, gross. But something strange caught my eye as it was being flushed away. Scattered and floating in his sludgy yellow vomit were over a dozen of the jack-o'-lantern candies, still perfectly intact instead of dissolved or even cracked. The sinister black grins and half-closed eyes almost seemed to be mocking my brother as he puked more and more of them out for me to flush down the toilet. Eddie went to bed sicker than ever that night. We shared a bedroom, so I was able to hear every cough and uncomfortable groan he made as we both struggled to go to sleep. Eventually, I did manage to drift off into a dreamless sleep as my brother struggled to find a comfortable position in the bed beside me. I didn't know how long I slept. It might have been minutes or hours for all I knew. I was woken up in the middle of the night by the sound of muffled screaming in the bed beside me. My eyes flew open and I turned my head towards my brother's bed. Eddie, are you all right? My blood froze in my veins at what I saw. Standing over my brother, holding one warty hand over his mouth, was an honest-to-God witch. She wore a long black robe that covered every part of her body, save for her gnarled hands with yellow fingernails so long and sharp they looked like claws. Her skin was the color of green bile and covered in warts and boils that looked like they could pop at any moment. In one fluid motion, she dragged a long, sharp fingernail across my brother's stomach. When she did, hundreds of the orange jack-o'-lantern candies spilled out of him, and my brother went silent and still. She shoveled the candy into a black bag, but stopped at the final 2 pieces of candy. She took the last 2 candies and looked at me dead in the eyes with shrunken black pupils. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream because my brain still refused to process what I'd just seen. The witch placed the final 2 pieces of candy on my nightstand and uttered 2 words that would forever haunt me.
Take only 2.
My name's Robin. I work as a wildlife photographer. My job takes me to various places and I can hardly be in touch with my family. I grew up in Canada. My parents are still living there. I was very little when they sent me to live with my grandfather. I fell ill suddenly and my grandpa took me over. Since then, I have never been to my childhood home. My parents often came to visit me. One summer, I decided to visit them. I took a month off from work and decided to spend some time with my parents and explore my birthplace in Canada. I called my mom and told her I'll be staying with them during this trip. My mom's voice lit up in joy. I could tell how excited she was just by her voice. I packed my bags and took a flight. My dad came to pick me up at the airport. Seeing him after a long time melted my heart. I hugged him and said, "Oh, I missed you, Dad." My dad smiled and said, "I missed you too. Now come on, let's go. Your mom is waiting. She has all of your favorite dishes cooked." We got inside the car, and the entire way we kept chatting. After 20 minutes of the drive, the car stopped in front of a tall residential building. I got down and looked at it for a while. "God, this building is still the same," I said. I was feeling nostalgic. Even though my childhood memories regarding this place are now in fragments, I was still awestruck. My dad patted my back and said, "Welcome home, son." I grabbed my backpack and entered the ground floor of the building. It was a long corridor. Our apartment is on the 8th floor. I was about to get inside the elevator when my eyes went to the numbering plate. A small, uncleared memory flashed in front of my eyes. I remembered pressing those buttons when I was a child. I loved playing inside the elevators so much. I looked around and realized this elevator had been renovated. I looked at the ceiling of the elevator. There was a small vent on it for air circulation. From that vent, the hollow elevator shaft was visible. For a moment, I felt a pair of eyes were watching me from there. The hair on the back of my neck stood up immediately. "Come on, we're here," my dad told me. I saw we were standing on the 8th floor. My dad asked, "Something wrong, Robin?" "Sorry, it's nothing. I just got distracted," I replied. While coming out of the elevator, I looked up once again, but there wasn't anything. God, this hectic journey really got to me, I said to myself. After a cool, refreshing shower, I finally managed to clear out my mind. My mom made chicken, porridge, fried mushrooms, and my favorite cheesecake for dinner that night. "It sure is good to be home, Mama," I said, with a big smile. We all sat down in the living room to chat. My dad was really funny. He started to bring all kinds of embarrassing childhood memories up. Everyone was laughing and having a good time. At around 11 p.m., we all went to bed. I was already tired and feeling very sleepy. As I laid down on my soft bed, deep sleep grabbed my eyes. At around 2 in the morning, I heard a weird sound in my room. It felt like someone was breathing heavily, sitting very close to me. I opened my eyes, and what I saw made my heart race like a wild horse. A face was leaning on me and breathing heavily. I could tell it was a little girl. Her long black hairs were floating in the air. All I could see was her wide eyes and that dark face. She was watching me while I slept all of this time. My voice got stuck. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. The girl then came closer and said, "How could you? How could you, Robbie?" I shot up from my bed, panting and gasping for air. The sunlight coming from my window made me realize that it was morning. I wiped the drops of sweat from my face and uttered to myself, "What the hell? That dream felt so real." I didn't say anything to my mom or dad about this creepy dream. I freshened up and sat for breakfast. Casually, I asked, "Hey, Mom, what did you used to call me when I was little?" My mom replied, "What kind of weird question is that, Robin? We all called you by your name." I smiled awkwardly and said, "No, I just thought if someone called me Robbie or not." But before I could finish my sentence, I saw my mom's face changing color. She froze like a statue and said, "Who told you that? Did anyone in the building call you Robbie?" I looked at her with a confused face and said, "No, but it means that someone used to call me Robbie, right?" My dad suddenly looked at my mom and said, "Don't you remember, Yasmin? I used to call him Robbie sometimes." My mom immediately smiled and said, "Oh, right. Yeah, I must just be getting old." I felt the suppressed tension in the room. I didn't know why, but I was sure my parents were hiding something from me. After finishing my breakfast, I decided to go out and roam around. I got into the lift and my eyes went towards the elevator shaft, but I didn't see anything except the hollow place this time. That day, I roamed around the town. I saw my school and visited the kids' park. So many memories filled my heart with joy. At around 7:30 p.m., I went to a local pub to chill for some time. My mom called me in between and said, "Robin, when are you coming home?" I replied, "Hey, Mom, yeah, I'm gonna be a little late tonight, but don't wait up for me. I'll just have dinner at the pub here." My mom replied, "Okay, sweetie. Well, listen, your dad and I were thinking about visiting my sister tomorrow. Your aunt is dying to meet you. We'll leave for their farmhouse tomorrow, okay?" "Seems like a plan to me," I said. I watched a football game in the pub and drank as many beers as possible. When I came home, I was stumbling. Shit, man, I really am drunk, I thought to myself. All I wanted then was to go to my room and sleep like a dead cat. I got inside the lift and pressed button 8. The lift started to go up. The number plate flashed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. I was feeling suffocated and warm, so I took off my jacket and suddenly noticed the mirror on the lift's wall. The same girl from my dream last night was standing right beside me. The scariest thing was that I looked beside me, but there was no one inside the elevator except me. My skin crawled in terror. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The girl looked at the elevator shaft and then said in the same painful voice, "How could you, Robbie? How could you?" She then opened her black, hollow mouth, and a demonic scream numbed my ear. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell on my forehead, and as I looked up, drops of blood started to pour from the elevator shaft. The entire elevator was splattered with blood. The elevator started to go up at full speed. It passed my floor, and the numbers flashed. 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. 13th floor. I remembered. Susie. It was Susie. Oh my God. Susie and I were best friends. We used to run all over the apartment during afternoons and play together. One day, the elevator was out of order. We were playing hide and seek with the other kids in the apartment. Susie and I decided to hide above the elevator. I helped her climb up, and I went to go grab something to stand on so I could get up there as well. We had no idea that the maintenance guy was working in the basement on the elevator. As soon as he fixed it and pressed the button, the elevator went to the top floor at full speed. I remembered Susie's scream when she got crushed under the roof. All this time, she was telling me how could I leave her that day. My head started to throb in pain. I couldn't breathe. Eventually, I fainted on the floor. I was down with a high fever for 2 days. When I got a bit better, I confronted my parents. My mom cried a lot and said, "Oh, Robin, we sent you away so that you can keep this out of your vicious memory. Poor Susie." She kept on sobbing. I visited Susie's grave the other day. Her family buried her in our local graveyard and moved to Australia. Tears rolled down my cheeks. I murmured softly, "Susie, I didn't leave you that day. I'm sorry I was late. I hope you rest in peace."
My name is Christina, and today is my first day seeing a psychologist. I've always been a troubled kid, but I've never actually needed to see someone to justify that. Well, not until now. A few weeks back, something happened. Even now, it's hard for me to think about it, even though I know I will have to. I can't just pretend everything is fine. I was at a house party with a couple of my friends. Tom and Alice were taking shots by my side as I watched on, a little worried. Admittedly, the two of them often overdid the drinking, so I usually stayed sober to make sure they'd be okay. "Instead of drinking, you should try lucid dreaming." Alice cackled as she threw back another shot, tossing her head back as well. I gagged at the sight of pure alcohol coming from her. It wasn't long until she vomited. and regretted all of her life choices. As her best friend, it was my duty to take care of her. She'd always said she would do the same for me one day, but that day, I shake my head, trying not to feel too much anger for my friend. She was drunk after all. Lucid dreaming? I asked, because really, I wanted to at least sound cool. Only, I had no idea what this lucid dreaming thing was. Yeah, you try to sleep on your back and meditate or whatever. It's like getting high. Apparently you can fly and stuff when you sleep like that. Control your movements, eat, whatever. For how drunk she was, Alice explained the concept well enough, and then barfed the last few shots out into the trash can before going in for another. "You should just sleep here," Cindy, the host, said, laying a hand on my shoulder. I stepped away, while she managed to walk in a straight line. She was clearly wasted as well. But she was right. I didn't feel very comfortable driving a puking Alice and Tom who was probably up to no good. Crashing on a bed and going back home the next morning sounded like a much better idea. And so, with the music still echoing off the walls, I curled up in Cindy's bed, only to be reminded of lucid dreaming again. I've never gotten high and part of me wanted to at least try. What could go wrong, right? I grabbed my phone and did some research. I shouldn't have done that, but minutes later, I was listening to an audio that was sure to help me lucid dream. As the reliable friend, I wanted to just do something crazy for once. I should have just had a couple shots. See, as I listened to the crooning male voice coax me to relax, I became hyper-aware of my body. It felt weird, forcing myself to keep still, to stop wiggling my toes, to make my fingers stop clutching the blanket over me. Finally, it started. I felt as if I was anchored to the bed. The man from the audio said it was okay. All I needed was to push myself off, to take flight. But I couldn't. I tried to wiggle my toes at first, but they refused to move. My neck, too, felt as if it had glued to the cushion. The music still continued, as loud as ever. With the audio stopping, I could hear it again. But I couldn't react to it. I was paralyzed. I'd never heard of anything like this happening. But then again, I rarely dreamt. So, being in such a state was fascinating at first. I was hyper-aware of everything going on around me. The heat of my blanket covering me, the noises, the way my chest rose and fell. My eyes, they were stuck open too, although all I could see was the ceiling. I tried to push myself away, once again, but nothing happened. And then, I heard it. A scream. "Alice! Alice!" I wanted to shout, knowing it was her, but my throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton. Breathing became a chore as I realized just how dry my mouth was, as if it was stuck open too. Maybe it was, but there was nothing I could do about it. Alice barged into the room, nearly tearing the door off the hinges. She wasn't herself. I knew that, but still.
What the? Did you really do it? Huh. Look at the loser. Christina, can you move?
I tried my hardest to nod, fearing the person I had thought to be my friend, but nothing happened.
Gosh, look at you. Too smart for drugs, so you decided to get high in a different way. Huh. I've always wanted this. To see you motionless.
This is not Alice, I thought to myself. But the way she leaned over me, her face obstructing my sight, made it hard to believe it wasn't Alice's perfectly manicured nails. And they seemed much longer, like claws, as she dragged them down the wall, creating deep scratches. The sound pierced my ears, It was like chalk against a chalkboard. I shuddered as those very nails wrapped around my face. But suddenly, the figure above me wasn't Alice anymore. Her features seemed to contort into something strange, inhumane almost. Makeup melted off her face, blending in with her skin until all that was left on her face was just black and nothing else. Her laughter, though, kept ringing in my ears. I felt pressure on my chest as if she was pushing down, and then I realized No, the creature was sitting on me. I'm going to suffocate, I thought, panic coursing through my entire body. Normally, this should have been enough. I was sure, for someone to snap out of this nightmare, but it wasn't for me. Alice cackled, showing teeth that I knew did not belong to her. They were yellow and disgusting, dripping with blood. The monster. No, Alice. No, the monster. It was going to bite me. I was sure of that, but I just couldn't move. My voice was still lost, but I struggled to at least scream, but all I managed was a quiet whine. And no help came. Alice, please, don't do this. I begged her in my mind.
You always spoil my fun, Christina. Why do you even come with us if you don't like partying? Such a spoiled sport. You know what we do with people like you?
Her voice was sweet like honey, but I felt nails press into my throat. I maniacally started to move again. I needed to at least roll away before I would get cut. We drowned them. Water. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even see anything, but it felt like water was enveloping my head from all sides. It burnt at my eyes, snuck into my nose, gurgled down my throat. I felt as if nothing but water existed around me. And then, I woke up. But when I did, I was the one with fingers around someone's throat. Alice leaned over me, shot clear on her face. My grip tightened. I could move, but I was reluctant to peel them off, even as her face started to turn blue, as tears gathered in her eyes, as she stopped breathing. At first, I watched her go limp, fall, stiff from my hold on the wooden floor, head crashing painfully against the nightstand. I was certain I was still dreaming, paralyzed, so I pinched myself. My nails had little bits of skin stuck underneath them. The pinch hurt. Crap, Alice. It was too late. She was bleeding too much and too quickly. It must have been the cut on her head that killed her. But the marks around her neck were on display too. No matter how hard I tried to scrub them off before the door opened again. It was Tom, with 2 glasses of water. He was the one who called the police on me. The next day or so was a blur. Well, all these weeks had been, really. Alice was killed. By me. Apparently she'd gone upstairs to check on me, to make sure I was all right, because she had heard me screaming. And I killed her. I begged the policeman to understand that I had been paralyzed, that something else was controlling me. But why would anyone believe me? The ratty nerd who always envied her darling popular friend. The girl who never dared to do much but watch her friends have fun. So, here I am now, locked up, ready for my first time in therapy. In jail. Apparently, what had happened could still be ruled an accident. I could be freed after a few years. But what if history will repeat itself? Ever since then, I only sleep when I collapse out of exhaustion. I try to keep my mind busy, hoping that I never fall into that weird, possessed paralysis thing again. But it's getting harder and harder. I fear that one night I will fall asleep early, and I'll hurt someone again. or hurt myself. Who knows? Anything can happen in that twisted state.
Okay. I'll stay here until the file arrives. As soon as I got off the call, I noticed the time. It was 9:30 and I was still stuck in the damned office. I've been working here as a software engineer for the last 2 years. Work pressure in an IT company can be unbearable sometimes. I wanted to go home early today, but see my rotten luck. Now I have to wait until the last file arrives. I went to my cabin and fired up my laptop once again. There's probably no one in the building right now. I looked around. This is not the first time I got stuck in a night shift, though. God knows how long I have to wait now. I started watching some YouTube videos to pass the time, but my eyes were becoming heavy. I slapped my cheek lightly, saying, "Come on, Andrew, wake up." I got up to get some coffee from the cafeteria. As I walked down the empty office space, I understood how chaotic things get here in the morning. I was enjoying the silence to some extent. I reached near the coffee machine and started to pour myself a cup of strong black coffee. While I was doing so, a kiddish idea came to my mind. I took the coffee and walked straight to the security room in the corner of the cafeteria. I swiped my card and got inside. Due to a long night shift, the office gave me this master key, which unlocks each and every door in the building. I have a fascination for the security room. The cameras are still on, and I saw every passage and corridor flaunting on the big screen. I sat in front of it and decided to check the building just to pass the time. I took a sip of the warm coffee and started to go through every camera in this building. The cubicles were empty, and so were the office cabins. I was shifting to another floor, just when I saw the lift on the ground floor opening. Who's coming here at this hour? As soon as the lift door slid, I saw a woman wearing a blue dress walk in. I never saw her, and I was sure she didn't work here, because then I would have known her. She stood in the hallway and took out a cell phone from her purse. I wasn't the peeping Tom, but I wanted to know what she was doing in an IT company at this hour of the night. She dialed up someone. I had no doubt she took the elevator from the basement. The parking lot is in the basement. She talked to someone for a few seconds and then stood there waiting. Within 15 minutes, the elevator door opened once again and she got inside. It was clear that someone was in the elevator, and that is the person who she came to meet here. I kept going on each floor to see who these people were. The elevator stopped at the 3rd floor, and the woman came out with my boss. What the hell? My boss, Mr. Newman, left early today. Everybody knows today is his anniversary party. What is he doing here at this hour? And who is that woman? I kept following them through the camera. They walked past the corridor and went to his cabin. They came near the cabin door and exchanged a kiss. Then, my boss took her inside his cabin and closed the door. My eyes were fixed on my boss's cabin, but there was no way I could see inside. I soon realized that Mr. Newman was having an affair with this lady. What a guy, ditching his wife on their anniversary to make out with another woman in his very own office. I took him as a person of good character, but after seeing these things, I felt bad for his wife. The respect I had for Mr. Newman was crushed. I thought they would make out for some time and leave eventually, so I shifted to another floor. But curiosity can get us in trouble, and I realized it that night. After fooling around for 10 to 15 minutes, I couldn't stop myself but to get back to the camera outside his cabin. But now, there came a change in scenario. The woman was standing near the cabin door. Due to the transparent glass door, I could see her. Also, she was standing right behind the door, which is why the security camera could capture her. I could tell from her body language that she was having a fight with my boss. Suddenly, she pushed the door and came out to leave. Mr. Newman came rushing behind her and started to calm her down. She was screaming and moving her hands in anger, but after some time, she calmed down. Mr. Newman told her something and she hugged him back in joy. Jesus, what a circus. I uttered to myself. Then they started to walk towards the elevator again. Within 10 minutes, I heard the elevator ding. They were coming this way now. I quickly clicked on the camera of the cafeteria and saw them entering. I didn't make any sound because I had no intention of getting caught for eavesdropping on my boss's affair, so I just sat inside the security room and watched them. I still couldn't hear them talk. The woman sat down near a table in the cafeteria, and Mr. Newman brought 2 cups of coffee. I could see an extreme change in her behavior. She was being all mushy and joyful now. Mr. Newman said something and got up. She nodded her head and concentrated on her coffee. I followed Mr. Newman's every move. I thought he was going to use the washroom. Instead, he sneaked into the kitchen behind the cafeteria. I immediately clicked on the kitchen area, and what I saw scared me to death. Mr. Newman was holding a knife in his hand and looking for something else as well. This guy was planning to murder this woman. I had to do something. I got up immediately and tiptoed towards the cafeteria. The woman was sitting facing her back at me. I went close to her and covered her mouth with my hand before she could scream. "I'm here to save you. Please don't be scared. I'm gonna take my hand off, but you must not scream if you want to leave." She nodded her head and I took my hand off her mouth. She then looked at me with fearful eyes. "Hurry up and come with me. Mr. Newman has a knife with him. He wants to murder you." Her face changed as she couldn't believe me. We got up and turned around. "Where do you think you two are going?" Mr. Newman, please don't do this. I know what you have behind your back." "What? I'm not doing anything. Mona, don't trust him. Come with me. He's trying to lure you into his trap." "No, Mona, you have to believe me. I saw him going to the kitchen and grab a knife. I've seen your every move since you got into this building. I was there in the security room this whole time." "You skunk. You think you can stop me?" Mr. Newman jumped on me with the knife and stabbed me deep in the shoulder. I fell on the floor in enormous pain, and he kept saying, "I will finish both of you and get rid of your dead bodies before anyone can find you. I am a very powerful man." He then went towards Mona with the knife. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Mr. Newman raised his hand, and I saw the sharp steel shining in the light. But before he could stab her, I grabbed a chair and hit him hard on his head. He passed out on the floor, and blood started to flow underneath his head. I think you can all guess what happened next. Mona called the cops, and I was taken to the hospital by the paramedics. She told the cops how Mr. Newman had an affair with her for the last year, but when she came to know about him being married, she threatened him, saying she'll tell his wife about them. Mr. Newman promised her that he would divorce his wife and get married to her. Had I not watched them through the security cameras, she would have been dead, and her body would have disappeared into thin air. I lost my right arm below the elbow during my senior year of high school. I won't go into detail of the accident that caused it, but needless to say, it was an unpleasant experience that left me mentally scarred for a long time after the fact. I remember feeling like my life was over then. I had been right-handed up until then, so I had to relearn even basic things like writing and getting dressed. It was exasperating. The only thing worse than trying to adapt was the different way people looked at me in the halls of my high school after I lost my hand. They didn't bully me or anything, quite the opposite in fact. They'd go out of their way to help me with things whenever I needed help, and being newly amputated, I often needed someone's help to get even the smallest things done. Before the accident, I was the quiet loner, who only stuck to a few close friends and didn't bother anyone else. After the accident, I became the poor girl who lost her hand and deserved special treatment from everyone around her. People would open lockers for me, carry stuff I dropped, and hold open doors while I was still far away from it. I know they were trying to be nice and they weren't causing anyone harm, but I couldn't stop myself from secretly feeling embarrassed whenever they helped me. The pitiful looks they gave me when they passed me in the hall felt like daggers stabbing into me. Still, I made sure to thank everyone who went out of their way to help me. despite how I felt. For a long time, I prided myself on being a tough girl who could do anything by herself. Suddenly needing the help of other people who must have felt obligated to aid me was a constant source of humiliation for me. I felt less like an independent person and more like a school pet that needed to be carefully cared for to survive. On the bright side, the popular girls who used to push and shove me when they thought they could get away with it no longer bothered me. I guess even spoiled rich girls have some standards. All except one, that is. Her name was Sophie, and she was well known for being a mythic bitch at our school, who'd throw a shit fit if the Lamborghini she got for her birthday wasn't the right color. With all the personality of a sheet of sandpaper being rubbed against your crotch, she was popular for just being popular, and having more money than she knew what to do with. I never paid her much mind, and she didn't bother to acknowledge my existence before I lost my hand, which was fine by me because I didn't want to associate with someone like her anyway. But after I lost my hand and gained the unwanted collective sympathy of the school, her apathy towards me turned to absolute burning hatred for an unbelievably idiotic reason. Senior prom was just around the corner. Sophie had pretty much guaranteed the prom queen title up until my accident made people know I existed. Pity votes for me to be prom queen started rolling in as my name skyrocketed to the top of the possible candidates. I held the lead for prom queen by the balls without trying or caring. By the time I even noticed that my name was on the list of those nominated by the student body, I already had more votes than the next two nominees combined. Directly below me in votes was Sophie, who apparently took that personally. She started talking shit about me to her friends behind my back, and would accidentally trip me whenever I walked past her in the hallway. I fell on my face several times because of her. I was already unbalanced in general, due to missing a chunk of my right side, and my sudden lack of dominant hand made me unable to shield myself from the floor whenever she tripped me. One time I even fell so bad that I got sent to the nurse's office with a nosebleed. Unsurprisingly enough, picking on the disabled girl so badly that real blood was drawn didn't earn her any favors with the student body she was trying to get votes from. Once she realized this, she decided to try a different approach. Sophie approached me in the cafeteria about a couple weeks before the prom. Despite having caused me no small amount of grief, she wore a smile on her face faker than the implant she bought with her dad's credit card. She introduced herself as if the whole school didn't already know her name, and asked how I was coping with losing a hand. Had she been anyone else, I would have lied that I was doing fine, and thank her for her concern. But since it was Sophie asking me that, I told her that I was doing about as well as you'd expect for a person who just lost their goddamn hand, and told her in no uncertain terms to fuck off. She simply laughed off my response. Whether she chose to ignore the shade I threw her way or was just too stupid to realize that I was insulting her, I have no idea. She went on to talk about how much she'd been looking forward to being prom queen, as if I was supposed to care. At the very end of her self-entitled rant, she asked me to not go to the prom, so that she could be prom queen. I shrugged. I honestly wasn't in the mood to dance anytime soon with my fucked up sense of balance anyway. If not going to prom was going to get her out of my hair, I was more than glad to oblige her. She stopped messing with me after that. Then, a week before prom, my best friend and longtime crush asked me to go to prom with him. According to him, he'd been planning to ask me out for a while. The fact that I was missing a hand didn't bother him, though he told me that he'd understand if I didn't want to go to the prom with him or at all. The truth was, I didn't give a rat's ass about the prom, but I did care about him. I really did want to spend a memorable night with him at the prom, but if I did, then Sophie would no doubt give me grief about it. I then promptly realized that I didn't give two shits about what she thought of me. The tough girl I was before the accident wouldn't have let someone like Sophie keep her from what she wanted to do anyways. When prom night came, I power walked into the venue with my best friend turned boyfriend, holding my shiny new prosthetic hand. He helped me pay for it to be delivered in time for the prom, and it did wonders for my confidence. Instead of people pitying me for my missing limb, they were gushing over my cool new cyborg arm and asking me how it worked. I was more than happy to tell them too. For the first time since my accident, I felt whole again. Not everybody was as excited for me, however. Sophie glowered at me from a dark corner of the venue the entire night. Her usual clique was nowhere to be seen. I guess most of them decided to jump ship to save their reputation from being associated with her. Honestly, at that point, I doubted she'd get to be prom queen even if I hadn't attended. To my surprise, I had a great time at the prom. I introduced my new boyfriend to my friends and they all took to him right away. There was a little accident when I tried to hold my fruit punch with my prosthetic hand and ended up crushing the cup, but we all laughed it off. I kissed my boyfriend on the cheek and excused myself to the bathroom so that I could clean the fruit punch off my dress. As you can imagine, it took me a while since I still wasn't accustomed to using my left hand, or my new robotic hand. When I was finished, I looked at my watch and realized that the prom queen would be announced soon. I hurried back to the dance floor and was met with a scene straight out of a fever dream. Everyone from the teachers to my boyfriend were out cold on the ground, many of them still holding spilled cups of fruit punch in their hands. Standing in the middle of the dance floor among the passed out attendees was Sophie, wearing the prom queen sash over her hot pink dress and a tiara on her head. For the first time that night, she was smiling. It was not a happy smile, however, but one fueled by pure delusional insanity. She turned to look at me with crazy bloodshot eyes and let out a laugh. "I'm prom queen! Me, not you!" she screamed before charging me. I noticed the kitchen knife in her hand just in time to bring my prosthetic arm to defend myself on instinct. The tip of the blade snapped off the moment it hit my prosthetic arm. That seemed to surprise her, and I took the opportunity to backhand her with the same prosthetic arm. She dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes, and I immediately called the police. Police investigation revealed that she'd spiked the fruit punch at the prom and was there waiting for everyone to fall unconscious. I wasn't going to be the only victim that night either, just the first. She revealed in an interview that she had planned on killing everyone who didn't vote for her to be prom queen. To this day, I'm thankful that my boyfriend, now my husband, helped me pay for my prosthetic arm. If I hadn't blocked that knife, I and a lot of other people would have died that night at the hands of a girl who took prom way too seriously.
Have you ever felt like this is probably the time where you are going to die? If you haven't, you are so damn lucky. This incident happened last week. The trauma of this incident is so fresh that I am still having a rough time recovering from it. I work in a pizza shop. My job includes taking orders and delivering them to customers at night. I have always worked the night shift and never faced any issues until now. Last week, I was standing near the counter when our shop's phone rang. I picked up and said, "Cheese man, can I take your order?" A man with a really grumpy and rough voice replied, "That's what I called, jackass." I felt a bit insulted by his behavior, but kept it to myself. The man ordered 2 large pizzas and gave an address of a house residing in the outskirts of the town. I told the chef to prepare the order. I checked the address using my GPS and realized it's going to be a 20-minute drive. I stacked the boxes on the front seat of the car and started for the destination. I was driving amidst the small townships. It was 10 p.m. at night, so the streets were completely empty. The yellow streetlights created a spooky atmosphere all around. I saw a house at the end of the street and realized this is the location. I parked my car near the house and got out. The house looked quite abandoned to me, as if people hardly lived there. But I saw the lights in the room upstairs. I walked to the main door and knocked. I could hear a whispering sound coming out of the house. No one opened the door, so I knocked again. This time, I heard footsteps. It felt like someone is coming down the stairs and walking towards the main door. The door opened after a few seconds. An angry-looking man with a rough bearded face stood in the doorway. His eyes were slightly red and he was smelling of whiskey. The man said in a rough voice, "What do you want?" Hearing his voice, I realized this is the same guy who insulted me on the phone. I said in a calm but firm voice, "Your pizza's here," and handed him the boxes. The man checked me out from head to toe and then paid me the money, saying, "You can go now." and slammed the door hard on my face. I thought to myself, what an asshole. This guy is surely fucking drunk with no sense of manners. I got back to the car and was just about to start the engine when a sound came to my ears. The sound was so mellow that it took me a bit of time to figure out what it was. As I tried to listen closely, I figured out it was a sobbing sound of a little girl. I looked around, but there wasn't anyone. It was only me inside my car under a streetlight. I listened for a few seconds more and realized the crying sound was coming from the house where I just delivered the pizzas. It would have been possible that the drunk asshole had a little daughter and it was a matter of their personal life. But there was something in the cry of this little girl that kept pleading me not to leave. I slowly came out of the car and tiptoed to the house. I got close to the main door and tried to listen to the sounds coming from the house. The little girl was continuously sobbing, but I heard two more sounds this time. I heard two men talking in a really low voice, but their talking mode was so rough that I could hear almost everything they were speaking. The grumpy drunk who opened the door was saying to another man, "I told you to tie her mouth tightly." The other man replied, "I did, but she won't stop sobbing. Not everything is my fault, Brute." I said to myself, "So this asshole's name is Brute?" Brute replied in an angry voice, "I shouldn't have made you a partner in the first place. Can't even keep a 10-year-old girl quiet, jackass." They got into an argument with each other and started to use really obscene language. The girl's cry got louder. There was a small window on the house porch. I slowly peeked inside from the window, and what I saw scared the hell out of me. A little girl was lying on a dusty mattress on the floor. Her hands and legs were tied. Her mouth has been taped too. Her wide eyes looked fucking terrified. I could tell from her expression that she was in danger. The two men were sitting on the porch arguing. One was Brute the drunk guy, and the other was a bony, creeping-looking guy sitting right next to him. The entire scenario became crystal clear to me. I realized they are professional kidnappers and have abducted this little girl. This house is probably an abandoned house, which is why they chose this place to keep the girl. To be honest, I was really nervous at the beginning and thought to leave the place and inform the cops about it. I thought it would be better if the cops handled this matter. But then, I again looked at this little girl and realized how dangerous it would be if I just leave her here like this. Don't know what these two bastards will do to her, or what if they take her to some other place or worse, kill her for ransom. With various thoughts going on in my head, I decided to take one step at a time, because there was no way I was leaving this little girl to die at the hands of these criminals. I made no sound and got to my car. I got inside it and called 911. I reported the entire situation very cautiously so that the kidnappers couldn't hear me. The nearest police station was about 20 minutes away from that area. They told me to keep my eyes open and they will be here as soon as they can. Even though I knew the cops were on their way, I couldn't just sit in the car and wait. I got out and started to walk towards the back side of the house. As I reached the back door, I saw those two men going upstairs. The little girl was lying on the ground like before. I said to myself, "Matthew, this is your only chance." Luckily, the back door of the house had a small entrance for dogs and cats. I put my hand through it and twisted the doorknob slowly. The door opened. I paused and listened carefully. Those men were still upstairs arguing. I tiptoed to the living room and reached towards the little girl. I turned her over and she started to panic at first. I shushed her by gesturing a finger on my lips and said in a whispering voice, "I am here to help you. The cops are on their way." She nodded her head. I stood up, started to untie her. She was sobbing like before. I understood this girl is extremely traumatized from what she is going through right now. Suddenly, I heard footsteps and I started to hurry up. I was almost done when I heard a thunder-striking voice from the stairs. "Hey, who the hell are you? What are you doing, you bastard?" I looked back and saw Brute was standing on the stairs. His face seemed like the hound from hell. He was breathing like a hungry wolf. I immediately took the little girl on my lap and started to run towards the door. Brute took out a huge knife and chased me. I was just close to the exit when he stabbed me on my leg. I screamed in pain because I knew he stabbed me deeply, but I didn't stop. The little girl started crying and screaming in fear, seeing blood coming out of my leg. I grabbed her tightly to my chest and ran as fast as I could. I got on the streets. I already said the streets were empty, and the next house was at 1 to 2 kilometers distance from this one. I knew I wouldn't make it that far because I turned around and saw those 2 criminals chasing me with sharp knives in their hands. I was just praying to God, please make the cops reach here before they get us. I could hear them saying, "Stop! I will kill you, you son of a bitch! Stop! Right now!" My leg was about to give up, and I realized that I should have gotten into the car. But I don't know if I could have driven it safely or not. While every hope of coming out of this alive with this little girl in my arms was dying in front of my eyes, I saw a flash of red and blue lights heading towards us. The cop's car's siren made me heave a sigh of relief. I turned back and saw Brute and that bony guy now running backward. I was sure that they have seen the cops and are trying to escape now. I stumbled on the ground and a lady cop came rushing towards me. As soon as she took the little girl from my arms, I lost my senses. I had to stay in the hospital for a week. The cops managed to reunite the girl with her parents and have arrested Brute and his partner. Doctors say I might have to limp while walking for the rest of my life. But when that little girl visited me in the hospital, her smile and the tears of joy on her parents' face made all my pain worth it. I am happy that I could save a little child's life on that night of pizza delivery. Hi, my name is Christy. I am currently in high school, but recently, I am going to a psychiatrist. Even a week earlier, I was a happy-go-lucky teenager. I had so many friends, but now I find it difficult to trust all of them. Something happened 2 days back that has turned my world upside down. I am sure you are all familiar with the online chatting website, Omegle. One of my friends introduced me to this website. This website seemed quite easy than other chatting platforms because there's no need for registration in Omegle. This huge library of remaining anonyms makes the website an easy way to talk to strangers. Many of my friends told me that people often lie in chats about their age, gender, but that didn't bother me much. One day, coming from school, I was feeling really bored, so I decided to chat on Omegle. I opened my laptop and started to chat with random strangers. That night, I talked to 3 different people, and it was fun. I saw there is an option for video chat as well, but I wanted to know this website better before going for a random video call with a stranger. What started out as a one-night entertainment soon became an addiction. Whenever I got time, I used to chat with people. Last Saturday, I was home alone. My parents went to dinner. I was chatting with a guy named Turner. Things were going good when, suddenly, my Wi-Fi lost connection and the chat got disconnected. I got up and fixed it, but once the chat disconnected, it's hard to find the same person in Omegle without proper contact. I refreshed the page and again requested a new chat. The page showed me, "You are now connected with stranger M19. And then the stranger sent me, "Hey." I also replied, "Hi, how are you?" After exchanging basic courtesies, I asked, "So, are you a male or a female?" The stranger replied, "I am a 40-year-old mother." I liked her honest reply. I also told her that I am a girl currently studying in high school. You might be surprised, but the more I talked with this woman, the more mysterious her text started to become. I thought to disconnect the chat once, but the way she talked, I couldn't. She told me, "I am a pretty girl." I felt happy with her generous behavior. She then asked me if I have a secret that my parents don't know about. Though I felt odd like a stupid moron, I told her that I am dating a much older guy and my parents don't know about him yet. She supported me, saying, "Love can happen anytime and at any moment." Getting such a mental assurance from an adult kind of melted me. I failed to realize how she was luring me into her trap with her sweet words. She suddenly asked me, how well do I connect with my mom, which felt really weird, but I answered, like every other teenager. She then said she had to go and put her baby to sleep, but told me to be on the chat. I stupidly waited because, at that point, I had no idea what was going to happen next. I waited for 5 to 7 minutes. Just when I thought she isn't coming back anymore, I started to receive a video chat request from her. So far, I never accepted the video chat of any stranger. But this time, don't know why I did. As we got connected, I saw a woman in her late 40s sitting in front of the camera. She waved at me and said, "Hi, Christy. Nice to meet you." I smiled too. We started to talk. She was sitting in her living room because I could see the kitchen area right behind her. There was no striking feature on her face except her nose was sharp and pointy. There were dark circles under her eyes too. I asked her, "So, how many people are in your family?" She smiled and replied, "Oh, it's just me and my husband." I said in a hesitant voice, "And your baby?" She laughed awkwardly and said, "Yes, my baby too. Our son Matt is so little that we often forget to count him," and kept laughing. Honestly, the joke wasn't funny at all. I asked her how old is her son. She replied 8 months. I said, "Aw, that's so cute." I looked at my phone and saw it was 9 p.m. already. I looked at her and said, "Samantha, I have to go now. It was nice talking to you." She suddenly stopped smiling and kept staring at my face. Her eyes turned big and she wasn't moving an inch. At first, I thought the screen got stuck. I said, "Samantha, are you there?" She suddenly smiled really big and said, "Yes? What were you saying?" I felt really weird this time. I said, I have to go now, so I was..." Samantha interrupted me saying, "I feel so horrible. I miss my son," and started to cry, hiding her face in her palms. I wasn't able to understand what she was saying. I replied, "What? What are you saying, Samantha?" She looked at me with tearful eyes and said, My baby, he died 2 years back." Trust me, I wasn't at all ready for this shocking news. I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" She stopped crying and again kept staring at me with an expressionless face. There was something really horrible in her lifeless stare. I was feeling freaked out at this point. She then got really close to the camera and said, "I can show you what happened to him." I said in a shaking voice, "What are you saying? How can you show me that?" But before I could ask her more details, she got up and walked to the kitchen. As soon as she reached near the oven, she looked at me once and said, "Close your eyes. I have a surprise for you." She then made a very creepy laugh. She kneeled in front of the oven and opened it. I saw clouds of black smoke coming out from the oven. I got so scared thinking, is she gonna burn down the house or what? She wore a microwave glove and took out a tray from the oven. Something was lying on the tray, and I could see it was burnt. She then started to walk close to the camera while holding the tray in her hand. As soon as she reached near me, my heart dropped into my stomach. The hair at the back of my neck stood up. I saw a baby lying on the tray with a melted face and burnt clothes. I screamed, "Oh my God, what did you do to your baby?" Samantha laughed and said, "No, you don't need to worry. This is not my baby. This is just a small doll, Christy." She then started to laugh. I was speechless. I had no idea what the hell was going on. She was laughing hysterically. I screamed saying, "You are one sick woman. Why did you put the doll in the microwave?" She said, "Oh, my dear innocent Christy, I just recreated my son's murder for you. It was a lot more fun when I microwaved Matt. He made me paranoid by crying 24/7. I had no other way but to get rid of him. I couldn't take it anymore." I immediately disconnected the chat and ended up sobbing on the floor. After my parents came home, they found me unconscious, lying on the floor. I told everything to my father. He went to the cops yesterday. The cops are now looking for a woman who has murdered her own son. I can't talk to strangers or chat with anyone anymore. This one incident has traumatized me for life now. I saw a baby lying on the tray with a melted face and burnt clothes. I hope the cops follow up on this matter and help me by finding closure soon. I will not be able to sleep until I get to the bottom of this incident. I thank the Lord every day for the family He has blessed me with. I am truly grateful for everything, even the little things. As 7 years ago, I didn't have a family to be grateful for, and if I hadn't witnessed the horror that I did, I may never have had one. My name is Henry Charles. I used to be an orphan, and this is my story. I never met my real parents because for as long as I can remember, my home was the Blue Saints Orphanage. Like every other orphan child, my dream was to be adopted. I would get giddy and excited every time potential parents came to the orphanage. But time and time again, my hopes were shattered as I remained there. Now, I knew I wasn't the reason why I hadn't been adopted, as there was nothing wrong with me or any of the other kids at the orphanage. But as I grew older, I came to realize that the Blue Saints orphanage had gotten a reputation, and it wasn't a good one, as it was dubbed the Cursed Orphanage. There were numerous reasons pertaining to why the orphanage was called this, but the major reason for the nasty nickname was because the numerous potential parents who came to adopt a child always met a lethal accident when leaving or arriving at the orphanage. From horrendous car crashes to mysterious falls from the high balconies in the orphanage, no one came out of the place alive. It didn't take long before the numerous mysterious accidents that happened began to spread, and with the news out there, potential parents decided not to come to the orphanage. At the time, I thought I would be there forever and I would never get a family of my own. But through all my pain, I had a shoulder to cry on, and that shoulder was one of the orphanage's caretakers, Sister Joan. Sister Joan was like a mother to me and the rest of the children that were at the orphanage. She was also the head caretaker, so potential parents who were interested in adopting a child would always go to her office for screening. She was one of the kindest people I had ever met, as she always comforted me when I was sad. One of the days when I thought I was going to be adopted and I wasn't, I told her, "I guess I'm never going to get a family." She looked at me with kind eyes and said, "What are you talking about, young Henry? You already have the best family a boy could have. You have me, your friends, and everyone else at the orphanage. We are all your family." I knew she was trying to comfort me, but I said, "That's not what I meant. It's different, and you wouldn't understand." She smiled and then replied to me with, "You know, the world isn't a great place, and most times you don't get what you want. So you have to hold on to what you have and never let it go, even though it's not exactly what you want." The conversation made me feel a bit better, and we continued to talk and laugh for the rest of the night. 2 years had passed in the orphanage, and I was 12, going on 13. I knew once I became a teenager, my chances of getting adopted would be incredibly slim, as potential parents only liked adopting children. So I prayed to be adopted soon, and on Monday morning, my prayers were answered. I was ecstatic when a couple walked into the orphanage. It hadn't happened in a while, so it made me beam with joy. As Sister Joan showed them around, the woman walked up to me and began to play with me. After a while, Sister Joan called her and said there are still some things that she needs to show them before they go to the office to talk. I was really happy because I knew the woman liked me and she could be my potential mother. I then remembered what happened to the couples who came to the orphanage, so I became scared. I don't really know why, but I decided to follow the couple around and make sure nothing happened to them. I knew the orphanage pretty well, so I could follow them without being detected. After Sister Joan was done showing them around, she invited them to her office. I quickly rushed to the office so that I could get there before them. Luckily for me, the door was left open, so I walked in and I ducked under a table that was at the corner of the room. The table had a crevice in it, so I could see through it. After a few minutes, Sister Joan walked into the room with the couple. They began to talk, and the couple said, "We really liked the Henry boy, and we would love to adopt him." Sister Joan then scrunched up her face like she was angry at the statement. But the couple didn't notice, so they kept talking like everything was fine. Eventually, they all finished speaking, and as the couple stood up to go, I watched Sister Joan bring out a crowbar from beneath her desk, and with no hesitation, she hit the unsuspecting couple behind their heads. Their bodies fell to the floor as they were both knocked unconscious. Sister Joan then proceeded to repeatedly bash in the skulls of the unconscious couple, and with every blow she landed, she muttered the words, "They're mine, they're mine, they're mine, they're mine," over and over. As their heads were bashed in and the innards of their skulls were revealed, I felt bile coming up my throat as the morbid scene made me want to throw up. I held it down as I knew if I made any sound, I would be noticed. When she was done, I watched her topple a huge cupboard onto the bodies of the couple so she can stage the murder as an accident. After that, I watched her compose herself before she began to scream. "Someone help! Help! There's been an accident!" She ran out of the room screaming the same lines. I got out from under the table and I was completely horrified. I looked around the room and I saw a cell phone sitting on one of the chairs in the office. I grabbed the phone and I ran out of the room before anyone could see me. When I was alone, I began to think about what I should do. I knew I had to call the cops, but I hesitated as the woman I just saw murder 2 people was like a mother I never had. It was the hardest decision of my life, but I decided to do the right thing, as I knew if I didn't do it, I would be leaving every single child in the orphanage under the hands of a killer. I called the cops and told them everything that happened. After some minutes, numerous cops filled the orphanage, and from my room, I saw them escorting Sister Joan in handcuffs as she was being taken away as she began to scream. "They are my children! All mine! No one deserves to take them away!" When she was put into the car, the cops came looking for me as they asked for the child named Henry. I told them it was me, and they asked me to tell them everything that I saw. So I did. After that, the crime scene was examined and they knew I was telling the truth. They told me that I was a brave boy and they proceeded to move me and the rest of the children to a new orphanage. That night, it was revealed on the news that Sister Joan was behind all the mysterious accidents that happened to the couples who visited the orphanage, as she confessed to cutting numerous car brakes and pushing potential parents off the orphanage's balcony when they came to visit. The incident traumatized me in many ways, as I saw Sister Joan as a mother figure, and I never thought she'd be capable of committing numerous murders. Things weren't really great after that incident, but after a while, my silver lining came as I was adopted 2 months later into a beautiful home. I'm 19 years old now, and I have a mother and siblings who love me as if I was one of their own. That's why I'm always grateful for the little things. Nowadays, whenever I see people getting angry when they don't get every materialistic thing they want, I would always tell them, you have a family and a home, and if that's not enough to be grateful for, I really don't know what is.
I killed a man, and I'm not even sorry for it. Last month, I went to the mall to buy some groceries. I live alone in California. It was almost the closing hours, hence the mall already started to vacate. I went straight to the food counter to get the things that I wanted. I bought some fresh meat, juices, some vegetables, and many other things. I came out carrying 2 large shopping bags in each hand and started to walk towards the parking lot. The bags were really heavy. Somehow I managed to reach my car. I kept the bags on the ground and took out my keys to unlock the car, when suddenly I heard, "Miss, can you help me please?" I looked around. The empty parking lot stood in front of me. There were cars all around, but I didn't see any man. I said in a confused voice, somebody here?" A minute passed by, but no one spoke. I started to feel scared standing alone in a parking lot at night. I unlocked my car and started to put the bags on the back seat. I was about to get in when suddenly, a bloody hand grabbed my arm. Seeing that much blood, I screamed in fear. "Please, you have to help me, otherwise he'll kill me." A woman stood right next to me. I saw that she was stabbed in the stomach and bleeding badly. "Oh my God, what happened to you?" "My husband, he saw me. That's why he wants to murder me now. He stabbed me and abducted me from my house. He's gonna bury me in the woods somewhere so that no one could know what happened to me. Please, help me." I felt terrified seeing her condition. "Okay, I'll take you to the hospital and then we can call the cops from there. First, let's get you out of here." She was sobbing in pain. I helped her to get inside my car. I then closed the back door and was about to get in as well, when suddenly I heard a man's voice at a near distance. "Hey, did you see my wife?" I saw a man of average height standing on the opposite side of the parking lot. He was probably at 10 to 15 hands distance from me, which is why he couldn't see inside my car. "Oh my God, he must have seen me." "Calm down. Don't make any sound," I said to the wounded woman. The man started to walk towards me. There was nothing unnatural in his appearance. He seemed like a normal man with an ordinary face. I got goosebumps, thinking that this man is a cold-blooded murderer. Maybe this was why it becomes hard to read the true intentions of people. I said in a firm tone, "No, I didn't see anyone. Was she waiting in the parking lot?" "Yeah. She was a bit sick, so I left her to rest inside the car." "Are you sure you haven't seen her walking out of this parking lot?" "Well, I don't think I saw anyone, as I was busy on my own. But maybe I heard footsteps going towards the back." "Great. Thank you." The man smiled in a very normal way, like nothing terrifying is going on in the back of his mind. He then turned around and started to walk back to his car. I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I could take this woman to the hospital and also get this freak arrested for what he did to this poor woman. I got inside and closed the door. I was about to start the engine, just when a phone started to go off. "Oh my God, it's him! He's calling me!" I saw that the guy was now calling her. Without wasting a single second more, I started the car engine, and I heard a loud yell. "Stop, you bitch! Stop the damn car!" He had seen us. He knows his wife is now with me. I pressed hard on the accelerator, and making a creaking noise, my car started to move ahead. I looked to my left and saw the man was now running towards my car at full speed. I knew he was trying to stop me, and if he managed to do so, he would kill both of us and bury our bodies in the woods. My car was standing in the middle of the parking lot. It'll take us 5 to 7 minutes more to make it to the exit of the parking lot. The man was now running towards my window and constantly yelling, "Stop the car, you bitch! Stop it now!" But I didn't stop. I was unable to increase the speed because if I drove too fast, there's a huge chance that I might miss the left turn leading to the exit while bashing my car at the wall near the exit door. The man caught up with the speed of the car eventually and jumped on it. He landed hard on my car bonnet, making a huge thud. The woman and I both screamed at the top of our lungs. This man was devil incarnate. He grabbed onto my car wipers, balancing his body on the bonnet. "Stop! Stop, I said! Trust me, whatever she told you is a lie! My wife is sick! Stop the car now! There's no way I'm gonna let you murder her. Once we go to the cops, you will rot in jail forever." I don't know what triggered inside the man, but he crawled up and started to punch the windshield of my car with full strength. He was punching the glass and screaming like a maniac. "I want my wife! Let her go! Stop this car, you bitch!" I was freaked out, and the woman was sobbing in the back seat. "Please don't let him touch me. He'll kill me. Please, God, help us." Her loud, terrified cry mixed with the man's animalistic grunt and constant punch on the glass stopped my brain to function properly. I couldn't take it anymore, and I missed the turn near the exit, making the car bash onto the wall. I screamed as I saw the wall in close distance. The car headlights hit real hard, shattering into pieces. My head slammed into the steering wheel, making me bleed terribly, and the view in front of my eyes went black. But before passing out, I saw with my blurry vision that my windshield was all red. I woke up in the hospital the next morning. "How are you feeling now?" a voice said. A doctor was standing next to my bed. There was a nurse with him too. I felt a throbbing pain on my head and realized bandages were tied to my head. "What happened to me?" I said in a low voice. "You had a huge accident last night, ma'am, but you don't need to worry. Everything's under control now." I stayed in the hospital for a week more. I came to know that the wounded woman I took in my car had suffered huge blood loss, but she's recovering as well. The man, on the other hand, who tried to stop my car by jumping on my bonnet, was smashed to the wall. A security camera captured the footage of the car hitting the wall and the guy's brains getting bashed, splattering blood all over the windshield of the car. The cops found my car in the parking lot when the security informed 911 about the bizarre incident they saw in their CCTV camera. The guy was dead. I killed him even though it was accidental. I could have been rotting in jail if that woman died as well. But luckily, she gave her confession to the cops. She said how her husband was dealing with drugs and selling them to young boys and girls. That night, she had a huge fight and threatened her husband to stop this crime or she will inform the cops about him. That's when the man picked up the kitchen knife and stabbed her in the stomach deep. She fainted on the floor out of pain, and the man placed her into his car to get rid of the body. But he needed to buy cleaning bleach and stuff to stop the blood flow. Maybe he thought the bloodstains could get him caught, so he parked the car in the mall parking lot and went to pick up things to wash off this crime. I'm glad I could save this woman's life. I've been released at being not guilty, as the camera captured everything that happened in the parking lot. The cops saw how the man jumped on my car and started damaging it to stop it. I have to live with this thought that I killed someone, not intentionally, but I did. And even if that makes me feel upset, I know there was no other way, and I'm trying not to blame myself either. I did what I had to do.
The Antwerp diamond heist, dubbed the heist of the century, was the largest diamond heist of all time. Since then, the heist was classified to be one of the largest robberies in history. Thieves stole loose diamonds, gold, silver, and other types of jewelry valued at more than $100 million. It took place in Antwerp, Belgium, during the weekend of the 15th and 16th February 2003. Though arrests were made and time was served, most of the diamonds stolen remain unrecovered. The vault that housed the diamonds is situated 2 floors below the main floor. It was protected by multiple security mechanisms, including a lock with 100 million possible combinations. The building itself had a private security force and was located in the heavily guarded and monitored Antwerp Diamond District. The theft was carried out by a 5-man team, led by Leonardo, a professional thief who was skilled in social manipulation. Leonardo had rented space in the Diamond District and was arrested after being connected to the crime by DNA evidence from a partially eaten salami sandwich found near the crime scene. In addition to Leonardo, the team consisted of at least 4 other members whom Leonardo gave aliases during interviews, though he refused to specify whom each alias referred to. Speedy, described as an anxious and paranoid man. He was a longtime friend of Leonardo and was the one responsible for scattering the rubbish in the woods. Most likely the alias of Pietro Tavano. The monster, described as a tall, muscular man. He was an expert lockpicker, electrician, mechanic, and driver, and was very strong. Most likely the alias of Ferdinando Finotti. The genius, a specialist in alarm systems. Most likely the alias of Simon, an electronics expert known to be linked to a series of robberies. The King of Keys, an older man. He was described as one of the best key forgers in the world. His true identity is unknown, and he remains the only member of the crew to escape apprehension by the police. The group conducted detailed surveillance of the Diamond Center, using camera pens to take pictures of the center and the vault covertly. Leonardo's frequent visits, under the guise of being a diamond merchant, caused security to become used to his presence, and thus lax. A small camera was hidden above the vault door by the group, being difficult to see when the ceiling lights were on. It would observe guards opening the door and record the combination he used. It would then broadcast its data to a sensor, which the group had hidden inside an ordinary-looking red fire extinguisher in a nearby storage room in the center. The extinguisher was fully functional, but had a watertight chamber hidden inside it, which housed electronics to receive the camera's data. The group allegedly practiced with a full-scale replica of the vault. Leonardo claims this was produced with help from a diamond trader insider. The day before the robbery, Leonardo visited the vault, posing as a routine visit. While inside, he quickly sprayed women's hairspray on the thermal motion sensors, having practiced the necessary motion for a swift spray, as the oil from the product was transparent but would temporarily insulate the sensor from thermal fluctuations in the room. And the sensor would only go off if it detected both heat and emotion. This would last many hours, but not forever, and the group used it as a temporary measure until they could properly disable the sensor system. While the security camera recorded his actions, The guard was used to his visits and was not paying attention. Leonardo remained in a nearby getaway vehicle during the robbery, listening to a police scanner and prepared to leave as soon as the group was done. The team wore plastic gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints. To avoid a large number of security cameras in the area around the bank, the King of Keys picked the lock to an abandoned office building that adjoined the Diamond Center, as it shared a private garden with the Diamond Center that wasn't under video surveillance. The garden allowed access to a small balcony in the center, which the group accessed via a ladder. An infrared sensor monitored the terrace, but the genius used a large homemade polyester shield to hide his thermal signature as he approached the sensor and placed the shield in front of it, preventing it from detecting the group. He then disabled an alarm on the balcony's windows. Security cameras in the antechamber were covered with black plastic bags to allow the group to turn on the lights. The vault door had a magnetic lock on it that consisted of 2 plates. When armed, they would trigger a magnetic field, and when the door opened, the field would break, triggering an alarm. The genius overcame this by using a custom-made aluminum plate, to which he attached heavy-duty double-sided tape to one side of it. He then stuck it on 2 bolts and unscrewed them. While they were loose from their proper position, they were still side by side and generating a magnetic field. They were pivoted out of the way and taped to the antechamber wall. The King of Keys had used video footage to successfully duplicate the almost impossible to duplicate foot-long vault key. However, during the robbery, he knew that the guards often visited the utility room just before opening the door and decided to investigate. Inside the unlocked room, he found the vault key. He decided to steal the original key, as it would ensure the vault's manufacturers did not realize the key could be duplicated, and indeed, it was not until Leonardo revealed this occurred that the police would know a duplicate had been created. The group turned off the antechamber lights before opening the vault door to avoid tripping light sensors in the vault. After the King of Keys picked the lock to the internal gate, the monster, working in darkness, moved to the middle of the room, having practiced the number of steps in the replica, reached up to the ceiling and pushed back a panel, locating the security system's inbound and outbound wires. An electric pulse shot along the wires, and if any sensor was tripped or broken, the circuit would break and trigger the alarm. To overcome this, the monster carefully stripped the wire's plastic coating and attached a piece of new wire to the exposed copper wire, rerouting the circuit and ensuring that it was irrelevant if the sensors were tripped. Heat sensors were blinded with styrofoam boxes and light sensors with tape. The men worked in darkness, having memorized the layout of the vault. They would occasionally flick on their lights for a brief moment to position their drill over the lockboxes. The King of Keys used a hand-cranked drill to break the locks on each of the security boxes. The contents were then emptied into duffel bags. After 5:30 a.m., they finished and left, returning to the office building, a process which took almost an hour due to the need for caution. They then put the bags in Leonardo's car, which then drove to the apartment while the men headed there on foot. Posed as an Italian diamond merchant to gain credibility, the robbery required 18 months of preparation. The group used a variety of ingenious methods to overcome the security systems and left investigators confused as to how they managed to successfully gain entry without triggering the security systems. The group was caught after Leonardo and Speedy went to dispose of the evidence of their plans, planning to burn it in France. Speedy was overcome with panic at the prospect of transporting such incriminating evidence and insisted they dispose of it in a nearby forest. However, Speedy suffered a panic attack and disposed of the evidence poorly, hurling it into the bushes and mud rather than burning it. Leonardo was busy burning his evidence, and when he discovered what Speedy had done, he decided it would take too long to gather everything up and they needed to leave, confident that nobody would find their rubbish. However, a local hunter owned the land and called the police when he found the rubbish the next day, believing it to be caused by local teenagers he had previously had disputes with. When he mentioned that some of the rubbish consisted of envelopes from the Antwerp Diamond Center, the police immediately investigated. The evidence from the rubbish was enough to allow the police to gain a lead, and they were eventually able to identify Leonardo from security footage from a nearby grocery store where he had purchased a sandwich. A receipt for the sandwich was amongst the rubbish. After the robbery, Leonardo and his team stole the security footage to conceal their identities. More than 123 out of 160 safe deposit boxes were forced open, each of which was made of steel and copper and had both a key lock and combination lock. Leonardo was found guilty of orchestrating the heist. He is considered to be the leader of a ring of Italian thieves called La Scuola di Torino, the School of Turin, who carried out the crime. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison by the Court of Appeal of Antwerp in 2005, but had since been released on parole in 2009. In 2011, a European arrest warrant was issued against him after he was found to have violated his parole conditions. One of these conditions was that he needed to compensate the victims of the heist, which he never made any attempt at. As a consequence, he was arrested again in 2013 at the Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris during a layover from the United States to Turin, and was made to serve the remainder of his prison sentence until 2017.
After my parents' unfortunate death, I lost my house for not being able to pay the rent. I was on the verge of living on the streets. One evening, I was sitting in the city park. I had no idea of what to do with my life. Just then, I heard a familiar voice. I looked up and saw Candace standing at some distance. She was my classmate in high school. She came for a run in the park. "Hey Beth, where have you been?" She came towards me with a surprised face. I smiled awkwardly. She sat down beside me and said, "Beth, is everything all right? You don't look good." I couldn't hold back anymore. I burst into tears and told her about my miserable life. Candace calmed me down and took me to her apartment. She was working in a cafe. She told me I could crash at her place until I found a job. I started looking for jobs, any job that I could find. I used to walk all over town looking for one opportunity to earn money. One day, I was working part-time in a departmental store when Candace called me. I took her call and she said, "Hey, Beth, can you come home quick? I just got a permanent job for you. This might help you." I finished my work as soon as possible and headed for home. Candace told me she met a guy in the cafe today. The guy said he works in an institution as a researcher. They have valuable specimens and are looking for helpers for night shifts. Candace added, "I know how desperately you wanted to get back to your studies. You should go and see this place. I think this might be your chance, Beth." Even though working the night shift can be a bit unsafe for a woman, Candace was right. All I wanted was to save for my studies so that I can have a dignified life ahead. I took the phone number from Candace and dialed it. The phone rang for a few seconds. Then a man picked it up. "Hello, how may I help you?" the man said in a serious voice. I explained how I wanted to apply for the night job and every other detail. The man said he is going to text me the address and a time for an interview tomorrow. After hanging up the call, I received a text from the same number. The text read, "IMR Research and Training Facility, 2021 Subscribe Street." I went to bed with hope and excitement after a very long time. I fell asleep thinking tomorrow is the day that can help me start my life all over again. The next morning, I got dressed and went to the address the man gave me. The place looked like a hospital, except the staff appeared to be researchers and scientists. I called the man again, and he told me to wait near the main gate. After 2-3 minutes, an average height man came out wearing a lab coat. He said, "Hello, you must be Beth. I am Jonathan. Please, come with me." As I entered the facility, I saw patients here and there, except all of them seemed highly sedated. Most of them were strapped to wheelchairs. I saw an old woman sitting on a bench nearby. She was dozing off unnaturally. I asked Jonathan, what is this place? He replied, "This is a mental institution, but not just any mental institution. Along with sheltering patients, we run tests on them too. Let's go to my office. I will tell you in detail." On my way to Jonathan's office, I realized why he picked a random girl like me for this job. I was sure that these people do many things which can be termed as illegal. Probably this is why he was looking for an amateur who wouldn't be a threat to their scientific research. We got into his cabin and sat down to talk. Jonathan told me they have only a few patients here, as most of them have already been shifted to a new place. It's a matter of 1 month, and they will shift the rest of them too. I asked in a surprised voice, "But Candace told me this is a permanent job." Jonathan smiled and said, "Look, Beth, you seem like a smart girl. I hope you have already figured out that some of our research activities can be identified as non-governmental, hence why we have to shift to a more secluded place to run them smoothly. You will be assigned to a specific job. If you manage to get through that and still want to work with us, we can assure you a guaranteed employment no matter where we go. We will pay you a handsome salary too." Everything he said sounded so nice to me, but the word specific job got my attention. I said in a confused voice, what kind of job?" Jonathan said, "We have a few female patients who are too old to care for themselves. Irrespective of medical supervision, they need extra care, so you will be appointed to work 4-hour night shifts regularly until we shift them to a new facility." The work sounded like being a helper to these elderly women, so I agreed, and it was a hell of a lot of money. I came home, packed a few things, and left for my night shift. At night, the facility looked creepy. Jonathan handed me the room keys for 3 female patients and their food charts and medicine details. I was talking to him when suddenly my eyes went to a large iron-bolted door at the end of the corridor. The nameplate on the door read, "Caution, SCP-082. I couldn't understand this weird coding system, so I asked Jonathan, "What is behind that door?" As soon as I asked him the question, he looked at the door and I saw his face turning pale. He then said in a low voice, "That is a restricted area. You must stay away from that door. Tomorrow we are going to shift him." I said, "Him? Is he a patient like the others?" Jonathan looked at me and said, "I have given you all the details you need for your work. See you tomorrow, Beth. All the best." I couldn't ask him more because he left the conversation abruptly. I started my job without thinking more about the room with the iron door. I fed the women and put them to sleep after giving them their medication. I decided to sit on the bench in the corridor and watch some YouTube videos to spend the last bit of my night shift in peace. I don't remember when I dozed off, but suddenly I woke up hearing a sobbing voice. It sounded like a man was whimpering in pain. I got up and started to follow the sound. As soon as I came near the iron door, the sobbing stopped. I said in a hesitant voice, "Hello? Are you all right?" No reply came back. I turned around to go back to my seat, just when I heard a voice coming from behind the door. "Are you new here?" A man spoke. I replied, "Yes, I just joined today." The man then said in a painful voice, "My stomach hurts. They haven't fed me for days. Please, help me." I said in a surprised voice, "What? Why didn't they feed you?" The man then replied, "This is how they torture people for scientific experiments. Don't you know that?" I suddenly felt very bad for the guy. I said in an awkward voice, "But I can't open the door. It's locked. How am I supposed to pass you food then?" The man then said, "You see the red button beside the door? Press it. The security system will turn off for a while, and then I will be able to unlock this door." I had no idea my one stupid mistake would change everything. Out of pity and sorrow for the patient, I opened the glass lid covering the red button on the wall and pressed the button. The entire facility shut down in a wink. The corridor went into complete darkness as the electricity went off immediately. For a second, there was pin-drop silence everywhere. And suddenly, a loud thud appeared right next to my ear. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and saw the thick iron door had been crushed like a piece of paper. Amidst the pitch-black darkness, I heard a demonic laughter. Instantly, I realized why Jonathan told me to stay away from this door. I realized I made a huge mistake by stepping into the trap of this patient behind the door, and now I have set him free. I said in a scared voice, "Please go inside. You must abide by the rules of this place." A voice spoke from the darkness. "You look too young for this job, Beth." My stomach dropped, and suddenly, the lights came back on. The alarms started to go off in the entire facility. 4 to 5 guards, dressed in protective suits, arrived from the security room. One of them screamed, saying, "What have you done?" And I saw a gigantic figure standing at the end of the hallway, smirking at me with its blood-red eyes. 2 guards rushed towards the giant, trying to stop him, but he grabbed one of them by the neck and smashed his skull with his bare hands. One by one, he killed all of them. I was stunned, frozen in shock. He then grabbed a dead guard from the floor and looked right into my eyes. He smiled for the last time and said, "Sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I am Fernand, the cannibal. Thanks, Beth. I hope to see you again." He then kicked the wall in front of me and escaped the facility. I fainted on the floor, screaming out loud. The next morning, Candace came to visit me in the hospital. She told me the entire facility had been shut down in just one night. Cops are saying it was some kind of secret laboratory for extremely violent research processes. They have found a few dead bodies, but no one could identify those men. I don't know what happened to Jonathan and where Fernand is now. I don't even know why he was referred to as SCP-082. But whatever it was, I'm done with night shifts for my entire life.
My name's Daniel, and this happened last year during the quarantine phase. I went to study literature at California University, but due to the coronavirus outbreak, our semester was postponed, and we all had to return home. My parents got divorced when I was in high school, so I mostly stayed with my mom in Alabama. My father lives in Australia with his second family, and my mom lives in the UK with her boyfriend, so I had the house to myself. I was accustomed to living alone from quite a young age, as my parents used to travel a lot. I called my mom the day I left for home from California. "Hey Mom, how's everything going there?" "Oh, Daniel, lockdown is taking place here as well. Are you sure you'll be fine alone? I mean, if you want, you can stay with your friends for a while until I come back." "It's alright, Mom. I can take care of myself, and the house as well. My little boy is all grown up." "Listen, Danny, the house remained empty for the last year. You might have to clean it. And if you need help, don't hesitate to ask Mr. Clarkson. I told him you would be coming home." "I can manage things on my own, Mom." "Hey, I have to go now, or I'll miss the flight. I'll see you soon. Bye." I got onto the flight. I was going home after almost 2 years. I was worried about this pandemic, but also excited to be home. It took me about 6 hours to reach home. My house was in a small town. So many memories came back to me. The house was exactly how I remembered it from last time. My mom told me that the keys were inside the hanging plant pot. After searching for a few seconds, I found the key. I was expecting the house to be covered with dust, but as soon as I opened it, I saw a mess all around. Furniture was not in their place. There were dirty rags scattered on the floor. "Jeez, Mom, what have you done to this place?" I thought to myself. I decided to clean the house first and then freshen up, so I walked straight to my room to keep my luggage. But as soon as I stepped in, I was shocked. My room was even dirtier than the whole house. There were muddy footprints all over my bed sheets, and I found the room window wide open. I had no idea some homeless person snuck inside while the house was locked and stayed here. I immediately checked the entire house to be sure whoever came here was gone now. I checked every single space where a human being could hide. After searching the house for half an hour, I finally became sure. I cleaned everything and finally went to take a shower. The cold water calmed me down. Suddenly, my doorbell rang. What the hell is it now? I wrapped the towel around and opened the door. It was Mr. Clarkson. Hey, Daniel. Your mom told me you'd be coming home today. I just came to drop a few things off for you. I saw a bag full of groceries and food items in his hands. But Mr. Clarkson, oh, stop it now. You'll need these things in lockdown. Mr. Clarkson has always been good to me since my childhood. I took the bags and thanked him. He left with a smile. I looked at the clock on the living room wall. It was 9 o'clock already. I changed into my pajamas and made some pasta for dinner. I turned on the music to cheer up my mood. Don't remember how long I was busy cooking, but suddenly a weird smell heightened my senses. It was the smell of burnt tobacco, and it was all around the house. I'm a non-smoker and all the windows were closed, so there was no way of outside smell entering the house. I searched but failed to find the source of the smell. Within a few days, I started feeling a creepy presence inside the house. Like, I knew I was alone in the house, but at the same time, I felt that maybe I wasn't. Maybe someone or something was constantly watching me. One night, I almost had a heart attack. I dozed off on the living room couch while watching TV. Suddenly, I opened my eyes feeling uncomfortable for no reason. I saw someone was crawling on the floor in the dark. It was like a human figure, but very, very skinny. A gasping sound came out of my mouth, and that figure looked right at me. Even though its face was in complete darkness, its eyes burnt like flaming charcoal, so wide and so terrifyingly bright. I sprung back on the couch and rubbed my eyes to look properly. I turned around to switch the lamp on near me, but within that few seconds, the figure was gone. There wasn't a single trace of that demonic creature or whatever it was. Since that night, I never turned the lights off while sleeping. I couldn't go anywhere else as the complicated lockdown was going on. All I could do was live in an unknown fear that my childhood home was haunted or having a paranormal episode. I wanted to tell my mother, but I knew it would just make her worry. So I decided to figure these eerie occurring by myself. Within a few days, I started noticing a shortage of food in the house. And soon I realized that figure was an intruder and someone was sneaking into the house at night to steal. I finally made up my mind that I would catch this thief anyhow. The only issue was I couldn't figure out how someone is entering the house when I'm keeping everything locked. I was sure someone might have stolen the key and made a copy. This all might have happened when this house was empty. I was shocked to see the audacity of the intruder, that even knowing that I'm living here, the person is still coming at night. I made a plan. It was a rainy night and my instincts told me that the intruder might come tonight, looking for food and shelter. I finished my dinner early that day and slept inside my room. I wanted to keep the living room empty so that the intruder can sneak in easily by the main door. I kept a baseball bat near my bed and acted as if I was in deep sleep. The night went by and I was getting impatient. Suddenly, I heard a sound, as if someone was pushing a door. I knew that the intruder was trying to get in. The door of my room was wide open. I kept staring at the door without blinking, when all of a sudden, I saw movement inside my room. There was a huge mirror on my wall to the left of my room. Surprisingly, the mirror was moving in a very weird manner, but before I could react to that, what I saw shook me for life. The mirror opened as if someone pushed it slowly from the other side, and I saw a skinny woman coming out of the space behind the mirror. She came out and was about to go to the living room when she looked at the bed and our eyes met again for one last time. Oh my God, who the hell are you? I jumped off the bed holding the baseball bat in my hand. The woman looked at the main door and then looked back at me. She didn't get scared at all. Her face was very creepy. She said in a squeaky voice,
I loved the turkey sandwich last night.
I was so shocked by her appearance that I forgot to move. She then ran full speed towards the main door. I ran behind her as well. But before I could catch her, she opened the door and ran away. I saw her creepy body disappearing in the rain and lightning. I couldn't sleep the entire night. I checked the area behind the mirror. I found food wrappers, ashes, cigarette butts, and plastic bottles inside it. Dirty rags were cuddled up like a nest inside that huge hole. God knows how long this woman was living inside of our house.
My name's Peter, and this is the most haunting memory of my life. This incident happened when I was 12 years old. My father had transferable jobs, so we often switched houses. One time, we were staying in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The company gave us an old house to stay in. It was morning. I was helping my mom unpack our things. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. My father was at work. It was just the two of us in the house. I rushed to the door and opened it. I saw an old woman standing on our house porch. She smiled back at me and said, "Is your mother home?" I called my mom, and they started to chat. I came to know that this old woman was our next door neighbor. Apparently, she was also a valuable member of the town council. She invited our family for the annual township parade and fireworks on the coming Saturday. My mom happily accepted the invitation, and the old woman left. That night, when my dad came home, my mom told him all about it. Even though my parents were excited to go there, I, on the other hand, knew I would be bored. Being a kid is not easy, and I hated every time we moved to a new area. Anyways, we all got dressed up and left for the township annual parade. The celebration took place in a huge local park. Town people greeted us, and the old woman got busy introducing my parents to all the council members. I grabbed an ice cream from a truck nearby and sat down on a wooden bench. A group of 7 to 8 people were marching in the entire park, wearing different kinds of funky costumes. Everyone was having a good time. The fireworks started, and I got busy watching them. I don't know how long I sat like that, but suddenly a sound broke my concentration. I heard a faint sobbing sound nearby. My eyes wandered around the park for 3 to 4 seconds, and that's when I saw it. Under a tree to my left, I saw a really tall figure standing in the dark. It was a man, but I couldn't see his face clearly. The only thing that caught my attention was his weird-looking shoes. I was trying to figure out the entire situation when the tall man came out from the dark. It was a man dressed in a clown costume. His attire explained why he was wearing those funky shoes. As I was looking at him, this sense of discomfort came over me. Unlike other normal clowns, he looked completely different. Tears were rolling down his eyes, messing up his creepily painted face. His face was extremely sad. He was just standing there and watching me. I don't know what it was about his stare, but I couldn't move an inch. It felt like someone had glued me to the bench. I don't know how long I sat there, but it felt like forever. The man wasn't blinking. He wasn't even moving. He just stood there with a terrifyingly sad face and watched me. Suddenly, a huge firework burst above my head, and I got my senses back. I looked up for a second, and again looked at the tree. But he was gone. That night after coming home, I didn't sleep well. I even had a terrible dream. In my dream, I saw myself standing alone in that park. The park was empty and awfully quiet. There wasn't any sound around me, but all of a sudden I heard a sobbing sound. I turned over and saw the sad clown standing near the park blocking my way. He was whispering uncomfortably. After whimpering like that for a while, the clown finally said, "I want to smile. Can you put a smile on my face?" He then took out a shiny knife from his pocket and started to cut his mouth to a great smile. I could hear the sound of flesh tearing. The more he cut himself, the louder his whimpering grew. I turned back to run and fell on the ground. That's when I woke up in my bed, covered in sweat. I didn't tell my parents about this because I already knew they wouldn't believe me. A few days went by, and I almost forgot about this clown. I went to my local school. I met a girl named Sarah who lived close to my house. She was kind to me the very first day, and we became good friends in no time. Sarah and I often walked home together after school. One day, we were walking down the road when she started talking about the history of the town. She talked about the annual parade thing, and that's when that scary clown flashed in my memory. I said in a hesitant voice, yeah, I was there that night, but the clown of the parade seemed really weird to me." Sarah looked at me with surprised eyes and said, "What clown?" I replied, "Well, there was this clown that irritated me by making a sad face and then suddenly disappeared." Sarah didn't let me finish. She said, "Are you sure it was a clown?" I nodded my head. "Yeah, everyone knows what a clown looks like." Sarah said in a low but serious voice, "We're in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We don't have clowns anymore. It's kind of forbidden here. Everyone believes clowns to be a bad omen after 2016. I said in a confused voice, "What happened in 2016? Sarah told me how criminals terrified this area dressed in clown costumes, and how people were scared to go out. Everyone's life turned miserable due to these killer clowns until cops caught them and even shot some of them, all to put a stop to it. Sarah also said that the town people believe that the spirits of those dead clowns still haunt the area. The sun was about to set and the sky turned dark. We realized it was getting late and there was no one in the streets. Sarah waved me goodbye and then went towards her house on the right. Though my house was still a 10-minute walk away, I started to walk faster as her story spooked me a bit. The memory of that terrifying dream again grabbed my mind. I have no shame in saying that I was insanely scared in that moment. I decided to take the shortcut through the park. The park was completely empty, and I began walking through it. After taking a few steps, a sense of fear grabbed my heart. I felt as if someone was watching me. Looking back over my shoulder, I saw the most spine-chilling sight. That sad clown from my dream was standing at the entrance of the park. Even though there was darkness around, I could still see his terrifying face. I tried to tell myself it was all just in my imagination, and I turned and started to walk even faster. But suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps started to appear behind me. As I looked behind me in reaction, I saw the clown running towards me at full speed. His arms were widely stretched, his face was dripping with tears of blood, and the way he was staring at me freaked me out. For a moment, I thought if he caught me, he would kill me without any hesitation. I screamed at the top of my lungs and started to run towards my house. I didn't look back, I didn't stop, I just kept running for my life. I don't remember exactly what happened in the end, but my mom told me she heard a loud bang on the door and heard my scream. As she opened the door, she found me unconscious on her porch. A high fever took over, and I got bedridden for a week. My mom told me I often moaned in my sleep about if someone caught me that I'd get killed. My mom still doesn't know what exactly happened to her son that day. My dad changed his job, and we took a house near our grandparents. I never went back to that town, and since then, I stay the hell away from clowns. Sometimes, I even get nightmares of seeing myself running on an empty road, even though no one's chasing me. And all of a sudden, that sad clown would appear in front of me.
After graduating high school, my sister and I decided to go on a trip to the countryside. We decided to book a B&B for a more comfortable stay. Even though Riley was only some months older than me, she never failed to make this impression that I am the younger one, hence I must listen to her. Her controlling nature did irritate me at times, but she cared a lot for me, so I never argued with her on this matter. We chose a small cabin located in the woods. The main reason to select that place is that we were right next to a beautiful waterfall. We thought it'd be an ideal setup for our vacation. During the day, we hiked to the waterfall and enjoy a stay in nature at the same time. Driving amongst the vast cornfields while relishing the sweet chirps of birds in the wilderness calmed my mind. I rolled down the car window and let the cool breeze play with our hair. Riley turned on the music and started to chat. We were talking and laughing. In a few words, we were having a good time. After driving for 2.5 hours, we got onto a dusty road surrounded by a dense wood. The shade provided by the bushy big trees created a mysterious ambiance. Riley lowered down the volume and said, "Can you hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" "The sound of water falling from a cliff." "We are almost there." I accelerated, seeing a crossroads. According to the GPS, our destination is on the right. Riley was right. The B&B is probably 15 to 20 minutes from here. When we finally arrived, the cabin looked exactly like it appeared on the website. Tall pine trees were guarding it. A hiking trail went into the woods from its left. We got out of the car and gave the owner a call. The owner told us that we will be on our own here and the key is under the mat. Riley opened the door and we got inside. The cabin was cozy and neat. A small living room was attached to the kitchen on its right. Across the living room, there were 2 bedrooms. One had a view towards the hiking trail, while the other showcased the horizon accompanied by the pine trees. I chose to stay in the second one. Waking up to a sunrise seemed more appealing to me. The only small discomfort was the washroom. It was located outside the cabin at the backside. The thought of coming out of the cabin in the middle of the night to use the bathroom kind of spooked me out, but Riley was cool with it. But there was no other way, so I went to take a shower while Riley got busy arranging the kitchen. We brought everything with us. I twisted the tap and the shower head started to pour cold water. I was shampooing my hair while humming in a cheerful mood when a weird feeling took over. It was as if I wasn't alone in this bathroom. My eyes were covered with shampoo, so I couldn't open them. But then I thought, it's nothing, just my tired mind making silly imaginations. I started to wash my hair when my hand touched the back of my head, and shockingly, I felt someone's hand on me. I cleaned my face as fast as possible and opened my eyes to take a look around. There was no one in there except me. I checked the door lock, and everything was fine. I assured myself, saying the exertion of the journey is playing with my mind. When I came back to the cabin, I saw Riley was cooking lunch. "So, enjoyed the shower?" she asked with a smile. I gave a fake smile and said, did you go there to call me or something?" "Me? No, I was cooking for us the whole time." "Why?" "Nothing. I kind of spooked myself in the shower." "Don't worry, you'll get used to it. I know the washroom setup is a bit weird, but many cottages have this feature. Also, you can wake me up at night if you feel scared to go there alone. I can protect my little sis." "Shut up. Cook your food." I didn't say anything more to her because she was already mocking me for getting scared. I, on the other hand, also thought it was nothing and it's better to let it go. After a tasty lunch, Riley and I decided to walk around a bit. The sun was about to set, so we didn't take the hiking trail as it would be risky to come back after dark. We were wandering in the woods when my eyes went to a tower-like structure. "What is that?" I pointed it out and started walking towards it. Riley followed me with a confused face. Pushing aside bushy trees and wild saplings, when we reached in front of the tower, I realized it is a grave. The tower was a marble epitaph built of the grave. "Geez, who would bury their loved one in a spot like this?" Riley said. The epitaph read, "To my dear wife, Arain. Hope she is in peace now." There was nothing else except this one statement. "Why didn't the owner tell us about this? This is not nice," I said in an upset tone. "Come on, Corey. What's the point of telling your guests there's a grave nearby the cabin? I mean, think about it. No one will agree to come here then." "Yeah, because staying in a forest cabin which has a grave nearby can be quite disturbing to normal people." She laughed at me for behaving like a kid. But as I stood in front of the grave, the moment in the shower flashed in front of my eyes. Something in the back of my mind kept telling me we should not be here. "I wonder how she died," Riley said. She started to inspect the tombstone while circling it. The sun was setting in the sky, turning it red and orange at the same time. Birds were going back to their nest, and the night creatures of the woods were waking up. One thing that disturbed me even more was the last half of the epitaph. "Hope she is in peace now." What does that mean? Did Arain have a troubled life? What kind of troubles? Why wasn't she at peace when she was alive? I drowned in my thoughts when I heard a rustling sound behind me. I turned around and Riley jumped on me screaming, "Boo! Not funny, Riley." I got furious and started to walk towards the cabin. "Okay, I'm sorry. You're being serious for no reason." She followed me while apologizing for her sick joke. We got inside and after some time, I forgave her. I had to because after a point, her apology started to annoy me. The night fell and we started drinking to relax and forget about this grave. Drunk Riley talks a lot. She was going on about her ex and why things didn't work out. I chose not to answer her as this ranting will eventually tire her soon. After a hell of a lot of drinking, neither of us could stand straight. Right before going to bed, I felt the urge to pee, so I grabbed a flashlight and came out. By that time, Riley was already dreaming in her bed, and even though I was feeling scared, I didn't wake her up. As I walked towards the washroom, the sound of forest became crystal clear to my ears. I heard owls hooting and coyotes howling the entire time. I sat on the toilet seat and began to do my business when I heard footsteps outside. I encouraged myself, saying it's nothing. After finishing, I was locking the washroom door from outside when my eyes went to a bush nearby. In that pale moonlight, I saw a woman standing near that bush. I couldn't see her face well, but even in that dark, Her eyes were glowing like a hyena. Who is it? No reply came. Riley, is that you? I'm sick of your silly jokes, you know. The woman took a step forward and a ray of pale moonlight fell on her body. For the first time, I noticed how enormous her belly was. What the hell? Why on earth was a pregnant woman lurking in these woods at this hour of the night? I shouted to her. Are you all right, miss? Do you need help? But she just stood there watching me with her freaky glowing eyes. I remembered I have a flashlight with myself. I took it out from my back pocket and pointed it in her direction. Where did she go? There was no one except me there. I rubbed my eyes and looked around and didn't see any sign of her. With a confused mind, I came back to the cabin. I opened the door and somehow dragged my intoxicated self on the bed. I decided to sleep on this matter and tell Riley about this the next morning. I don't remember when I passed out, but around 3 a.m, I felt a touch right next to me. The room was in complete darkness. I moved my hand on the other side of the bed when I felt someone was lying beside me. I thought, maybe I've entered Riley's room in the fit of drunkenness. She was lying too close to me, giving me barely any room. So I tried to push her away without waking her up when my hands touched her belly, and I felt a wet liquid getting smeared all over my hand. Riley, did you pee or something? Gross, man. Why the hell do you drink when you can't? Saying all this, I turned on the bedside light and jumped from my bed as soon as I noticed my hands. My hands were drenched in thick blood. The smell of it made my entrails churn anti-clockwise. I looked at the bed and saw a dead woman lying on it. Her throat was slit, making her vocal cords hang out. But the actual horror unfolded as my eyes went towards her belly. No doubt, this is the same pregnant woman I saw earlier in those bushes. Her belly was cut open too. The small hand of her baby can be seen hanging out of the belly. I can't explain how terrifying that entire sight was. Suddenly, the woman turned her eyes at me and blinked twice. I collapsed on the floor, screaming at the top of my lungs. We left the cabin the very next morning. When Riley heard my scream and came to my room, she found me unconscious on the floor. I never told her what I saw that night, but as time passed, I made research about that cabin. I even connected with some localities to find out what exactly happened there. What they told me still scares me to sleep. Many years back, a couple lived there. They were having a happy life until the husband started to suspect the wife of having an affair. Out of anguish and frustration, one night, the husband killed his wife. She was 8 months pregnant at the time. The husband was a very sick man. He didn't just rest after murdering his wife and the unborn child. He built them a tomb too. I don't know if he's still alive, but I had a huge brawl with the B&B owner for renting a haunted cabin.
Richa picked up the phone. It was her best friend Emma. She said in an exciting voice, "When are you guys coming?" Emma replied from the other side, "I just called Simi. I think we'll get there by 8. Richa was super excited. After all, they waited a long time for this sleepover. Her parents were out of town, hence she invited her 2 best friends to stay the night at her house. Richa even bought some beers and hid them under her bed last night. Upon hearing the girls were on their way, she took them out and put them in the freezer. They were going to have some fun tonight. Richa started to arrange her bedroom. And after getting ready for their night party, Richa came to the living room and sat down on the couch. She waited for 10 or 15 minutes, and then finally the doorbell rang. As she opened the door, Simi and Emma saw her standing at the doorstep with joyful faces. Emma hugged Richa, and then she said, "Let's get this party started." The girls went inside and locked the door. It was really cold that night, so they started the fireplace. The thought of being all by themselves in an empty house gave them all an adrenaline rush. They started to drink some beer and put on some music on the speaker. The party was going well, and all 3 of them started to feel a little drunk. Suddenly, Emma said, "Do you guys believe in ghosts?" To which Simi replied, "What are you talking about? There's no such thing as ghosts." Richa nodded her head as if to agree, and Emma paused the music and sat near the fireplace. She kept looking at the fireplace for a few seconds and then said, "There's a way we can summon a ghost, you know. But I don't know if you guys are brave enough to do that," and started to laugh mockingly. Both Simi and Richa felt a bit insulted by Emma's joke. Richa said in a firm voice. Of course we were brave enough. Let's do this. Emma replied in a low voice. Have you heard of the ritual Bloody Mary? Richa and Simi looked at each other with a blank face. Simi then said, What's that? Without taking her eyes from the burning flame of the woods inside the fire, Emma said in a spooky voice, Bloody Mary is an urban legend. People say, if you stand in front of a mirror with a candle in your hand and say Bloody Mary 3 times, you'll see this horrible-looking woman in the mirror smiling at you. You guys want to try it? Richa got scared hearing the story, but she tried to put on a brave face in front of her friends. She didn't want them to think of her as a coward. Simi said, Yeah, let's do it. I'll go first, but I don't think anything's gonna happen. Emma got up and switched the light in the living room. There was a big mirror on the wall in the living room. Richa lit a candle and handed it to Simi. They were all a bit tense. The entire house was in the dark, with the only light coming from the candle in Simi's hand. The chilly wind going outside made the ambience even scarier. Simi stood in front of the mirror while Richa and Emma stood right beside her. Emma said in a low voice, Now, say Bloody Mary 3 times if you dare. Simi looked in the big oval mirror. She could see her tensed face and the back of the living room area in the mirror reflection. She paused for a few seconds and then said in a low voice, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. As soon as she finished uttering those words, the big glass window in the living room banged open, making a loud noise. A gush of cold wind came from the room and put out the only light in the house, which was the candle in Simi's hand. And that's when they heard the spine-chilling scream of a woman. Emma rushed to the switch to turn on the lights. Richa was standing with her hands covering her face in fear. Simi was seen sobbing, sitting on the floor. Emma said in a panicked voice, You guys hear that? All of their faces turned pale. Richa responded in a terrified voice, Who was that? Who was that? Honestly, guys, is this a prank you're trying to pull on us? Simi got up and said, Did you guys see the mirror after I said her name? They all slowly peeked into the mirror, thinking they might see a woman's bloody face just as the legend says. But there was nothing. Nothing except the reflection. Emma laughed in relief and said, We might have just imagined the scream. I mean, this was just a story. Honestly, I was just trying to scare you guys. I knew this wasn't real. But before she could finish her words, Richa screamed in terror and Simi fainted on the floor. Confused with the reaction, Emma looked to Richa and saw her white, bloodless face staring at her. Emma realized Richa was looking behind her. She slowly turned back, and what she saw made her heart drop to her stomach. The corridor towards the main door lied behind her, and at the end of the corridor she saw a woman. A woman with a terrifyingly bloody face was looking at them. Blood was dripping from her eyes and her nostrils. The woman was wearing a white sleeping gown. Her hands were filled with blood too. She had huge white eyes with a tiny black pupil dot inside them. The woman then smiled, horrifyingly. Her smile was spread from one ear to the other. She said in a demonic voice, You called for me. Now, here I am. I must take one of you. Who will it be? And started to laugh hysterically. Emma and Richa felt her laugh didn't even belong to this world. She was utter evil, from outside and inside. They both screamed in fear and started to run upstairs. Richa ran to her room and Emma followed her. But as soon as they got inside, they locked the door. They heard a loud bang on the door, as if the woman was going to break it down. Richa broke down in tears, sitting in the corner. Emma couldn't keep her mind straight, and out of fear, she jumped from her bedroom window to get out. The next morning, cops were flooding all over Richa's house, all while she sat with her parents and sobbed continuously. Simi was admitted into the hospital for being unconscious for over 24 hours. Emma hurt her back and broke her leg after jumping onto the hard ground. And to this day, none of them know if what they saw that night was the ghost of Bloody Mary or something just made up in their drunken imagination.
Every anniversary, Lorraine and I take a trip to southern England to visit one of our favorite haunted locations, the Borley Church. This place is utterly haunted, and a demonic spirit from the castle latched itself to Lorraine to some extent. After visiting this church for the first time, Lorraine had sightings of a nun, even in our own house. But before I jump into the entire experience of visiting this place for the first time, let me tell you a brief story about the history of this place. Borley Church is the parish church in Borley, Essex. The history of the church can be dated to the 11th century. Since that time, the story of the Borley nun has become infamous. The story goes like this. There was a nun who fell in love with a monk from a nearby monastery. Soon, their affair got discovered by the other members of the church. As a punishment for their sin, the monk was executed. His head was cut off. On the other side, the nun was buried alive inside the church walls. Her remains were later removed and buried in nearby Liston churchyard. Since then, the nun haunts this place. When we came to know about the story, we decided to travel to this place to know if this place is actually haunted or not. I must tell you, we weren't disappointed. It was a long drive, almost about 4 to 5 hours. We rented a small cabin for our stay during the trip. At around 4 o'clock, we reached our destination. We kept the luggage in our room and headed for the church. The church building stood like a lonely person with its old attire. I went inside, but suddenly realized Lorraine was not beside me. I turned back and saw that she was standing near the church door. Her eyes were fixated on the wall nearby. "Are you getting something, hon?" I asked. She looked at me with a sad face and said, "She couldn't breathe after a while. This thick wall choked her to death." I noticed the wall carefully. There wasn't anything unnatural in its appearance, though. It was just a wall with yellow, rusty bricks. "Let's go," Lorraine said, and started to walk inside. We met the father of the church. He was lighting up the candles. He talked to us for some time. We told him about the story of the Borley nun to see his reaction. He confirmed that at night, mischievous things do happen here. The church turns into a completely different place after sunset. It was almost and started to get dark outside. We took permission from him to spend a night here. He wasn't very willing, but somehow we managed him. After finishing his last prayer for that day, he headed home. Before leaving us, he warned us that if we see or feel anything unnatural, we must leave this church immediately. I started to set up our cameras, while Lorraine went to take a round of the premise. After being done with the equipment, I looked at my watch. It was 7:30. The valley was dark and there was pin-drop silence everywhere. Just when I was going out to look for Lorraine, I heard her spine-chilling scream. I rushed towards the door and came out into the churchyard. At some distance, I saw Lorraine standing in the dark. I ran to her. "What happened? Why are you screaming? Look there." Lorraine pointed out in the empty yard nearby. At first, I couldn't see anything but fog and darkness. There was a street lamp right at the end of the yard. It was giving very low light. I noticed the bush near the lamp was moving mysteriously, but I still couldn't see anything. "Nothing's out there. What did you see?" "No, look! Can't you see him standing there?" I turned back towards the bush again, and this time, my skin crawled in fear. What I saw made my spine shiver. A man was standing behind that bush. He was dressed in a black robe, exactly like a Christian monk. The hood on his head made it impossible to see his face. The man was still as a statue. I could tell from his body posture that he was staring at us. I initially thought someone was trying to scare us, because there have been many hoaxes and pranks people tried to pull on blaming the supernatural. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't try and scare us!" I took a few steps ahead to warn that man, but Lorraine screamed from behind, saying, "No, Ed, he's not human!" As soon as she said that, I froze right then and there. The man then walked towards the street lamp and stood under it. He then lifted his hands and grabbed his hood. What I saw next, I will never forget. The man took off his hood, and he had no head. Yes, he was headless. I could see red flesh and white bones gushing out from his slashed neck. It was the headless monk. I turned back and grabbed Lorraine's hand. We both started to run towards the church. The wind outside was cold, and it was blowing like a mad dog all of a sudden. Somehow, we ran inside the church and locked the door, slamming it hard. Both of us were panting in fear. I was going to ask Lorraine if she was feeling all right or not, when I noticed her face turning pale. "Lorraine, What? Oh my God, we've stepped right into their trap, Ed. What? What are you talking about? What traps? Remember, the church father told us if we see anything disturbing, we must get out of this church. I immediately grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it. I was giving it all my strength, but the doorknob was jammed. It wasn't opening, and I realized the haunting spirits here have now locked us inside. Suddenly, the temperature dropped rapidly inside the church. It was becoming icy cold. My camera started to take random snaps. I knew Lorraine and I were not the only ones here anymore. The church bell rang 3 times. I knew no one stays here at night. Then who the hell is ringing the bell? Suddenly, my eyes went on the wall nearby. It was the same wall that Lorraine pointed out in the beginning. A figure slowly took place on the wall. It was a shadow of a nun. Before I could see the shadow more clearly, the candles inside the church went out. It got pitch dark and we heard a woman crying in pain. There was something in her cry that gave me goosebumps. Lorraine grabbed my hand and we stood side by side in that darkness, expecting all of this to get over. All of a sudden, the church door opened and the fog outside came in and covered the entire floor. It felt like we were having our worst nightmare together. The light from the outside helped us to spot the doorway quite clearly. At that moment, Lorraine whispered to my ears, "There she comes." I looked and I saw a nun was standing near the door facing her back at us. She was holding an upside-down cross in her left hand. Her black dress was as dark as the night. All the candles lit back again on their own, and with this sudden strike of light, she turned her face at us. I have never seen such a demonic face in my entire life. Her cruel eyes were filled with furious anger. Blood was dripping from her mouth, and she was staring at us with immense hatred. It felt like she wants every living being on this earth to die at once. She then smiled, looking right into my eyes. Her smile was spread from ear to ear, and then she disappeared into thin air. Lorraine and I left for home the very next morning, but on the ride, when I asked Lorraine if the nun's spirit tried to communicate with her, she replied, "This is just the beginning, Ed." When she looked at us and smiled, I heard her saying, "I will see you again."
I am sure all of you are quite aware of the television reality show, Big Brother. Every year, they feature a new season with new sets of celebrities. There are many adaptations of this show in various languages. This is the story of Richard, who worked in the production team of 2018 Big Brother. His job was to install the cameras all over the Big Brother house and then check the footage to see if all of them are working properly. The work of the crew began months before the actual show. Richard was all set to leave for Los Angeles, where the show was about to take place. He packed his bags and called the supplier and told him to reach there with all the equipment and manpower. He got in his car and started to drive towards the set of Big Brother. After 1.5 hours, he finally saw the large gate of the Big Brother house. He entered through those gates, parked his car on the right side. Production manager James was standing at the gate talking to the suppliers. He was a sharp-faced, mean guy. He was always seen flirting with women co-workers on set. Richard was standing there. Suddenly, Smith came to him and said, "How do you like this location?" Smith was the security guard here. Richard smiled and said, "This is a big house. It's surprising why they didn't choose this location earlier." Smith looked around and said in a lower voice, "Meet me at lunch. I will tell you why," and walked towards the gate. Richard thought to himself, why is Smith being so mysterious suddenly? Eventually, he walked to the screen room to check on the camera setup. The screen room had 3 large flat screens which showcased the footages of all the rooms of the house. Richard grabbed the nearest chair and started to check the connection of each camera installed in those rooms. The show has 1 month to start, so the house is completely empty right now. The supplier came to him around 4 p.m. and they discussed the other technical works. Richard goes out to take a break around 6 p.m. As he came outside the studio, he realized most of the people are gone now. Richard was used to staying late at shooting sets. His job was to look after all the technical support and make sure they run well without any issues during the shooting. He lit a cigarette and noticed the small room near the gate. Smith lives there. Richard was standing on the ground, smoking on his own, just when something popped into his mind. He remembered Smith saying, "Meet me at lunch, and I will tell you why." He thought to pay him a visit and chat with him for a while. Richard started to walk towards the small room. The place was so silent that he could hear his every step. As he reached near the room, he saw Smith sipping tea from a cup. Smith gave him a big smile and said, "Please, sit here." Richard sat on the chair, and they started talking. Richard asked, "What were you talking about in the afternoon?" Smith's face suddenly became all serious. He said, "Well, it's just a scary story. But now, I think I shouldn't be telling you that because you will be staying here tonight. That too, alone inside the studio." And started laughing. Richard understood that Smith called him a coward indirectly, so he became more adamant. He forced him to tell the story, and Smith finally agreed. Last month, the production team of Big Brother renovated this place to shoot the current season. Before that, this place remained abandoned for about 5 or 6 years. The security guard who worked here before me told me this very scary story about this place. He said a few years back, this place used to be for auditioning newcomers and shooting small scenes of movies. There was a beautiful girl named Kathy who came for a movie audition. James was then a junior manager here. He already had a bad reputation for flirting with women at work. People say he promised to give Kathy a big break in the movie and trapped her into his love. They were always seen on the set. But after a point, James's interest shifted to another girl he eventually dumped Kathy for and told her to leave this place. One night, James was working late in the studio when Kathy came to talk to him. The security guard knew her and liked her for her polite nature, so he let her inside the gates. She went to James's room and started crying for betraying her. They had a terrible fight, and the next morning, the guard found her lifeless body floating on the swimming pool at the back of the studio. People say she committed suicide out of sadness. James had good contacts, so he didn't face any criminal charges. Richard asked, "Well, that's unfortunate, but what is scary about this story?" Smith pointed at the house and said, "Many people have seen a woman floating upside down in the pool of this house. They first thought it was a dead body, but when they went to call others and came back, there was no one in the pool. Many believe the girl's ghost still haunts this place." Richard laughed loudly and said, "These are just rumors, Smith. I have worked late nights alone in many sets. There is no such thing as ghosts. You have to try harder if you want to scare me." Smith smiled and didn't say anything more. Richard looked at his watch and said, "It's 8 p.m. I should get back to work. But call me if you see any ghosts around." Ooh, come on, man. And left the room laughing. As he went inside the studio, he saw the empty hallway lying in front of him. At the end of the hall, there was a huge glass wall that directly faced the pool of the house. There was no one by the poolside. Also, the pool was very dirty. Richard told the supplier to send people tomorrow to clean it. He walked to his room and sat on his chair. Every room of the house was lying in front of his eyes. He decided to check the footage of the last few hours to analyze the performance of the cameras. At the Big Brother show, these cameras are a very important tool. He played the footage of the last few hours and started to scroll through it. Dining space, check. Kitchen, check. Washroom area, check. Garden space, check. And just when he shifted to the pool area, cold shivering ran down his spine. Who was that girl standing near the pool? He fast-forwarded the footage and found out the girl stood near the pool for almost an hour and disappeared suddenly. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. He said to himself, "Was Smith telling the truth? Is this place really haunted by some woman's ghost?" He immediately closed the past footages and opened the current shooting of the camera at the poolside. There was no one there right now. Is this some stupid prank Smith is trying to pull on him? He thought to himself. Just then, he heard a terrifying scream, and his eyes got stuck on the screen. There was a woman in the pool. She was floating upside down. Richard couldn't believe his own eyes. He ran to the glass wall on the corridor, and what he saw made his skin crawl in fear. There was a woman actually floating on the pool. Her body was lifeless. Richard said in a low, scared voice, "Oh my God." Suddenly, the woman lifted up her face. Richard never saw such a scary face. The skin of her face was pale and rotten. Her wide, big eyes were almost coming out of the eye sockets. She looked at Richard and opened her mouth. From her dark, hollow mouth, maggots started to come out. Richard fell on the floor in fear. He wanted to scream, but no voice came out of him. The woman got up and slowly walked towards the glass wall. She was now standing close to Richard. The glass was the only division between them. Her nails were hanging from rotten fingers. She looked extremely terrifying. Her hair and clothes were drenched in water. She kept staring at him and then started to laugh. Her voice was freaking terrifying. Richard felt like the glass would shatter with her voice. He got up and started to run towards the gate for his life. As soon as he came out of the house, he ran like a maniac to Smith's room. Smith was shocked to see Richard, all freaked out. Before he could tell what happened, Richard fainted on the floor. Richard was admitted to the hospital. He stayed for a week due to a high fever. He never went back to the set of Big Brother. He left the contract, stating his poor health condition. Smith came to visit him at the hospital, but Richard didn't say a single word to him. Who would believe Richard? Everyone will think he just lost his head after hearing a scary story and made it all up. Till today, Richard sees nightmares that he's standing near the glass and that horrifying woman figure is staring at him and laughing like a maniac. This happened in my early 20s. My name is Holly, and I work in a Burger King drive-thru to pay my bills. I ran away from home with my high school boyfriend, Mark. We thought about making a life here in LA, but as soon as we reached here, he changed drastically. He got into drugs, then got caught cheating, so my foolish teen self, who left high school and her family for love, went through a rough patch in the beginning years after shifting to LA. With no qualification and being a high school dropout, this is the only job that I could land on. I shared a room with another girl in a cheap apartment, and she was the one who helped me get this job. The drive-thru was located in a secluded area right across the highway. Though it was 10 minutes away from my house, I had to walk amidst the woods to get there. Hence, sometimes I had to work night shifts, and walk amidst the dark woods often made me nervous. I always carried pepper spray and a hunting knife in my bag so that I could at least defend myself in the worst situations possible. Luckily, I never had to use any of these for 8 months straight after joining until one time, which I'm about to share with you all. It was a summer evening and I was going for my night shift. I could hear the frogs and crickets singing as I made my way through the woods. The eerie background music, accompanied by my footsteps crushing the dry leaves, made me feel I wasn't alone. I was constantly looking back out of discomfort, thinking someone was following me. But not once did I see a single person. When I reached the highway and saw the Burger King banner shining on the drive-thru setup, my breathing got normal. I crossed the road and walked in. This happened to be a small outlet, hence 3 employees worked 3 shifts in turn. The guy who worked before me came out and handed me the keys. We chatted for a bit about work and stuff, then he went home riding his scooter. I stood near the window of the counter and watched his blue motorcycle fade out in the dark. Suddenly, my phone rang, and I saw it was my roommate, Missy. "Did you reach?" "Yes. Safely. Again. Good for you." Missy always checked on me in her cute way, and I couldn't thank her enough for being so caring the entire time I stayed with her. So after the previous guy left, I sat down on the counter and started looking at my phone. Generally, on weekdays, The sales happen to be less in the night shifts. It's mostly 3 to 4 customers. For the next 3 hours, 5 customers came in. I watched some videos on YouTube for a while, then probably dozed off in my seat. It was around 1:30 in the morning when a loud car horn honked right next to my window, and I almost jumped from my seat. I saw a green Chevy standing near the window and a man sitting on the driver's seat wearing beach shorts and nothing else. He wore 3 to 4 gold chains and red sunglasses. The entire appearance made him look so odd and funny at the same time. Even though it was a warm summer night, there wasn't any reason for this man to go shirtless. Without wasting any more time, I said in a humble voice, "Welcome to Burger King. May I take your order, please?" "That's what I've been waiting for the last few minutes." I got extremely embarrassed, realizing I dozed off during my shift. "Oh, I am sorry. I was just a bit tired. Excuse me for this mistake." "Let it be. Just take the order." Thinking he had already waited enough, I stopped beating around the bush and started to take his order without any chit-chat. 2 single barbecue beef bacon, 3 Whoppers with cheese, onion rings, 6-piece nuggets, French fries, and a Hershey's sundae pie. I was a bit confused seeing such a huge order for a single person, but then I thought, it's none of my business. I told him to give me some time to prepare his order. He didn't say anything, just smiled and sat in his car. Needless to say, that was the biggest order of the night, so I got a bit restless. Also, I have wasted his time already, which makes me fidget more in my duty. As if all this tension wasn't enough, the guy kept watching me like a hawk. He was scanning my every move. Realizing I will take some more time, he played loud rap music in his car to kill his time. If it was other times, I surely would have told him to turn it off, but I kept my calm and went on with my work. I could see him smiling at me and checking me out in a very creepy way. After finishing and packing his entire order, I handed him over a big bag filled with food. He rushed his fingers through my wrist while taking the order from me. I calculated his bill and handed him the slip to make the payment. Without taking his eyes off me, he took out his wallet and said, "You know, a girl like you shouldn't be working so hard. What's your name?" It's fine. I like this job. Also, I don't feel very comfortable providing personal information to strangers." My outright rejection shocked him, as he wasn't expecting me to be so confrontational in his face. A surprised anger lurked in his wide eyes, and he took out dollar bills from his wallet. What he did next was beyond any human being's imagination. Before handing me the dollars, he spat on his palms, then rubbed the spit on both sides of his hands and the dollar notes while giving a cruel, mean smile. I was completely disgusted with his behavior, so I screamed, "What the hell is wrong with you?" With me, I wasn't being rude, even though you made me wait. Then why didn't you answer like that when I asked your name? If you want to be rude with me, then this is what you get, lady. Listen, scumbag, if you give me this lady shit one more time, I will smash the ketchup machine in your face. Now, either you pay me like a human being, or I am calling the cops on you. I already have your plate number and footage in the security cam, so what's it gonna be? He lifted his body out of the car window and came extremely near my face. I was about to shit my pants, but I still kept my firm demeanor to show him that I am not scared of him. Giving me a crooked smile, he said, "You don't know who you are threatening, lady. Anyways, let's do it your way." He handed me his wallet and said, "Take as much as you want, and don't worry, I won't even lay my hands on your dirty skin for that." Tears rolled down my eyes, and without saying anything, I slapped him hard on the face. Receiving a tight slap, he got shaken immediately and pulled himself back in the car. I then shut the window so that he couldn't reach out to me again. "You bitch! I was being nice to you, and this is how you paid me? This world sucks up girls like you, you know? One day, you are alive, and the next day, your body will be found chopped off in those dark woods. You will pay for this." Saying this, he drove off at full speed, and I collapsed on the floor, sobbing terribly. After crying a pool of tears, I managed to call the owner and then my roommate. The owner apologized to me and told me to go home immediately. He said he will report this guy to the police first thing in the morning. Missy told me to come home ASAP. Without wasting any more time, I got my stuff, locked the outlet, and started to walk home. For the first time in my life, walking amidst these woods, I felt like I will die in here. The sound of a hooting owl made my heart skip a beat each time. I went on for 7 minutes straight without any trouble. But suddenly, a bush nearby started to shake violently. Shocking the hell out of me, that crazy customer came out from that bush. His face was smeared with mustard and ketchup, which made him look insane. No doubt, he ate the food he bought a few moments back. He then laughed at me and said, "Here comes the big bash." And saying this, he shoved his hand inside his mouth and started to gag bizarrely. It took me some moments to realize what he was up to. He gagged like this for a bit more and then started vomiting like crazy. Everything that he ordered came out in its worst form. The even more psychotic thing was how he laughed in between his puking parade. A foul stench of vomit filled the air around me, and screaming at the top of my lungs, I started to run like crazy. I had no idea where I was going. I just ran as far as I could from this freak show. I must have fainted from the trauma, and a patrolling police car spotted me lying unconscious on the side of the highway. When I woke up at the hospital, all I could do was cry, realizing that I am still alive. I don't know what that man tried to do that night, but I no longer take night shifts in Burger King. Before I begin this story, I wish to make it very clear that when this incident happened, I was neither sick nor intoxicated. I know what I saw, and I believe it was all real. I work in real estate, hence I travel a lot to meet clients all over the world. Generally, I am from Sydney, but I mostly stay in LA if I'm not traveling. So this one time, I went to Scotland to meet a high-priority client. I stayed at his place and cracked a big deal. I was on cloud 9 when I booked the return ticket. I generally prefer late-night flights to early morning ones. After searching for some time, I got what I was looking for. It was going to be a 12-hour ride, so I booked a flight of 1:30 a.m. I bid farewell to my client and spent the day in a motel. I couldn't get much sleep because I had a huge amount of paperwork I had to finish, but I thought I would sleep on the flight. After finishing my dinner at the motel, I left for the airport. I arrived quite early and grabbed a seat. It was a weekday and unusual hours to expect a busy airport. I plugged in my earphones and started watching videos on my phone just to kill the time. Apart from, there was an elderly couple and a woman supposedly waiting for the same flight. I was almost hooked up in my phone when I felt a sudden touch on my shoulder. I looked up and saw a woman dressed as a flight attendant standing next to me. She had a huge smile on her face. "Yes? Sir, your flight is about to take off. I think you missed the announcement." I looked around and I saw I was the only one sitting in the waiting area. All other passengers were gone. But my flight was at 1:30 a.m. "Yes, it's 1:15, sir. I was going through the passengers list and saw one missing. This is the only flight taking off tonight, so I just came back to have a quick check." I checked the time and, to my surprise, it was indeed 1:15. I didn't realize how time flew away. I got up and thanked her for her kind gesture. Honestly, I was feeling stupid at that moment. I stood up and started to follow her. The entire airport premise was pretty empty. We reached the boarding gate and saw another woman standing there. I was taking out my boarding pass, but she smiled and said, "Go ahead." I followed the attendant into the flight. While walking through the corridor, I noticed a huge scar on her left leg. It was as if some sharp metal-like object cut her leg open. But the scar did seem old. Another odd thing about her was the excessive pale color of her body. As I entered the plane, I saw a surprising sight. The entire plane was filled with passengers. I have been sitting in the waiting area for a long time and I don't remember seeing any of them. The ambiance inside the flight was absolute silence. I mean, it was so damn quiet that I thought for a second, no one's breathing. Every passenger kept their head down and it looked like they were all sleeping. I felt very weird after entering the flight. The attendant whispered in my ear, "Please, take your seat." I would have screamed if I was alone. The way she whispered, her cold breath froze my ear. I saw a third row window seat. I guessed it was mine because that was the only vacant seat on the flight. Beside me sat a thin man dressed in formals. Maybe it was his business tour. The flight felt excessively cold, and soon, a reeking stench started to occupy the air around. I buckled up my seatbelt and waited for the takeoff. But I didn't see any change of behavior in any other passengers. They all sat like before, quiet and expressionless. I said to the man beside me, "Isn't it cold in here?" He didn't answer, just sat keeping his head down. I thought, maybe he's asleep or doesn't want to talk. So I plugged in my earphones again and looked out from the window. The pilot started the engine and the flight got on the runway. We just took off and I could see the ground moving behind me vertically when all the lights started to go off. The emergency alarm went on too and the plane started to shake violently. A huge bolt of lightning took place in the sky and a jerk took place, making the luggage drop down from the upper cabins. "Oh my God, what's happening?" I screamed in terror, but this time, no one else seemed to freak out. Everyone was sitting like a statue as if they didn't even care. What the hell is wrong with all of you? I started to unlock my seatbelt, but it got stuck. "Excuse me, please wake up. This flight is gonna crash. Please, we need to do something or else we'll all die." I was panting in fear and flocking like a wounded bird on my seat when the man beside me lifted his face and our eyes met. His partial face was burnt and his left eye was hanging on his cheek. He smiled, showing his horrifying grin, and said, "We are already dead." The demonic laughter echoed through the entire flight. Every passenger lifted their face and started to laugh like demons from hell. Their spine-chilling voices numbed my ear. I screamed, "Please, let me leave." Just that moment, my seatbelt came off and I sprinted towards the gate to jump. But the flight attendant came from nowhere and stood in my way. She was looking like nothing before. Her mouth was slit open and blood was all over her clothes. "We can't let you leave now, sir." "Someone please help me! Help me!" I pushed the door leading to the pilot's seat, and what I saw made my skin crawl. 2 headless pilots were controlling the flight, and the flight was burning from the front end, rushing towards the ground at full speed. "Oh my God!" Sir, are you all right?" A man dressed as airport security was sprinkling water on my face and calling me. I slowly opened my eyes. Where am I? Am I dead?" "No, sir. You were screaming and then passed out on the floor. But why did you come on this flight? Didn't you see it was out of order?" I got back to my senses and looked around. This was nothing like the flight I saw when I entered. I found myself sitting on the damaged floor of a burnt flight buggy. No doubt, this plane is under construction. But this was my flight. That woman, she called me saying, "No, sir. This unit is under construction since last week. On its way to takeoff, a bolt of lightning struck the flight. It caught fire and crashed on the ground. No one survived. The flight attendant and the pilot's remains were never found. 70% of the bodies turned to ashes. I missed my actual flight intentionally that night. I still know what I saw was perfectly real. The attendant's ghost lured me into the flight that night, and I witnessed a group of passengers submitting to a horrible death. I don't know if those haunted remains of that flight are still on that airport or not, but don't ever follow any mysterious person if they come to escort you saying, "The flight is about to take off, sir."
I work in Amazon as a delivery guy, and this happened to me in my earlier years. I was heading to my last delivery for the night. Thunderstorm and lightning was making it tough to drive. I checked the address and found it was on the outskirts. I've never been to this part of the city before. I knew that without the GPS, I would be completely lost. I was about to take a left turn when a huge bolt of lightning flashed nearby, and heavy rainfall started to take place. Damn it. It was becoming very difficult to drive amidst the thunderstorm, so I slowed down and waited for the rain to stop. After 15 minutes of waiting in the car, the rain finally reduced to some extent. As I was running late, I knew I'm not going to get a tip on this order. I reached the destination after driving for 20 minutes more. There stood a two-stored wooden house in the middle of nowhere. I took the package and walked to the house porch. I rang the doorbell. The house was in complete darkness, which made me a bit worried, because it would be a total bummer if the owners are not home. I waited for a while. Seeing no response, I got a bit irritated and rang the doorbell once again. But still, no one answered the door. I was thinking to call my boss and return home, when suddenly I heard footsteps walking towards the door. Within a few seconds, a man opened the door. He was an average height, bony guy with really wide eyes. He just stood there, didn't talk, didn't say anything, just watched me. Sorry for the delay, sir. Here's your package. He took the package from my hand and smiled weirdly. Okay, I'll take your leave then. I turned back to return to my car when the man stopped me. Would you like to come in for a birthday party? This was a really weird request, so I refused to say. No thanks. I have to drive a long way back and it's already late. None of my daughter's friends turned up on her 10th birthday. It would have been nice if you joined us for a treat. I felt bad for his daughter. Also, the guilt of delivering the order late shut down my rational senses. I thought, what harm will come if I stay for a while? After all, this is my last delivery of the night. Come on in. I won't keep you long. As I entered the house, I realized there's no electricity. There were candles on the shelves, creating a spooky atmosphere around. I followed the man silently. The house was so quiet that I could hear our footsteps on the wooden floor. After walking for a few seconds like this, we stopped in front of a door. The man pushed the door and it creaked open. We entered a big room. A flash of huge lightning struck outside the glass window on the opposite wall, and an eerie feeling grabbed my heart. There was a big dining table in the middle of the room. There were dishes on that table covered with lids. Candles were lit in this room too, but there was no birthday decorations. The ambiance was nothing like a birthday party. There wasn't even a birthday cake. I was looking around when the man appeared behind me, screaming, "Happy birthday!" Jesus, what the hell? I like joking around. Why don't you take a seat? I'll go bring my daughter. We'll have a grand meal tonight. The man left. I sat down on the chair nearby, but something in the back of my mind kept telling me that I shouldn't be here. But I couldn't just leave, so I waited for the guy to come back. I decided I will stay till the girl cuts her birthday cake. 5 minutes went by, but the man was nowhere to be seen. I was about to get up and look for him when I heard a muffled groaning sound. All this time, I didn't notice that there was a door on the other side of the room. The sound was coming from behind that door. I slowly walked to the door and tried to listen carefully. Someone was groaning in pain, but his voice was very low, as if he is falling unconscious with the pain. I twisted the doorknob, but I found it locked. I crouched down to look at what's inside. As I peeked through the keyhole, my heart started pounding in my ears. A man was tied to a chair and he had no eyes. His eye sockets were hollow and blood was dripping from them. Not just that, his legs were chopped off from his knees. My God, I've stepped into the trap of a murderer. I immediately stood up and turned back to leave. What's the rush, package guy? The creepy man hit me with a shovel on the head, and I fainted on the ground. When I came back to my senses, I heard a happy birthday tune playing in the background. But there was also one other sound. The sound of flesh being chopped and cut off. I slowly opened my eyes and found myself tied to a chair, sitting near the same dining table. The eyeless guy was sitting right next to me, and now he was dead. The creepy man was holding a bloody heart in his hand and smiling at me. Why are you doing this? Because I have a different taste in food. The freak placed the bloody heart on a plate on the table. He then started to walk to each dish and uncover their lids. You want to know what's on the menu for dinner? He took the first lid off, and I saw a pair of eyes placed with salad dressing. He then walked to the next dish and took off its lid. There was a pair of human feet roasted and garnished on that plate. Now, one of my signature dishes. The man lifted the third lid, and there were 2 limbs braised in gravy. I realized it was all a lie. This man has no daughter. He's a psycho cannibal, and this is how he hunts his victims down. Please let me go! What have I done to you? I screamed. I can't let you go. You're my main course for this evening. The man picked up a saw from the floor and started to come at me. I screamed and pleaded, but he just laughed. I just have a different taste in food. Why is it so hard for you to understand? I screamed one last time as he lifted his saw over my head. Just then, I heard a loud bang. The psycho fell on the floor as the cops shot him in the head. I don't remember how they got me out of the house. I probably fainted once again. It came to know that the eyeless guy was a detective investigating mysterious disappearances in that area. He unraveled the mystery by finding this psycho killer and informed the cops. The cops traced his phone and found this cannibal's house. A dead man saved my life that day, but I still shake in fear when I recall the psycho telling me, I just have a different taste in food. Every year before the 4th of July, I start getting nightmares. A memory of my high school days has cursed this auspicious day for me. I was a brave boy since childhood. My mom once told me she passed out on the couch during one rainy afternoon and forgot to lock our door. A thief snuck into our house and was ravaging the kitchen. She got up hearing the sounds and saw that man stealing our belongings. I was only 10 years old then, but instead of being scared, I chased the man with a baseball bat, and he ran away like a coward. But even my bravery failed me that one frightening night on the 4th of July. I was 15 years old at the time. The Independence Day celebration was going around. My family asked me if I wanted to go with them to check out the fireworks, but I really didn't want to go. It had nothing to do with the fireworks. Actually, I wanted to go out and drink with my friend Cooper. We decided to break into the abandoned school building in our area. It was a hot spot for teenagers to smoke and drink without getting in trouble. I met up with Cooper and he had scored some pretty good stuff. I wasn't a smoker, but every once in a while I didn't mind. He was a bit worried that being the 4th, a lot of people would have broken into the school, but I assured him, saying so far we hadn't come across any other teenagers there. Like normal, we snuck through an opening in the fence surrounding the place. At that point, everything seemed perfectly fine. No red flags. There wasn't really anything to indicate that anyone else would have been there. We went behind the building and there was a broken door we used to get in. Still, there was no indication that we weren't alone. We found a room and began smoking and drinking a little bit. It was really nice. We weren't too far away from the fireworks display, so we could hear the fireworks going off in the sky. We were probably in there for over an hour when Cooper gave me a really weird look. He stared behind my shoulder, looking at the passage outside the room, and said, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what? The fireworks?" He shook his head. "No. I think I heard something over there." I thought maybe he was just enjoying a little too much. "Cooper, you better slow down on the beers. You're already starting to hallucinate." "No, man, I know what I heard. Someone's out there." He insisted, though, that he heard someone in another room. When I suggested it was probably just more teenagers drinking, he decided we should go look for them and see if they wanted to hang out. I really didn't care too much to do that, but I went ahead with him. We were walking down the hallway. It was dark, but we could see because of the moonlight coming from the broken windows. Also, the flash of the fireworks were lighting up the school now and then. We walked almost for 5 minutes and I still didn't hear anything. But Cooper kept telling me that we were not alone. There are people here other than us. I began to think that maybe Cooper was messing with me or trying to scare me or something. I had to brace myself waiting for him to try and scare me or something, but he didn't do that. I was getting impatient when suddenly I heard something as well. It was a firecracker. It had to be. I may have even heard it before, but mistook it for something from the display. There had to be someone in one of the other rooms letting off fireworks. No big deal, really. Fireworks were illegal for just anyone to have. The displays were done by the city. We came here for illegal drinking and illegal smoking, so it made sense someone might come out here for illegal fireworks. So we followed the sound and eventually found the room. There was an open doorway and there was a little bit of light coming from it. We decided to go through the doorway and introduce ourselves. Cooper told me he'd offer them smoke so they wouldn't take us as threats. I mean, that was the plan we had in mind. As we looked inside the room, we froze. There were 2 people in the room, but they had weird pig masks on their face. One had a pig mask, and the other wore a wild boar mask with long teeth. The pig mask guy was sitting on the floor with a bunch of firecrackers in his hand. The other was standing near a man tied to a chair. The man looked at us with his horrified wide eyes, but he couldn't scream, because dozens of sparklers were shoved into his mouth, and if I'm not wrong, they were about to light him on fire. The man with the wild boar mask had a huge sparkler in his hand. You know how when someone has a sparkler, they write words in the air? He wrote "hi" with the sparkler to us. We didn't say anything. We just stood there at a shock. Soon, the man with the pig mask stood up and made a creepy grunting noise like pigs do, and clapped in a very freaky way. Hey, we were just heading home. Sorry to disturb. Before Cooper could finish his sentence, they sprinted towards us like a 4-legged animal. We looked back once and those creeps were chasing us down the hallway. Run, Liam, run! I was running while gasping for air. Cooper was panting too, but we didn't stop. We had no idea in which direction we were running, but we knew if we fall or stop, these guys will not let us go. We saw a broken window right in the wall ahead of us. Without wasting a single second, we jumped outside from that window, stomping on the ground. I took out my phone and dialed 911 on our way home. When the cops arrived there, they found that man tied to the chair like before, but his face was partially burnt with the sparklers in his mouth. He was rushed to the hospital and luckily he made it alive. When the man regained his consciousness, he told the cops those 2 guys abducted him from the highway. He didn't see their faces as they always had those creepy masks on. The cops are still searching for them, but I don't think they'll find those guys. But the most terrifying thought that runs through my mind almost every night is that maybe we haven't seen their faces, but they surely got a good look at me and Cooper. What if they come for us again?
Today was my first day as a salesperson in a 7-Eleven store located on the highway. It belonged to the gas station owner who started it on the same premise just a few weeks back. The owner was a friend of my uncle, which is why I got the job. I am a high school dropout, so there's no hope for me in high-paying corporate jobs until I finish school somehow. My parents are separated and busy in their own life, so I am a 17-year-old trying my best to act like a 27-year-old. When I woke up this morning, I said to myself, looking in the mirror, "You are a piece of shit, but you are not the only one in this world. If they can do it, so can you." This is how I motivate myself when I step out of my comfort zones. And today, at my first job, I felt something exactly like that. Being high and skipping classes were my talents so far. But now, I had to take charge of my life to survive in this cruel world. With lots of hope and fear, I got dressed and left for my shift. I took the 6 p.m. to 11 a.m. shift, as I had no choice. I never dreamt of being Cinderella. Rather, I would prefer to be that shoe that changed her life forever. Anyways, back to the story. So I dressed up and rode to the 7-Eleven in my rusty old scooter. The location is too empty, as there's no other residence or store in that area. The owner showed me the store and demonstrated all the work that I need to do, like stacking up the soda machine, arranging the shelves properly, and checking on customers so that they don't steal things. There were security cameras scattered around the store, and a small monitor was placed on the counter right in front of me to watch over like a hawk. The job was simple. At least, that's what I thought. I immediately got to work as the owner sat at the cash counter, noticing my every move. I placed the new stocks on empty shelves, arranged the soda machine, and started mopping the floor. Around 8:30, I finally finished all the given tasks and walked up to the owner to get some tips on how to deal with the customers. He told me to be polite but also strict at the same time. Remember, if you see any funny business, tell the customers to leave right away. There's a licensed gun in the drawer. In case someone tries to steal or do anything threatening, take it out and scare them away with it. Don't worry, it has a safety catch, so there won't be any accidents. I have done this many times. Some people just don't understand good behavior. Even though each of his words were right, I prayed to God that I don't have to bring that gun out under any circumstances. I just wished for a trouble-free day. But to my luck, God must have been busy with household chores, hence, he failed to hear my prayer that night. Around 9 p.m., the owner left for his home, handing me the keys. He said the morning shift person will come at 11 a.m. Till then, I'm in charge here. I stood near the entrance and watched his car drive away and slowly fade into the darkness of the highway. I turned around and gazed at the empty 7-Eleven store. Okay, you can do this, Ella, I uttered to myself. I sat down at the counter and started to watch some funny videos on my phone. Until a customer comes in, this is all I have to do. The next 3 hours went without any trouble. When the clock struck 12, a groaning sound in my stomach reminded me that the last time I ate was at lunch. I brought a sandwich for myself, which I kept in the freezer at the back of the store. I got up to microwave it. As I placed the sandwich inside the microwave and started the timer, I heard the bell on the entrance ring twice. Thinking a customer must have entered the store, I said in a loud voice, "Welcome to 7-Eleven. I'll be right back with you. Feel free to look around." I must have taken a minute or two to get back to the counter. Once I reached near the counter and glanced at the entrance, my heart froze like an iceberg. Bloody footprints led inside the store from the entrance to the right corner shelves. My brain shut down for a moment and I couldn't speak. I slowly walked to the counter, placed my sandwich on the desk, and took out that gun from the drawer. I inserted it in my pocket and prepared myself to use it if the situation called for it. Silently, I tiptoed following the bloody footprints. The right corner shelves had toiletries like paper towels, toothbrushes, toothpastes, tampons, and of course, toilet paper. As I peeked in to see the intruder who had just entered this 7-Eleven, I got the shock of my life. A woman in her late 30s was standing near the stacked toilet paper. There was blood all over her dress and face as if she bathed in it. She was tearing up a roll and using the toilet paper to wipe the blood off. I gasped in fear and our eyes met. I didn't do anything. It's my husband. I need your help. Please help me. What happened to you? My husband and I were driving down the highway. We got hit by this truck. He's in the car outside. Please help. I ran outside and saw a blue car sitting on the roadside. Its bonnet was destroyed. Smoke was coming out of it, and the alarm was going off like crazy. The woman came out as well, and together we pulled out the man whose head was badly injured. We dragged him inside the store and laid him down on the floor, supporting his back on the counter. His blood got smeared on my hands, and the metallic smell started to choke me. I somehow got my shit together and said, I'll call the cops. You wait here. No, the cops will put us in prison. See, I don't have a license. I was just driving for fun while my husband was right next to me. I had no idea things would get out of hand. And when the truck came, those bright lights, oh my God. Okay, ma'am, you need to calm down. There's a washroom at the backside. Please go there. I need to call an ambulance. We have to take your husband to the hospital. Okay, but please don't call the cops. We will be in huge trouble. Fine, let's take him to the hospital first. The woman went to the washroom and I took out my phone to call the paramedics. I was sitting beside her injured husband, who was unconscious for all this time. I was one tap away to dial the paramedics when suddenly the man grabbed my hand tightly and said, Call the cops. She's not my wife. She is crazy. Please don't trust her. What? What do you mean? She is a psycho woman stalking me for months. Today, she forced me to get in the car with her by threatening me with a knife. Things got out of control as I tried to jump out of the car. You got to call the cops. She's dangerous. Drops of sweat appeared on my forehead as I couldn't believe what this man was saying. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice behind me and turned around. Honey, you shouldn't be speaking now. This kind woman is going to call the paramedics and we'll be just fine. There's no need to call the cops, right? Right? Is this true? Whatever he's saying? Is that true? Come on, he's just mad at me. Couples fight. There's nothing weird with that. No, she's lying. She's not my wife. Please call the cops. A huge, sinister smile appeared on the woman's face, and she said in a squeaky, creepy voice, She won't call the cops. She promised me, didn't you? And took out her knife. The shining steel was so sharp that I knew one stab will make my entrails gush out like fruit pulp. I decided to manage the situation more sensibly. Look, there's still time. You don't need to do this, okay? Both of you are hurt. So just let me call the cops and paramedics. You need help as fast as possible. You won't call the cops! Saying this, the woman lunged at me with the knife and I took out the gun from my pocket in self-defense. I didn't want to shoot her, but as she stabbed me in the shoulder deep, I kicked her in the stomach, making her fall hard on the floor. I pointed the gun at her and said, There's still time. Just stop and let me call the cops. Are you going to shoot me? Stop right there, or I will. You won't shoot me. You're a kind person. Just let me take my man and walk away. This is none of your business, you know. Don't talk like this man is a freaking trophy. You bitch! She came at me once again, and I removed the safety catch and fired into her left knee. Blood splashed like a fountain, and accompanying the sound of a gunshot, a spine-chilling scream took place. She collapsed on the floor in pain, and I finally called the cops. The cops came and took both of them to the nearby hospital. The woman was put in jail and charged with abduction and attempted murder. I wasn't charged as I shot in self-defense. I am still working here. A few weeks after the incident, the man came to visit me with flowers and gifts as a token of gratitude for saving his life. While leaving, he said to me, Thank you for believing me that day. Our societal norms need a lot of alteration because a man can also be a victim in the hands of a woman. But sometimes, some people find it hard to believe. Alma saw the clock. 3 a.m. it was. She peeped from her blanket to catch a view of her room. Even though the room heater was on, the air inside the house was ice cold. The pale moonlight made the room look even darker. Alma opened the door and stepped into the corridor. The kitchen is downstairs. She started walking carefully because it was too dark to see. Her hands were searching in the air for the wooden railings of the staircase. Suddenly, she heard a cry. Her face turned pale as if there's no blood left in her body. She stood there, in the dark, frozen. Yes, she has heard this before. When Alma was little, she lived in a wooden house with her family. Her mom used to tell her a bedtime story, which changed her life. Mom said, Once upon a time, there lived a woman in a small village. She had gray hair and a sad face. Whenever she cried, someone started to die in that village. Village people believed she was cursed, so they banished her from that village. The woman started to wander in the woods all by herself in the dark. The woods scared her, and she cried. Whenever she cried, a creature nearby her died. Some people say her name is Banshee, and her spirit still roams around at night. Whoever hears her crying finds someone close to them dead the next day. Lying on her bed at night, Alma often thought that if this is true, if Banshee is real, and somehow she ended up falling asleep. Until one night, she actually heard Banshee crying in their own house. 3 a.m. That night she rose from her bed, left the woolen blanket on the floor, and went to get water. That was the third time she heard that weeping, as if someone was in real pain but can't do anything without weeping. She thought it was her little cat, but found it sleeping on the doormat. With a juggled feeling of curiosity and fear, she searched the entire floor. The weeping stayed for some time, and then it stopped. And then there was dead silence. Alma went to the kitchen, had her a glass of water. Just when she thought to go back, she saw her. She was sitting under the stairs and weeping. Alma isn't scared of the weeping anymore. The only thing that disturbs Alma is that when the woman cries, her eyes never blink. The woman stares back at Alma and cries, but never blinks. Like every other night, Alma ignored her and went to her room. The next morning, waking up, she heard chaos, suggesting something serious, something bad has occurred in their house. She walked through the corridor, following the sound coming from her brother's room. She entered and saw her mother was crying out loud near her brother's bed. She walked close to the bed. Brother was lying eyes closed, facing the ceiling of the wall. It seemed to her a very unusual way of sleeping, but father told her, "Do not disturb him, dear. Let him sleep peacefully." Drops of sweat appeared on her forehead because Alma finally remembered. Today is that day. That day. On this day, 10 years back, Alma broke into tears as she started to remember. Her room was on the upper floor, beside her brother's. Mother and father used to sleep downstairs in Grandma's room. She was a newborn, and her brother hasn't been born yet when her grandmother died. Only in pictures she has seen her, inheriting an affectionate smile, grabbing the white pet rabbit in her lap. Today is that day, but in these 10 years, Alma never heard that cry again. Everyone is gone now. Her brother, mother, father, stays alone in the house. She couldn't stop her tears, thinking it was her fault. It was her fault that she didn't wake her parents up to tell them about that woman. Suddenly, she heard footsteps coming from her room. Is she coming for her now? Alma rushed to the stairs in that dark and tried to hide under the wooden steps. She tried not to make any sound, but the footsteps were close. Someone was coming down the stairs. Alma closed her eyes in fear and the footsteps stopped. She slowly opened her eyes. She was panting, whimpering. Who knows what will she see? Her eyes were wide open. She couldn't blink, couldn't move. It was a white-haired old woman with a sad face, standing in the kitchen, looking right at her. Alma's world went upside down. She lives alone. The doors are locked. How did this woman get inside? The woman with the sad face pointed at her. Alma knew what she meant. The ground beneath her feet slid away. The woman knows Alma's secret. 10 years back, Alma choked her little brother in his sleep with his pillow. Mom and Dad never loved Alma the same way after her brother was born. They often bought him more toys than her. Even if their brother broke her dolls or destroyed her clothes, Mom never scolded him. She was ignored and forgotten after they got a son. She remembered how she consoled herself all these years that her brother was ready to go. That brother wanted to, needed to. We all need that eternal sleep. It is a relief, a rescue from the sin committed by self. How many times we have wished for a chance to rebuild or reconstruct something that has already taken place. But what is left is just a memory, either good or bad. Our life bestows upon us a rainfall of incidents. Some make us, some break us, and some of them leave us in the perplexity of reality. Alma's mother couldn't take the shock of how a little boy died in his sleep. How can his heart just stop? It broke her parents, but not her, because she was happy. She was happy claiming all their toys only for her. She was happy, unlawfully, contempt though, but happy as her right remained undivided. But now, Banshee has come for her. It is her time to go now. Alma stood up and spoke in a broken voice. I didn't want to kill him. I was just a child. Banshee started to walk towards her by taking slow footsteps. Her finger was still pointed at Alma. Alma went on with her nervous utterance. Please, let me go. I was just a child. I thought if I pushed the pillow hard, he will be quiet and sleep for a few days. But I never knew he will never wake up. Please let me go. It has been 10 years now. Why do you have to torment me like this every year on this day? Why can't you just leave me alone? But Banshee kept walking towards her. She reached extremely close to Alma. Alma could see her clouded eyes full of pain. Banshee then opened her dark mouth and started to scream. Alma got terrified by this scene and she fainted on the ground. The next morning when she woke up, she found herself lying on the hospital bed. She couldn't tell was it a dream or reality. Her next door neighbor came to visit her this morning, but when she didn't open her door, her neighbor, Miss Sherman, called the cops and they admitted her into the hospital. Miss Sherman was standing in the hospital when the doctor came to her and asked her, "Does she always suffer such panic attacks?" Miss Sherman said in a sad voice, "Not always, but every month of January on this very day, she often screams and reacts completely different. Once I stayed with her as she told me she was having nightmares about some white-haired woman. I don't know why she kept telling in her sleep that she didn't kill her brother." The doctor replied with a surprised face, "What happened to her brother?" Miss Sherman replied, "Don't ask. Alma has been through a lot. It seems like her family has a history of heart condition. She was little when her brother died of a heart attack. Then her mom and dad died the same way at their old age. Please, look at her, doctor. She needs help." The doctor nodded his head and said he will do his best. Alma got sent to a mental institution for better care. She now just sits near a window, hardly speaks. She sometimes looks at her hands and thinks about how she put 3 lives out of their misery. But she doesn't know why she is still alive. Did Banshee leave her to suffer till eternity? This happened when I first started babysitting. My parents were drug addicts, which didn't leave me any option other than working part-time jobs to save up before I move out. I was coming home from a car wash gig that my friend got me. After waiting for nearly half an hour, when my dad didn't show up, I started walking towards home. As I walked, the dense woods on both sides of the road created a spooky vibe around me. I was about to take a left turn when my eyes went to a big tree. Something was stuck on that tree and the wind made it rupture. I walked close to it and saw an advertisement for a missing person. The advertisement looked frail. Underneath that, I could see another page. I pulled off the missing person pamphlet and saw an ad for a live-in nanny. I wasn't sure I should apply for it or not, so I took the pamphlet with me. I thought I would decide after reaching home. When I got home, I saw smoke coming out of our kitchen window. I immediately rushed in and found my mom laying on the kitchen floor unconscious and my father passed out on the couch being high as a kite. They were both lucky that I reached home in time, or else our house would have burnt down, taking my parents with it. I got the situation under control and woke up both of them. That was the first time I screamed at them. "You guys are sick! You know what? Don't have kids if you can't even stand straight." I bolted to my room and started packing my bags. The next morning, I called the client and luckily I got the job. I got into a cab and started towards a new beginning. After continuing on the highway, the cab driver took a right turn and we reached near a dusty road leading into the woods. When the car reached near a huge iron gate, I finally realized how rich these people are. It wasn't just a house, it was a mansion. I pressed the button on the gate and a man spoke from the microphone attached to it. "Please wait." It took a few seconds more and the iron gate slid, making a rustic metallic sound. An average height old man dressed like a housekeeper came towards me. "Welcome to the Whistling Woods residence. Please, come with me." The man took my luggage and started to walk towards the house. I followed him while wondering how huge this property was. A beautiful marble fountain stood in the middle of the green, mesmerizing garden area. Walking on the artistic path made with white pebbles, we reached the front door. The man twisted the doorknob, and I took my first step into this gigantic house. I saw a tall, handsome man, probably in his late 40s, standing near the intricately crafted wooden stairs and smoking a cigar. He exhaled clouds of smoke and said in a deep voice, "I am James Harshal. You must be Bethany. My wife has talked to you earlier." "Yes, thank you for having me." Mr. Harshal smiled and said to the housekeeper, "Take Miss Bethany to her room." He then turned to me and said, "Go with him and freshen up. We will meet you at lunch." I nodded my head and silently followed the old man. The house was so silent that I felt embarrassed every time my footsteps made a creaking sound on the wooden floor. My room was downstairs on the left, across from the living room. I've never been to such a luxurious bedroom before. The soft pillows and huge bed made me uncomfortable to even lay my fingers on them, fearing. The housekeeper kept my bags near the table and said, "Lunch is at 12:30. Please, press the white switch if you need anything." After a soothing hot shower, when I reached the dining room, I saw Mr. Harshall was already sitting there. The table was filled with food and some of the dishes looked out of my league. I sat down and he said, "There comes my wife and our son, Noah." I turned and saw a frail, petite woman entering the dining room with a creepy doll. The doll was dressed like a gentleman. I said in a low voice, I don't see your son, Mr. Harshall." He gave me an embarrassed look, and Miss Harshall spoke in a squeaky, loud voice. "Are you blind? Here's our son, Noah," and placed the doll on the chair opposite me. I felt extremely humiliated and blind at the same time. I said in a fumbling voice, I'm sorry, Miss Harshall. I failed to notice him." The entire lunch went like a nightmare. At first, I thought it must be a prank or something, but no. Miss Harshall was actually treating that doll like a living child. She talked and chuckled while feeding the doll soup. I could barely eat. Soup and chunks of food were dripping all over the doll, but Miss Harshall didn't even bother. Her behavior pointed out that she was mentally unstable. No one said a single word the entire lunch, and I realized it was a huge mistake coming here. After lunch, Miss Harshall took me to her son's room and handed me a list. "Every day you must follow this schedule for Noah. If you miss a single duty, he will get very angry. And the last thing you will want is an angry Noah." My heart started beating faster as I could believe my eyes. This woman is completely insane. I took the list and headed to my room when I met Mr. Harshall on the way. He apologized for his wife's behavior and finally revealed what the hell was wrong with that woman. 2 years back, Miss Harshall gave birth to a baby boy. They named him Noah. When the kid was 1 year old, he crawled down his crib and came near the stairs. Before anyone could catch him, the kid slipped and rolled down the sharp, edgy stair and died. Since then, Miss Harshall lost her mind and grabbed Noah's favorite toy, claiming her son is still alive. Mr. Harshall heaved a sigh and said, "Believe me, Bethany, I hate pretending in this insanity, but I have already lost my son. I can't lose my wife." I felt bad for the couple, and being out of options, decided to play along too. I started taking care of the doll, as in Noah, following the list I was given. I woke him up in the morning, bathed him, changed his clothes, and even took him for a walk in his stroller. But as time went by, weird things started to happen. One night, after dinner, I took the doll to his room for his bedtime. The last duty of the day included singing a lullaby to Noah, and the list had a strict mention that I must finish the entire lullaby before leaving him for the night. I continued the charade for almost a week, but on the 5th night, I finally gave up. I was tired from putting all my energy into caring for a doll and wanted to go to bed early, so I hummed some lines of the lullaby and then got up to leave. I threw the doll inside its crib out of frustration and turned off the light of the room. As I came back and laid on my bed, I couldn't help but think how long I'll be able to put up with this nonsense. Thoughts were going inside my mind and I fell asleep. Don't remember the exact time, but I woke up feeling small fingers tickling my feet. As I opened my sleepy eyes, I saw a black figure sitting on my bed in a crawling position. I said in a drowsy voice, "Please let me sleep, Noah," and turned to the other side, just when the figure giggled in a very spooky manner, and I sprung on the bed. I switched on the bed lamp and found myself alone in my room. What the hell did I just see? I got up from the bed, drenched in sweat, and went to the washroom to splash water on my face. With the first flash, I heard Miss Marshall's voice outside and peeked from the bathroom window. Miss Harshall ran into the woods screaming, "No, baby, no! Come back to mommy!" I ran immediately outside thinking she's having a breakdown. I saw her going to the left side of the garden, so I ran in that same direction. Her red nightgown blinked in the dark, and without giving a second thought, I followed her into the woods amidst the middle of the night. After a certain point, I kind of lost her in the dark and stood clueless, wandering in those woods. There was no one around me. The hooting of the owls mixed with the howls of the coyotes made me feel like I have stepped into a world where I don't belong. I turned back and got face to face with Miss Herschel. She stood like a maniac with bloodshot eyes staring right into my soul. Grabbing me by my shoulders, she screamed at me. "What did you do? What did you do to make him angry? I told you to follow the list. Why didn't you listen to me?" She turned towards the dark woods and screamed in pain. "Noah, darling, come back to Mommy. Mommy will take good care of you." "Miss Herschel, please control yourself. Your son is not alive. You have to accept it. Please stop this madness." "What are you saying? Can't you hear his cry? Listen." I was going to say how sick this entire thing was, but my lips sealed right away. Behind me, a cry of a baby took place. The entire forest shook with that angry yet painful sobbing. The echo of the cry made my head throb in pain and my heart exploded in horror. But I couldn't move. I stood there as the psychotic cry got louder and louder. Miss Herschel laughed like crazy seeing my numb face. "Look, now she believes you are alive. Are you happy now? Look what you did to my son. You made him cry." I turned around and saw a child standing some distance from me holding that doll. The child had no eyes. Darkness poured from his empty sockets and black vomit came out of his mouth as he expanded his jaw almost to his chest. I screamed at the top of my lungs and fainted on the floor. The housekeeper found me unconscious in the woods the next morning. I had a high fever, and Mr. Herschel called my dad from my phone. My parents came and picked me up from their house. I didn't speak, didn't go out for a month. I never talked to my parents about what happened there, and they also never came to discuss any of that. I guess they were just glad that they found their daughter alive. Till today, I often wake up hearing that angry cry of a child accompanied by Miss Herschel's voice. "Noah, baby, come to Mommy. I'll sing you a lullaby." The Beach House. My parents used to fight all the time. I was in high school back then. One day, I couldn't take it anymore and stormed out of the house. There was a small beach near our area. I often used to go for a walk there at night. The cool breeze coming from the sea calmed me down whenever I was under stress. At the beach stood an old abandoned house. Whenever I came to the beach, that house kind of attracted me, but I never went inside. That night, I was very upset. I had some stash with myself, so I thought to smoke inside that house as cops patrolled the beach at night. It was a 2-storied wooden house. Saplings were growing on it. Though the door was locked, I found a broken window to get in. The window led to a small bedroom on the ground floor. There was a worn-out bed, a broken chair, and lots of dust and garbage lying on the floor. From that room stood a long corridor leading to a hall and stairs to the first-floor rooms. I have been on many camping trips and solo trips, so being alone in that old abandoned house didn't bother me at first. I grabbed a box lying in the corner of the room and sat on it by placing it near the window from where I entered the house. The wind was playing with my hair, and my troubled mind started to cool off eventually, when I heard someone's whispering voice. I was a bit high, so after looking around the room and finding nothing, I ignored it, thinking it a trick my mind played on me. The waves of the sea, accompanied by the moonlight, made the view from the window soothing and dreamy. Don't know how long I sat there like that, but my attention got shifted with a highly unexpected event when a whispering voice of a man approached my ears. "Can I have the lighter?" I immediately got up and turned towards the sound. I play basketball at school, so I am quite a healthy and strong-built teenager. I replied shockingly, "What the fuck?" and noticed an average height and skinny man standing in the middle of the room with an awkward smile. With my sudden gesture of defense, he too got scared, which I could tell from his face. He said again in that same low voice, sorry to bother you. Actually, I just found this abandoned house and thought to crash the night here." It was obvious to realize from his clothes that this man is probably a homeless guy. His face was pointing vividly that he is very weak and hasn't eaten for days. I said, "It's okay. I don't live here either. Just came to smoke. Here's my lighter," and handed him over the lighter. He replied with that same awkward smile saying, "Thank you. I am Jeremy Carter." "And you are?" I replied in a disinterested voice. I'm Kevin. I live on the block nearby." The man gave me back my lighter and went to sit on the bed. He then said, "If you want to stay in this room tonight, I can leave the house. It won't be a problem." I looked at the sea once again and replied, "That won't be necessary. I will leave after some time." I asked him how he got in, to which he replied he climbed from the house from the backside and got in from the first floor balcony. We started to talk as he seemed harmless. The man took the first drag of the cigarette and coughed a bit. I asked him, "This house has been vacant for a long time now. Even if you live here, no one will be bothered, I guess." The man laughed in a low but squeaky voice and said, "Seems like you don't know about the history of this house." A sense of curiosity appeared on my face. I asked, "What history?" The man exhaled clouds of smoke and said, "This house once belonged to an elderly married couple. The couple had no children of their own. People say this sense of emptiness created problems between them. The wife used to fight all the time. She became so bitter that the husband often spent the night outside the house. One night, it was raining really heavily. The husband came home after being really drunk. He called out his wife's name out loud. He was expecting a lot of hurtful rantings from his toxic wife, but this time, the house was in deep silence. No matter how many times he called her name, she didn't answer. He ran to the bedroom upstairs and found the wife's lifeless body hanging from the ceiling. Even though his wife made his life miserable, he still loved her. People say the husband also committed suicide in that same room." I smirked and said, "Well, every house possesses a history. It's awful to hear, but that happened a long time back. Why is that a problem now?" The man coughed in a low voice again and said, "People say the wife's spirit still haunts this place looking for her husband. I even heard footsteps on the stairs and hallway around midnight. That is why I only choose to spend the night at this house when I have nowhere else to go." The door of our room was open. My eyes went to the dark corridor ahead, and being honest, it gave me goosebumps. But then I said, "These are all made-up stories, and no offense, but you can hear many things when you get high." And I chuckled to lighten the mood. Breaking the uncomfortable silence of the room, I said, "How does the room upstairs look?" The man said, "Messy and unorganized, but in better condition than this one." I said, "I have never been upstairs. Actually, I entered this house today only." The man immediately got up and said in a panicked voice, "You should never go upstairs. She will never like it." Before I could ask further, the man rushed towards me and said in a freaked out tone, "Do you hear that?" The man standing really close to me kind of freaked me out too. I said in a broken voice, "What? Hear what?" The man then slowly turned his eyes towards the corridor and said, "She is coming. Listen to her footsteps." I was about to push him away for making such stupid jokes, but before I could do so, all my senses stood up. I heard the sound of footsteps. I felt like someone is walking down the stairs. My ears couldn't believe what I was hearing. I threw the cigarette out the window and stood up. The footsteps were coming close this time. The man grabbed my hand and said, "Come on, we must hide under the bed or she will... Come on!" I was already high and these sudden events were enough to shut down my rational senses. Without jumping out of the window, I don't know why I agreed with this unknown, out-of-mind stranger. The man crawled down under the bed and I did the same too. I was lying there under the bed and my heart was racing fast. The man was at my left. His eyes were wide and freaked out too. He gestured me to be absolutely quiet by putting his skinny, dirty finger on his lips. The sounds of footsteps were coming closer and closer each minute. I was feeling like my heart will come out of my mouth any time now. I could see the floor lying under the bed. My eyes stuck on the doorway, as I was expecting someone's entry any moment now. I was repeatedly telling my mind that it was all in my head, but the footsteps were so freaking real. But what happened next shut down all my guesses. A pair of feet wearing ladies' heels entered the room. I turned to the left and saw the man wasn't there. I thought to myself, bloody asshole, ran away leaving me in this haunted house? I was so distracted by the sound of the footsteps that I failed to notice when the man secretly sneaked out of this room. The pair of feet started to walk around the room. I had no courage left to get out and face a dead woman's ghost, so I kept quiet. The feet went to the window and then turned towards the doorway. It was about to walk out, and I felt relieved, thinking once it does, I will get the hell out of here forever. But right at the doorstep, those feet stopped. Now, they turned towards the bed, and a woman's voice came to my ear. "I can see you." My face turned pale. Drops of sweat crowded my forehead. I started panting heavily as those feet were coming towards the bed now. I closed my eyes when it reached in front of me. I knew this woman is going to peek under the bed now and might kill me. I was just hoping to get out of here alive, just when I heard the woman's voice again, and it said, "Who the hell are you?" I opened my eyes, all gasping and panting, and saw an old woman looking at me with shocking eyes. She told me in a coarse voice, "Come out right now. You stupid teenagers have turned my house into a smoking zone. Come out." I slowly crawled out of the bed and stood there with a clueless face. I explained the entire situation to the woman and said how a man named Jeremy Carter spooked me with a fucking stupid ghost story. The woman got even angrier and said, "Is this some kind of a joke? Are you trying to be smart with me?" I couldn't understand her words, so I kept staring at her blankly. She said in a loud voice, "My husband, Jeremy Carter, has been dead for a really long time now. Whenever I catch a teenager smoking at my old house, he or she tells me the same bullshit story. Don't you guys have anything to do in life other than disturb an old woman by ransacking her house that she is trying to sell?" My head started to bang as if someone swept the ground right off from under my feet. All this time I was with a ghost and I couldn't think anymore. I immediately ran from the house. The woman kept standing near the window and cursing me for playing such a stupid joke on her. A few days later, I was talking to my dad when I asked him about the house on the beach. My dad said the exact same story that Jeremy Carter told me that night, adding, many people have seen the ghost of the husband. I was sure by this time that the man who introduced himself as Jeremy Carter was the dead husband. But my dad added a little more detail to the story. He said that many town people have claimed to see a ghost of an old woman too, who lurks around the house at night, and if you come across her, she will introduce you as the wife of Jeremy Carter and is trying to sell the house. I still can't believe I made an encounter with two haunting spirits in that abandoned beach house. I have never gone to that place since then. Clowns get a bad rap. I should know, because I am one. I've been working as a clown for 10 odd years now. There's a lot more money in it than you'd think. Though, most clowns don't do it for the money. And I wouldn't trust the ones that do. People may look down on me for my job, but that's all right. Being made fun of and demeaned is what I get paid to do. And I've been able to put a roof over my head with it. Well, until recently, that is. I worked freelance, so the pay wasn't consistent. But I enjoyed the freedom that came with working freelance, and I made enough money each month to live comfortably. That is until the new It movie came out, to the dismay of actual clowns everywhere. Scary clowns were in the public consciousness again, with the release of this new remake, just as people were starting to forget about the book and miniseries that came before it. The damn idiots who kept dressing up in clown costumes no self-respecting clown would wear to scare or assault people on Halloween didn't help matters either. It got to the point where I was worried I'd get kicked out of my apartment because the jobs weren't coming in as often as they used to. Still, I was doing better than a lot of my old friends were. We didn't go to the best high school when we were little. Those who actually managed to graduate rarely went to college afterwards. The ones who couldn't find meager jobs to support themselves fell into hard times with even harder drugs. Steve was one of the latter. He'd lost touch with most of his friends once he started getting into drugs and bad people. But I always made it a point to check in on him from time to time. We were best friends in high school, and he helped defend me, the weird, scrawny kid, from bullies more times than I can count. I thought it was the least I could do for him. We would meet up at least once a month for a drink at our favorite bar, where we'd talk about how life's been treating us. "I just can't take it anymore, man," Steve said one particular emotional night. "I've tried going legit, but I can't find a job no matter how hard I try. Even fucking McDonald's won't have me." An idea popped into my mind. An absurd one. But it was the only one I had that might have been helpful, and there didn't seem to be many other options. "Why don't you become a clown? Steve stared at me like I'd lost my mind, not knowing that I'd lost it a long time ago when I chose to humiliate myself in front of kids for a living. You're joking, right? Of course I am. I'm a clown too, remember? Doesn't mean I'm not serious, though. After a lot of convincing and half fully jokingly throwing around ideas for his clown persona, Steve relented and decided to give it a try. I helped him come up with his clown persona to use while performing. In clown mode, he'd be Stevie Strong, a kind-hearted himbo oaf who did his best to help people and children, only to fail in comedic ways. I showed him the ins and outs of freelancing and took him to a few of my own gigs to help him get a feel for clowning. He picked it up surprisingly fast, and soon he was seeking out and performing gigs on his own without my help. I couldn't be happier for him. And then the second It movie came out. With the idea of scary clowns once again fresh in people's mind, my job offers dried up. If things didn't change soon, I was going to get evicted from my apartment for being behind on rent. It was Steve's turn to help me. At our monthly meetup at the bar, he told me he wanted to help me out by showing me a lucrative side gig he found through his clowning job. "It's the least I can do for you," he told me. We went to his house in the city where he said he did his side gig. I followed him inside the strangely large house, and he led me down his basement. Alarm bells would have started going had it been someone else, but this was Steve. I'd known this guy my entire life and just assumed that he was showing me his workplace. Turns out, I didn't know him as well as I thought I did. Inside the basement was what looked like a jail cell, its contents obscured in the shadows casted by the single hanging light bulb above us. "Stay behind the bars," he told me. "I'll show you how to make some real money working with children." I didn't know what the hell he meant by that, but I did as he told me and waited behind the bars as he descended into the darkness of the jail cell. Moments later, the cell lit up and I was able to see what was in it for the first time. The walls were lined with work tools like pliers, saws, and hammers. The blackish red stains on them told me they probably hadn't been used for their intended purposes. Tied up and gagged in a wooden chair in the middle of the cell was a young boy no older than 12. A laptop on a table lay opposite to him. Steve was at the laptop, clicking through a website full of gruesome images of mutilated bodies. He was in a clown costume, though not the one he used for gigs. It was a cheap one-piece clown jumper, covered in bloodstains, and instead of proper makeup, he wore a hideous rubber mask that showed a twisted image of what a clown really should have been. He looked exactly like the kind of scary clown that was putting me out of a job. "Steve!" My eyes drifted to the tied-up child, my body frozen in shock by the surreality of it all. "What are you?" He held up a single finger to the lips of his clown mask and let out a soft, "Shh." I complied, not wanting to test his patience with him in that scary-ass outfit. Part of me still wanted to believe that this was all one bad joke he was pulling, that I could give him shit for later. He turned the webcam of his laptop on and started a live stream on the website that immediately received over 1,000 live viewers. When the camera light turned red, he stepped back and smiled at the camera. "Hey guys, it's your favorite clown, Sal the Sadist, here to put on another show for your enjoyment." He walked over to the tied-up boy and gripped him tight by the shoulders. "Today's guest is Little Larry. Now, Little Larry's been a bad boy. He's been bullying one of his friends at school. His friend's parents are very cross with him, so they kindly suggested he be our guest today." The live stream chat immediately exploded with messages condemning the boy to death for being a bully. My, someone's popular. Say hi to your fans, Larry." Steve yanked the sock gag out of the boy's mouth. "Please, let me out of here," screamed the little boy with tears streaming down his eyes. A donation of over $1,000 popped up on the live stream chat. Attached to it was the message, "Rip the crybaby's eyes out." Unable or unwilling to process what I was seeing, I could only watch in disbelief as the man I thought was my friend took a pair of pliers from the walls and used it to tear one of the boy's eyes out. The eyeball came out perfectly intact, though the red connective tissue behind it had been torn out from the boy's skull. I'd seen enough. I dashed into the jail cell. I knew I couldn't take Steve on in a fist fight, but I was fast thanks to all the acrobatic tricks I did for my clown routine. Before he could react, I grabbed a hammer from the wall and knocked him over the head with it. It pained my heart to see the look of shock and betrayal in his eyes, but I couldn't just let him kill a little boy right in front of me. As he lay disoriented on the ground, I untied the boy from the chair and carried him out of the house as quickly as I could. Once we were a good distance away, I called the police. When the police got there, they found Steve unconscious from the blow I landed on his head and the dark web live stream still active. When a police officer went to turn it off, he found an entire dark web archive of Steve in his Sal the Sadist clown costume, torturing children for the entertainment of sickos around the world. Steve was arrested, and once news of the killer clown who kidnapped kids to kill them got around, nobody in my area trusted clowns anymore. I lost my apartment, my best friend, and my livelihood. To this day, I regret ever telling Steve he should become a clown and giving him the opportunity to kidnap his victims. I am still in shock after this incident, but I feel that sharing this incident is important. I am Molly. I live in a small town in West Virginia. Our town people are often nice to each other, and there's hardly any disturbance here. I often go out with my friends after school. Being a high school teenager is tough, especially when you are looking for adventures, which are hardly possible in our boring town. Our school is located near the woods. One day after school, my friend Joe and I were sitting at the school ground. Suddenly, Joe pointed at the woods and said, "Look, isn't that Tim?" I followed his eyes and saw my friend Tim coming out of the woods and walking towards us. I was a bit surprised to see him going in there. As he came close to us, I saw his eyes were red and realized he is high. I asked him, "What are you doing there?" Tim replied in an eccentric tone, "Having fun?" Then started to laugh. Joe asked him, "What did you have, dude?" Tim smiled and showed us some pills in a small plastic pouch and said, "I just met a guy last night. He is selling some really good stash, you know. I went to get some more from him today." This wasn't a very alarming thing to react to because I have also smoked pot with my friends. But I was worried about Tim, seeing this complete stranger in secluded spots to buy drugs, which isn't safe at all. I said in a worried voice, "Do you know this guy? Isn't it a bit unsafe to meet him at secluded spots?" Tim made fun of me and said, "Well, people can't buy drugs from a local shop, Wanda." And Tim and Joe started laughing at me. They have been good friends, so I didn't mind their little jokes. We all headed home and the day went like usual. I was sitting in my room trying to study when I received a text from Joe. The text reads, "Tomorrow, barbecue dinner at my house. Already told Tim. See you tomorrow." As I already said, we live in the same town and our houses were near to each other, so our family was close enough. I told my mom about the dinner invitation to Joe's house, and she agreed. Tomorrow was Saturday, so I was excited to have some fun with my friends. The next day, I got ready and went to Joe's house with a homemade pie made by my mom to offer them as a gift. Joe's family arranged a barbecue in their backyard. We three sat down on the corner and started eating roasted meat. Joe's parents were busy on their own, so it was just the three of us chilling out in the backyard under a sky full of stars. We were talking about school gossip and stuff when Tim said, "I'm going to meet that man again tomorrow night. He said he has got some really good stuff." Joe said, "Dude, meeting a drug dealer in the woods? That too at night? That's risky." Tim replied in a careless tone, "No, this time he asked me to meet him under the Colchester overpass around 7:30 p.m. Joe and I looked at each other with a pale face. Joe said in a highly surprising voice, "Wait, do you mean you are going to wait alone at night under the Bunny Man Bridge?" Tim started laughing in a mocking way and said, "Oh God, please don't be so dumb. The Bunny Man is just a made-up story to scare kids." The Bunny Man is an urban legend that originated from two incidents in Fairfax County, Virginia in 1970, but it has been spread throughout the Washington, D.C. area. The legend has many variations. Most of them involve a man wearing a rabbit costume who attacks people with an axe or a hatchet and stabs them to death. Most of the stories occur around the Colchester Overpass, a Southern Railway overpass which unfortunately lies in our town. Every little kid and adult of this town is aware of this legend. Some people say that the Bunny Man, who was actually a serial killer, had died long back, but his spirit still haunts the tunnel under the Colchester overpass. I got a bit spooked out by all this conversation, hence I got up to go inside. Guys, let's go inside. Also, it's really dark out here, I said in a feeble voice. Or what? The bunny man will come and stab us? Come on, Molly. Tim mocked me and started to laugh. I kind of lost it this time and said, listen, you dumbass. I too agree with Joe. It's not at all safe meeting a drug dealer under that bridge. You want to be the bravest one? Be it. But you are the stupidest one too. Tim got really angry and said, yeah, I'm not a coward like you. Now this really got me mad, so I said, fine, you think only you can handle thrill and danger? I will go with you too. Joe said in a fumbling voice, guys, I don't think that's a good idea. Tim, why can't you just tell this man to meet you somewhere else? But we were already past the point of discussion, so I said, we two are going with Tim, and that's final. We ate dinner at Joe's house and returned home. Joe and I decided to meet Tim the next day around 7 p.m. I didn't tell my parents about this entire episode because I knew they would be really angry if they knew we are going to the Bunny Man Bridge. I took my flashlight, and for safety purposes, I took my father's hunting knife with me. I just wanted to be ready for any danger. I met Joe and Tim on the way, and we all started walking towards the Bunny Man Bridge. Even in the daylight, people hardly go there. The street leading to our destination was completely empty and surrounded by dark woods. We were almost there. I could see the scary dark tunnel under the bridge at the end of the road. Tim looked at me and said in a funny voice, feeling scared, Molly? I said in an irritated voice, get your things quickly and let's just get this over with. Tim called that man and said, hey, we have reached. Where are you? I don't know what the man said from the other side of the phone, but Tim told us that he is on his way and we have to wait for a minute or two. We walked towards the tunnel and stood there. The bridge was over our head and the tunnel was really dark. There was no sound except the sound of wind and crickets chirping all around. We stood like that for a few minutes, but the man was nowhere to be found. Joe said in a pissed off tone, where is your guy, Tim? Call him and tell him to come soon. We can't wait here all night. Tim said in a worried voice, you two wait here. I will go and check the road. Joe and I stood there like before, and Tim went the way from where we came. After 5 more minutes like this, Tim came back and said, the man is still on his way. Joe said in a loud voice, fuck you, Tim, and your stash guy. Let's go, Molly. There's no point in waiting here. This place is freaking me out. I was fucking annoyed too with Tim's jokes. I said, what a waste of time. As we were about to get out of the tunnel, a terrifying scene took place. A man dressed in a bunny costume came out from the bushes at the side of the tunnel and blocked our way. He was standing at 5-6 hands distance from us. A spine-chilling sensation made my heart skip to my throat. Joe started to breathe heavily. He said in a panicked voice, is this real? This can't be. There's no such thing as ghosts. I had no idea what to do. We couldn't come out of the tunnel without facing him. Tim started to scream too. Suddenly, the bunny man lifted his right arm and I saw a sharp axe-like weapon in his hand. He made a squeaking sound as if our fear was entertaining to him. I was scared and sweating like a horse just when I remembered I have my father's knife with me. I took out the knife as quietly as possible and muttered to myself, if you are a creepy guy in a bunny costume, then you are not getting out of this tunnel alive either. The man then started to sprint towards Joe, and Joe screamed out of shock and fear. As soon as he jumped on my friend with his weapon, I grabbed him from behind and started to stab him with my knife. With the first strike, the bunny man screamed in pain. I could feel his blood on my hands and knew I have stabbed him real deep. This is where the ultimate horror took place. Tim ran to me like a maniac and said, oh my God, no, stop, Molly, stop. He freed the bunny man from my grasp and pushed me away. The bunny man fell on the road and started to moan and grunt in terrible pain. Tim took his bunny head off and Joe and I were stunned in shock. It was a guy from our school. His name was Charlie. I cried out loud, Charlie, what the hell are you doing here at this time? But Charlie started to pass out in pain. Without any more delay, we rushed him to the hospital. Our parents came, and so did Charlie's parents. We were all punished and scolded heavily, especially Tim. Tim told Charlie to dress up in a bunny costume and wait in the bushes around Colchester Overpass. Tim wanted to scare us by using Charlie so that we don't suspect his fake prank and end up believing that the Bunny Man ghost still exists there. Charlie got 12 stitches on his stomach, but somehow he got saved. We were grounded for a month, and Tim's parents sent him to a boarding school. A little prank ruined all our lives. I will never be able to get out of this trauma that I stabbed an innocent person out of a feat of shock.
I traveled to find myself after college. It's a tale as old as time. College student graduates with a degree that he has no idea what to actually do with it, and wanders the country by himself in an old car he bought on eBay, hoping that he'll find some profound meaning to life at a pit stop somewhere. For one entire year after graduating, I went on a cross-country road trip going nowhere in particular. I often stopped by small towns and took part in whatever obscure local traditions it had. Pie baking contests, annual dance festivals, weird delicacies anyone else in America would consider disgusting, that sort of thing. Though they were all from the same country, it was interesting to see how different they all were from one another. I enjoyed my time stopping by them, even if I had to do odd jobs every now and then when my savings wouldn't cut it. One day on my self-realizing road trip, I came across a town that would change my life forever. It started out with a rusty old sign behind the road in the middle of nowhere. I would have missed it had I not been driving slower than usual to take in the sight of the vast expanses of wild grass to the either side of me. I parked right beside the sign and had to squint to read what it said through the brown rust that had gathered on it. It read, Rory, 100 miles, accompanied by an arrow curving left. I assumed that Rory must be a small town, and I started to look forward to learning some new local customs. I continued to drive down the long road, keeping an eye out for a left turn. Eventually, I came across a small dirt path branching off the main concrete road into a dense forest. Vegetation had grown over the path, but I could tell that just below the foliage was a smooth paved surface that might have once been used by people. I probably would have missed it entirely had I not been looking for it. The town must have been happy in its isolation to leave the path, and it's so hard to find. I turned the car onto the overgrown path and into the forest. Shadows casted by the tall trees above engulfed my vehicle. Only the faint spots of sunlight from the thicket lit my path up enough for me to not accidentally drive into a tree. After about an hour or so of driving over crunchy leaves, I finally reached the end of the path. In front of me was a small town with short, boxy buildings flanking either side of its roads. On the surface, it looked like all the other towns I'd visited since starting my trip, and yet, something about it felt off as I drove through it. I quickly realized what it was. The place was way too quiet. Usually, when I rolled into a new small town, I'd at least get a look or two from a local wondering what the banged-up car was doing in their town. But here, there wasn't even anybody outside doing anything, and I couldn't see anyone in the buildings through the windows either. At that moment, I knew I'd either stumbled into a town full of introverts or an abandoned one. I held out hope that it might just be a quiet day for the town, and drove to a building with a hotel sign in front of it. My car was the only one in the eerily empty parking lot. I pushed open the door to the little hotel. Like the rest of the town, there was no one to be found. The receptionist desk sat empty, and nobody came when I rang the bell on it. I knew at that point that the town must have been abandoned by its residents, though for what reason I still couldn't tell. After only a moment's hesitation, I swiped a key from the key rack behind the receptionist desk and went to the room it was for. While I didn't relish the thought of squatting in an unoccupied building, I was itching for a comfortable bed to lie on after spending the past few nights in my car. The door to the hotel room creaked open with a loud squeak. I looked inside hoping to find a bed to rest on for the night. Although the room seemed well kept enough, I knew I wasn't going to be sleeping on the bed anytime soon when I saw it. Some sort of red mold was staining the white sheets of the bed, and the smell was unbearable too, like roadkill that had been left to rot. I gagged and closed the door before going back to the front desk to get a key for a different room to sleep in. But when I did, I was met with the same exact problem in the new room. The same pungent red mold that had covered the sheets of the first room was on the cushioned chair of the new room I picked. The smell was also just as terrible, and once again, I went back to the front desk to get the key for a different room. I found the same red mold in every single room I entered in the hotel, sometimes on the chairs and sofas, most of the time on the beds. I was about to give up after checking the 10th room when something on the moldy bed caught my eye, something that glinted in the golden sunlight that shone past the closed curtains. Holding my breath, I approached the bed to see what it was. My eyes widened when I saw a gold diamond ring on top of the red mold. My body moved before I could think twice. I tried to pick up the ring, no longer caring whether I touched the mold or not. The moment my fingertip touched the red mold, I felt a burning pain shoot through it and into my arm. I let go of the ring and took a step back. I suddenly didn't want the ring or to stay in the town anymore. I ran out of the hotel and back into my car. I grabbed the first aid kit I kept in the glove compartment and poured rubbing alcohol over where I'd touched the mold. The moment the alcohol touched my skin, a searing pain erupted in my fingertip. Upon closer inspection, I could see that my fingertip had developed a bloody blister that bulged out of my skin like a bulbous water balloon. I gently poked at it with my other hand, and the blister instantly burst at the slight pressure. The blood from the blister splattered all over my hands. I felt a burning sensation whenever the blood touched my skin. I scrambled to wipe them off with a towel, but realized with horror that they wouldn't come off. The blood had permanently seeped into my skin, turning into reddish sores that looked eerily similar to the red mold I encountered in the hotel. It's been a week since then. I'm still in the town and the sores have spread. Every day I can feel the sores that now cover my arms, eating away at my flesh. My arms are little more than skin and bones now. I'm sure that it'll soon eat at my bones in time as well. I felt a burning sensation whenever the blood touched my skin. I scrambled to wipe them off with a towel, but realized with horror that they wouldn't come off. As I return to the road in search for help, I pray that I have not accidentally doomed the rest of the world to the same fate as that abandoned town. My grandma had this weird ability to see things before they even took place. For example, she used to wake up every morning and put dog food on our porch. When we asked her why she was doing that because we didn't have a dog, she replied, "You're soon to get one." That week, on my birthday, our neighbor gifted me a puppy. Incidents like this didn't bother us much in the beginning, but as time passed, her foretelling habits started to scare us. One day my dad was leaving for work when she stopped him, saying he shouldn't go to the office that day, that something bad was going to happen there. After a huge argument, my father left for the office anyway. He had an important meeting that day, and because of Grandma, he got late. But as soon as he reached near the building, he saw the entire office was on fire. 10 employees died on the same floor where my dad was supposed to have his meeting. It seemed like she saved my father's life that day. After that incident, a weird belief grew in our house that if Grandma's saying something bad is coming, everyone stopped and listened to her. My mom always lived with fear around her. I didn't know how my grandma did it. Out of curiosity, when I finally asked her how she could tell what was going to happen, she said, "People tell me, only I can see them." I asked her who these people were, to which she never gave any answer. She only smiled and walked away. We never discussed her abilities with others, because we feared the townspeople would call us weirdos. But some things are hard to keep secret. Even though we all tried our best to keep this underground, we couldn't at one time. I was 8 years old back then. My dad is the local sheriff, hence everyone knows our family quite well. One day I went to buy firecrackers and some decorations with my mom for the celebration of Independence Day. We were roaming around the shops when I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Gina, here!" I turned around and saw that it was my Aunt Helena. She lives across the street and is also a good friend of my mom's. My mom smiled and she came over to talk to us. Already started prepping for the 4th of July, huh? You know Paul. He and Minnie are getting too excited this time. Hey Minnie, how are you? I'm good, Aunt Helena. Aunt Helena kissed me on the cheek and said, "Come on, let's go for ice cream." We started to walk to the food court while my mom and she chatted about the big plans for the celebration. Every year, our town organizes a local fair, and that happened to be the main attraction of the night. We were heading home and I was in the back seat, while my mom and aunt sat in the front. We were almost near the house when we saw a gathering in the middle of the street. My dad was standing there with the mayor, and they were discussing something. My mom pulled over and we all got out to see what happened. We've decided to shift the Independence Day celebration to the ground behind the old church this year. As soon as my dad said that, people around us started to gasp in fear. A guy from the crowd said, "But after that incident..." "Yes, Robert, we all know what happened there, but it happened 15 years back. I think it's time to move on. Also, we've decided to make it a grand celebration. For that, we need more space. The ground behind the old church will be appropriate for this. Let's forget the past and enjoy it for a day, shall we?" Everyone agreed with him, and the matter was resolved. After coming home, I asked my dad, "What happened 15 years back, Dad?" He and my mom exchanged looks. Minnie, it's not a very joyful story, but let me put it this way. In earlier days, we used to celebrate the 4th of July on that big ground. The church wasn't abandoned back then. There used to be a priest named Mr. Muller. One day, a man was passing through the church when he heard obscene chanting coming from that church. He peeked through the window and found Mr. Muller conducting weird rituals that weren't Christian. So the town people caught him and punished him. "Do we have to tell her the whole story?" My mom said in a tense voice. "Gina, it's her town, and she deserves to know the history." My dad went on. "But Mr. Muller was an evil man. He cursed everyone and said we will never be able to have any kind of celebration in that land. He claimed that area as his land. People ignored that and went on prepping for the 4th of July that year. On that very night of Independence Day, as soon as the fireworks took place, a huge fire broke out and many deaths took place. Now the townspeople have this superstition that the church ground is cursed." "Well, maybe they're right, Paul," my mom said. No, there's no such thing as a curse. What happened 15 years back was nothing but an accident. A tragic accident. That's all." Everyone went to bed after a quiet dinner. Surprisingly, Grandma didn't say a single word that night. With time, the town started to buckle up for the grand celebration. People put up stalls and games on the church ground. I visited the place with my dad a couple of times, and with all the colors and decoration, the ground didn't give any negative vibes to me. The final night came and we dressed in our best attire. I wore a red frock that my dad got for me. We hopped into our car and started for the church ground. When we reached there, I felt like I have come to a fairyland. It was indeed a grand celebration. The fair was filled with people laughing in joy. Kids were running here and there. My mom and dad got busy with the local committee, so I went to get a cotton candy with my grandma. The cotton candy stall was in the corner of the ground. From there, the abandoned church building was visible behind the bushes. As soon as we reached there, I saw Grandma's face turning pale. She stood like a statue and kept staring at the church. "What is it, Grandma?" "It's going to happen again. We shouldn't be here. It's going to happen again." "What are you saying, Grandma?" "I have to find your dad. I must tell him." My dad was helping in the fireworks preparation. I saw Grandma disappearing into the crowd looking for him frantically. Before I could act on what just happened, my friends came and dragged me towards the game zone. I was a child, so to have fun, I let it go. I didn't understand the gravity of Grandma's words back then. The celebration grew bigger. Everyone got louder. I was enjoying myself with my friend when suddenly my mom came to me and said, "Minnie, where's Grandma? She went to look for Dad. She was being weird, Mom." My mom didn't wait to hear more from me. and started looking for her in a panicked mode. After a time, the mayor announced to begin the fireworks, just when a spine-chilling scream took place. "No! You won't take my people this time!" We all followed the voice and saw Grandma was standing near the cotton candy stall and warning someone with wide eyes. But we didn't see anyone there except the abandoned church building. "I won't let you this time, Muller. This must end today." The entire fair went quiet, and everyone kept looking at her with frightened eyes. My dad rushed to her and said, "Ma, what are you saying?" "Paul, we must leave this place. If we light the fireworks, none of us will live to see the sun tomorrow. He wants us all dead." "What rubbish are you speaking? You're scaring everyone. Stop it." No, you have to believe me, please." "Paul, let's listen to her. You know she can see things." "Oh, stop it, Jenna. Don't make this more difficult for me." My dad didn't listen and addressed the crowd, saying, "Light up the fireworks. She's just not feeling well. Everything's all right." The fair once again became alive with laughter and joy. The mayor walked to the setup and lit the fireworks. Colorful firecrackers started blasting in the sky, showering light everywhere. The townspeople awed in wonder after seeing this beautiful scene. My dad turned to my grandma and said, "Look, there's no curse here, it's all bullshit." But before he could say anything more, suddenly a rocket misfired and flew to the big tent set up sheltering the stalls and game zone. In a fraction of a second, the entire fair got fire, and people started screaming and running around like mad cows. I don't remember how we got out of there, but I remember the sound of the fire truck coming and splashing water to extinguish the burning flames. 20 people died that year. Those who couldn't escape burned down to ashes, and those who were admitted to the hospital passed away in 2 to 3 days. My grandma was one of them. I miss her, and I know my dad will never get out of this guilt of not listening to her that night. Our town doesn't celebrate the 4th of July anymore, at least not in a grand way. I wish we all listened to her, then lots of people would have remained alive.
I used to work at a newly opened 7-Eleven near my university. Not the most glamorous job, but I wasn't picky about where my pocket money came from. Since I had my classes during the day, I could only take night shifts at the store. People who were drunk or high, or both, often came through the automatic doors, looking for something to satisfy the munchies. But other than that, it was a pretty quiet and boring job that I could do while playing on my phone more than half the time. There was one thing odd about the place, though. The automatic doors tended to malfunction from time to time, opening itself when there was no one to be seen on the other side. I'd been jolted out of my web browsing more than once by the sound of the ringing door, only to find that the store was still empty. When I told the manager about it, he called a repairman to fix it. Apparently, the people who worked on the other shifts had reported the doors opening by themselves as well. But when the repairman came, he could find no problems with the door sensors and left without doing anything. My manager was annoyed, but I quickly learned to tune out the sound of the door rings and listened for footsteps instead. The self-opening doors weren't the only problem plaguing the stores, though. One week into me working at the 7-Eleven, food in the store started going bad at an unusually fast rate. The bagged snacks were fine, but everything in the fresh foods section, from the milk to the boxed sandwiches, would go bad the very same day they were put there. Someone even got sick from eating one of the hot dogs and almost sued the store. Thankfully, that happened during the day shift, so I didn't have to deal with it myself. All of it really annoyed my manager, who was convinced that someone must have been tampering with the food without any of us knowing. I don't know how that was possible, but there didn't seem to be any other explanation since the food was all fresh when it arrived. One night during my shift, my manager pulled me aside to talk to me about our spoilage problem. "Hey Erica, are you free after your shift tonight?" "I'm free. Why do you ask?" Had he been anybody else, I would have made some bullshit excuse about needing to do homework. But I had my eye on him for quite some time and was more than willing to go out with him if he was asking. "That's great. Can you stay at the store to check the security camera footage? You'll be paid for overtime, of course." Oh, unfortunately, I wasn't that lucky. I still took him up on his offer though because, hey, It was easy money. Plus, it'll probably help me get into his good graces. I grabbed a bag of potato crisps from one of the aisles and a can of soda from the fridge before going to check the CCTV room to review a day's worth of camera footage, or at least pretend to. I sat back on the creaky swivel chair in front of the computer that was linked to the security camera and started playing footage from the very start of the day at 5 times the speed. As expected, most of it was pretty boring. People came in, put stuff in a basket, and cashed it out at the counter with no major incident. There were a few hungover people in the morning who stumbled in to make fools of themselves, so I at least had a good laugh from that. Things only started getting weird at around noon. I almost didn't see the shadowy figure enter the room at first because of how fast the footage was playing. If it wasn't for the sound of the automatic doors ringing, I wouldn't have caught it so early on. I paused the footage, turned it back to normal speed, and rewound it to when I heard the doors ringing to see if my eyes were playing tricks on me. A tall, dark shape shambled into the store after the automatic doors opened for it. It had a vaguely humanoid body, though it was gray and bone-thin like the corpse of someone who starved to death, with long, gnarled fingers that ended in sharpened nails. The thing was soon followed by another creature just like it, then another, and another, until at least half a dozen of them had filled the empty store. Pitch black auras emanated from them like fumes of thick black smoke that seeped into the food it passed, leaving behind traces of its darkness. The guy working the day shift cashier either didn't notice or didn't care when whatever it was entered the store. But when other people started entering the store, none of them seemed to notice the creatures either, not even when they were right in front of them. Whenever one of the creatures got near someone in the middle of shopping, it would bend down to the person's height and whisper in their ear. The people didn't seem to hear what it said, but I heard its words whisper loud and clear thanks to the camera microphones. "Can you see me?" The things whispered the phrase over and over again into the ears of the unwitting shoppers and even the clueless cashier working the counter at times. Nobody ever paid them any mind. I sped up the footage once more and saw dozens, if not hundreds, of the shadow creatures file in and out of the store over the course of the day. The same phrase was whispered on all their gray lips. "Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me?" I should have run out of the store right then and there, but a sixth sense of curiosity kept me glued to my seat. I reasoned that if they haven't hurt anyone in the store during the day, just watching a recording of them would be harmless. I watched the footage showing me during my shift, watching over a store full of the shadow creatures without even realizing it. I watched me talking with my manager about staying overtime to watch the security camera. And I watched as I entered the CCTV room, followed by one of the shadow creatures that bent under the door frame to enter it after me. The blood in my veins ran ice cold, and I heard a single phrase be whispered directly into my left ear. "Can you see me?" I went to visit my grandma before the pandemic took place. She lives in Ohio. Even though the entire trip was quite fun, it took a scary end. After a tiring flight, when I finally landed at the airport, I was feeling exhausted. I was walking towards the baggage claim when a woman bumped into me accidentally. "What the? I am sorry." She quickly walked past me. I couldn't tell if she was nervous or in a hurry. Anyways, I let it go and saw her disappearing among the passengers ahead. I reached the baggage claim and stood in the queue. All of the luggage was being dropped off one by one on the moving track. I was waiting for mine when I noticed that same woman standing on the opposite side. She had a tense look on her face. I have never seen anyone awaiting for their luggage to arrive so anxiously. Don't know why, but I felt I knew her from somewhere. She was sweating out of nervousness. Maybe she needs to be somewhere else. That's why this sudden rush in her behavior. Slowly, the crowd near the baggage claim started to loosen up as people picked up their bags and went on their way. I had a black rucksack. After waiting 15 minutes, I finally saw my bag rolling towards me. I picked it up and noticed the woman had also received her bag. She had a blue trolley. She grabbed the trolley in such a manner that people would take it away. All this time, she didn't notice me observing her, but suddenly, she looked at me and we made eye contact. I got awkward and took my eyes away from her. But still, I could make out with my peripheral vision that she was walking away. Once I saw her going out of my sight, I looked back again. I could mark the blue trolley skating in the airport as she picked up speed. Also, it was the only blue trolley I could see at the time. The woman looked here and there while dragging the trolley. I could tell from her body language that she was carrying something highly secretive inside that trolley. But the obvious thought that came to mind is, if she has something illegal in that trolley, then how come she passed the security check without being noticed? I followed her. Yes, I did because my instinct was telling me something bad is going to happen. The woman slowly walked to the washroom and got inside. There was no way I could enter the women's washroom, so I waited outside. I got close to the washroom door and tried to listen to what she was doing in there. Don't get me wrong, I was just trying to overhear a secret conversation which she was making with someone over a phone call. Yes, I have it now. No, I'm not gonna leave it here. Are you crazy? I got sure that this woman is part of something really bad. I wanted to be surer before taking any drastic step. What? Do you have any idea how many people will die? No, you told me there are drugs inside it. You didn't tell me it has explosives. What the hell? I bolted inside the washroom, and the woman looked at me with terrified eyes. Who are you? What are you doing in here? Ma'am, you better come with me. You don't want to do this. But before I could finish, she pushed me with the trolley and ran towards the waiting area. I chased her and screamed, "Security! Security!" She stopped right in the middle of the passage and screamed, "If you don't let me go, I will press this button," and lifted her hand that had a small pager-type remote inside it. The security circled around her, and a panicked situation took place inside the entire airport. I know I won't be able to run away if she presses that button. The entire airport will blow up. Why are you doing this?
They have my son. I can't let him die.
Backup was called along with the bomb squad. Everyone was waiting for her to loose the remote so they could capture this woman and defuse the bomb inside that blue trolley. People all over the airport started sobbing in fear. One mistake could lead to the death of thousands at that moment. The general stood in front of the armed forces and pleaded to the woman. "Ma'am, please, give us the remote. We promise we will get back your son."
No, they will kill him if I don't do this. I am sorry.
As soon as her finger touched the green button on the remote, I heard a loud gunshot. Everyone gasped and screamed while the woman fell on the floor bleeding terribly. Paramedics took her to the hospital. The general shot her in the arm, otherwise, she would have killed God knows how many. The bomb squad opened the trolley and found a time bomb installed inside it. They defused it immediately, but everyone was shocked and furious at how the trolley passed the security check. I mean, it traveled the entirety with her, and no one knew there was an explosive inside it. The security team got fired and taken to the police station for interrogation. I came home somehow and felt relieved that no one had to die that day. Later, when this incident made headlines in the news, I came to know all about it. That woman and her husband got mixed up with a terrorist group that made them do many criminal activities. But the husband tried to escape from them and he got murdered. The poor woman pleaded for her and her 5-year-old son's freedom, to which they demanded her to plant an explosive inside the airport. The police have kept her in custody and they are still searching for her son. I pray to God that the little kid is doing fine and he gets back to his mother soon.
I'm scared to shop online because of what happened last time. Due to the COVID situation, I isolated myself like everyone else at home. My company imposed the work of home deal on every worker, and 2020 happened. Even though the lockdown got lifted, I resisted myself from going out. So, my only option was to order my necessities online. Sometimes orders would take time, and sometimes they appear on your doorstep before the expected delivery date. This is what exactly happened to me. On a Friday evening, I was watching a movie with a tub of snacks and a Coke when my doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone, and where I stay, as neighbors, don't mix that well with each other. I got up and looked from the eye hole on the door. A guy dressed as a delivery man stood on the other side with a big box in his hand. I asked, "Who is it?" To which he replied he has come to deliver my package from Amazon. I had to open the door. We finally met, and the man said he is early with my order. I checked the receipt and found out that he was telling the truth. The package indeed belongs to me. I took the cardboard box from his hand and told him to wait outside. I was standing facing my back at him while taking out the money from my wallet when I had a weird feeling. Something was not right, and I couldn't tell why. I turned around immediately and the delivery guy was still standing there like before. His eyes had a piercing look that creeped me out a bit. Anyways, I shrugged it off and went to hand him the money. That's when the situation turned even creepier. While taking the money from me, he gave me a disturbing smirk and said, "You smell like my ex-girlfriend," after they dug her up. My body froze in fear, and I couldn't decide what should be my next move. My door is wide open, and he can take advantage of me right away, but he didn't. After saying this craziest thing that someone has ever told me, the delivery guy started to walk to his car parked on the driveway. He didn't turn back, didn't stop, just went on his way. I somehow got my shit together and locked the door as soon as he left. What on earth was wrong with this man? I sat quietly for almost an hour trying to make sense of what just happened. When I finally made up my mind that this man is a freak and nothing else, I decided to report him to Amazon. I did what I had to do. They mailed me with an apology and promised to take action on this guy. Meanwhile, I checked all the windows and doors of my house because I had a feeling this isn't over yet. Damn, I was right. I was making dinner in the kitchen when I saw a shadow outside. Someone was walking in my backyard, and I could hear grunting noises. I went to the back door and switched on the floodlights, and the creepy guy was back. He was walking back and forth in my backyard with bloodshot eyes and a furious face. Not just that, every time he took a step, he spat on my yard in the most disgusting way possible. Without opening the back door, I screamed, "Get the hell out of here before I call the cops, you freak!" The man stopped walking and turned his head towards me. I've never been scared to this extent in my entire life. He looked like he's ready to slash my throat any time now. He picked up a rock from the ground and threw it on one of the lights, smashing the glass in his first attempt. "What the hell, man? Why are you doing this?" I screamed again, but he didn't bother to reply. One by one, he shattered all the 4 lights of my backyard without hesitating for a second. Once he was done, he started to walk towards my back door. I stepped back in fear, thinking he will try to break now. There was a metal vase on the table nearby. I grabbed it to protect myself from what was coming next, but surprisingly, he didn't try to intrude. He just stood in front of my glass window and stared at me while breathing heavily. I called 911 and he didn't even try to stop me. When I finished the call, he leaned on the window, resting his face and palm on the glass and said, "If I wanted, I could have done lots of things to you back then, but I didn't. Then why did you report me?" "Because you're crazy, man. Look at the way you're behaving. Do you call this sanity? You're scaring me." "Well, now you have awakened the voices inside my head. They're not always in my control, but I tried my best back then. Still, you reported me for no reason." "For no reason? Really? Do you even hear yourself? You said I smell like your ex-girlfriend after she was dug up. What the hell does that even mean?" "That wasn't me. That was Marvin. He didn't just say that he also told me to do things to you, but did I listen to him? No. Then why did you report me? Why? Why? Why?" Oh my god, this man is sick, and he needs medical help. I realize the cops will take time to reach here. Until then, I have to keep him in control so that he doesn't try anything terrifying further. I toned down my voice and said, "Look, I'm sorry, I got scared. I'll call the customer service and withdraw my complaint." "You can't just withdraw something like this. Tell me, If I cut you open, will I be able to withdraw that? Tell me, you bitch! Is Marvin telling you to do that? The expression on his face changed immediately. He started to sob like a kid, hiding his face inside his palms. After a minute like this, he looked at me and said, I want these voices to stop. I want Marvin to go away. He's ruining my life. I finally realized what is wrong with him. The man is suffering from multiple personality disorder. I slowly walked to the window and told him, why don't you sit there and calm down? I'm sure the cops will be able to help you. To help the poor guy, I forgot I have gone too close to the window. His face changed all of a sudden and he started to bang on the glass with his head while screaming. You can't help me! You can't help me! I'll cut you open and play with your entrails. I'll make you suffer till your last breath! I screamed at the top of my lungs and turned back to run upstairs. I heard the glass window shattering behind me as I rushed to my room. The man jumped inside and started chasing me like a raging bull. I stormed into my room and went to slam the door behind me when the man inserted his hand from the gap and it got stuck between me. But I was past showing him any kindness. I kept banging the door on his hand while he screamed in pain. Bones started to crack and hiss and bleed terribly with the door stomping on it repeatedly. The more he screamed, the more I tried to close it. Out of excruciating pain, he moved his hand away and I locked the door in a blink. He kicked and banged on my door while saying obscene things. I collapsed on the ground while praying to God to send the cops as soon as possible. After a minute like this, the banging stopped and everything got quiet. I heard the cop car's sirens outside. That night, 2 officers searched the entire area near my house and found nothing. The man was gone. They're still looking for him, and I've shifted to my best friend's house. I'm not going back to that house until this man gets arrested. Even if he is mentally ill, I can't risk my life any further. I just hope the cops catch him soon and get him the necessary help before he brutally kills someone. Because if he really killed his girlfriend, he's going to strike again.
My name is Ethan Robert. I'm 25 years old, and for a huge part of my life, I used to work as a delivery guy. Being a delivery man taught me a lot of things. But the major lesson I took away from the job is that things aren't really what they seem in this world. And unfortunately, for me, I had to learn that the hard way. This happened about 3 years ago. At the time, all I really cared about was my job, as I spent most of my days delivering packages. Nothing really interesting happened on my delivery trips, but that all changed on one particular delivery. It was on a Monday, and I was trying to deliver a package, but there was a huge influx of traffic. I was already running late, so I decided to use a different route. I swerved the bike into a deserted back alley, and as I reached the end of the alleyway, I saw the strangest thing. Right there at the end of the street, I saw a 7-Eleven store. The sight was odd as it was placed in a very secluded area. That was strange as being convenience stores, 7-Elevens, were normally built in places that were open and accessible to everyone. It was as if the store didn't want people to know it was there. After a lot of thinking, I decided to brush it off as I was running late and I still had a package to deliver. So I went on with my journey. A week passed before I had to use that route again. It was on a Friday and I was on another delivery trip. The weather was hot and there was heavy traffic. I couldn't be late, so I decided to use the route again as it was easier. After 20 minutes, I was done with the delivery and I was on my way back. I was thirsty, so I decided to pop into the oddly placed 7-Eleven store to get something to drink. As I walked into the store, I froze on the spot as I was greeted with another odd sight. All the people who were in the 7-Eleven store were all donning suits, gowns, and expensive jewelry. The aura all seemed high class, as with one look at them, you'd know that they were all wealthy. This was really peculiar to me, as seeing rich people in a convenience store was a sight to behold. But even then, that wasn't the strangest thing, as there was something more odd about the scene. The rich people weren't shopping or talking. They were all just standing and waiting. An eerie silence filled the room as all the classy people watched the clock. I looked up at the clock that they were all staring at, and I saw the time was 7:09 p.m. I began to get anxious as the environment made me feel uneasy. So I decided to get my drink and to leave as soon as possible. After getting the drink I wanted, I made my way to the counter, and before I could reach there, the clock hit 7:11 p.m. Before I could blink, I saw numerous hooded figures emerge from the back door of the store. Within seconds, they filled the room, and with no hesitation, they began to usher everyone into the room they had just come out of. I began to panic as I slowly backed away, but before I could reach the door, I was sternly held by one of the hooded figures, and the man then proceeded to usher me into the room. Out of fear, I didn't speak as I knew that if I didn't comply, I'd be in trouble. So I decided to stay calm and wait for an opportunity to escape. I was led into another room through the back door, and I walked into what seemed to be the exact replica of the 7-Eleven I was just ushered out of. I was confused for a few minutes as I began to look around, but I stopped dead when I saw what was displayed on the shelves. At first glance, I thought I was looking at life-sized dolls, but it didn't take long before I got the horrific realization that those were actual human beings. I looked closer to see neatly dressed children displayed in glass-like cages. Each of the cages had price tags on them, as I saw price ranges from $50,000 all the way up to $150,000. I watched in horror as the rich people began to pick out and buy the captive children like they were buying groceries. The fear on the faces of the children made my heart break as they were being carried away. I watched as a hesitant child began to scream as she was taken away. Her screams began to fill the room, and I watched as the rich couple who picked her out said, "Silence it. We'll pick out another." With no hesitation, one of the hooded figures opens the glass cage, brings out a gun, and shoots the child clean in the head. Watching that child get murdered was my breaking point as I finally lost it and screamed. All eyes immediately turned to my direction as they realized that I wasn't meant to be there. Within seconds, I was surrounded by the hooded figures, and the one looming over me asked, "Who the hell are you?" I didn't answer as I knew that if I told them the truth, they would immediately kill me, the same way they just killed that little girl. As I answered them with silence, I could tell the man was agitated as he punched me right in the mouth. I felt my lip tear as I began to taste blood in my mouth. The hooded figure then said, "Tell us who you are, or I assure you that we will make you hear your own bones break." I said nothing as I was ready to take the beating, then to die. All the hooded figures then proceeded to beat the crap out of me. As they punched and kicked me, I watched as the rich emotionless people just stood there watching them beat me to death. After 30 minutes, I felt immeasurable pain run through my body. My face was swollen and I could barely open my left eye. I then heard one of the hooded figures say, "Just kill him already. I don't think he's anyone important." The hooded man then brought out his gun and pointed it directly at my head. My heart began to beat rapidly as I realized they were just going to kill me, regardless of if I spoke or not. A lot of thoughts began to run through my head as I never thought being a delivery guy would get me into a situation like this. Right before the man could shoot me, the door was broken down and I heard someone scream the word, "FBI!" Numerous FBI agents filled the room as gunshots were fired. Within minutes, the sound of the gunshots simmered down and numerous people were in handcuffs. One of the FBI agents now saw me lying battered on the floor, and he called for the paramedics. As I was being taken care of, the agent began to question me, and I told him everything I knew. The agent then said, "Well, Ethan, today's not your lucky day, as you just stumbled upon one of the most messed up trafficking rings that the FBI has been tracking for months. You really should thank the Lord that you're alive, because these merciless people run a horrific organization who use dubious fronts to undergo child trafficking all around the world, and this 7-Eleven store is just one of them." After that, I was questioned a little bit more before I was told to go home as they began to finish rounding up the criminals. Even after 3 years, the memory is still fresh in my mind. I quit my job after that incident and I went back to school. The ordeal has made me see the world differently, as I'm now always wary of my surroundings. So to anyone who's listening to this, My advice to you is to tread carefully, as you really never know where you are. Who knows if your local barbershop is a front for a cocaine store? This is why it's always better to proceed with caution, so you wouldn't find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I used to love going to amusement parks as a kid. My favorite one was called Wonderwood Park. It had an Alice in Wonderland theme that was just different enough from the House of Mouse's version to not get sued. Since it was close to where I lived, every summer I'd go there with my parents as an annual tradition. Those days gave me some of the happiest memories of my life. They couldn't last though. My father got a job far away from our old town, and we all had to move with him. It became impractical to travel to Wonderwood Park every year, so we eventually just stopped going. I was just about to graduate high school when my mother told me that she heard the park closed down due to unknown reasons. I remember feeling sad when I heard the news, but I was too busy with things like finals and college applications to be too down about it. It was only after I'd graduated college and moved out of my parents' house that I decided to return to my old hometown once more to revisit Wonderwood Park. I pulled over to the nearest hotel and rented a room there before proceeding to where Wonderwood Park once was on foot, wearing a medical mask to cover my face. I doubted anyone actually cared whether people went to those ruins or not, but I was still technically trespassing. It was better if nobody saw me there, and for them to not see my face if they did. Late that afternoon, I hopped over the fence, past the locked gates, and into Wonderwood Park for the first time since I was 12. As expected, a lot has changed since my last time there, but I was still able to recognize it as the place that made my childhood. The rides I had once waited in humongous lines to get on lay rusty and dilapidated from years of neglect. The food stands had completely collapsed, ravaged by the elements and scavenging animals that ate whatever was left behind. Even the towering Ferris wheel that had once been the highlight of my every trip stood deteriorated, with the wheel looking like it could fall off the rickety hinges at any moment. It was a shame to see the source of so many fond memories in such a state, but I couldn't help but feel just a little happy that I was able to return to see it one last time. I took out my phone to take some pictures as a keepsake. I walked around the theme park taking pictures of all the attractions I used to love as a kid. The slingshot ride that was made to look like a heart-shaped guillotine. The water ride based on the time that Alice cried enough tears to cause a flood. And even a winding hedge maze decorated with the now long-dead roses that was supposed to resemble the Queen of Hearts' garden. I got a little lost in the last one. I must have passed the same crumbling statue of the Queen of Hearts at least 3 times. Even when covered in bird shit, she still manages to look like a pompous prick. By the time I managed to find my way out of the maze, night was already beginning to fall. I got ready to leave the place before it got too dangerous to walk outside alone. But as soon as I took a step beyond the maze entrance, I heard something that stopped me in my tracks. Psst, hissed a soft voice somewhere behind me. It sounded like the voice of a child. Startled, I spun around to see what it was. Standing with her face half hidden behind a hedge wall was a pale little blonde girl in a tattered-looking blue dress. She stared at me with a pleading eye, but didn't utter a word as I stood there dumbfounded by her presence. Hey, I said, once I got over the initial surprise. What are you doing here? The little girl didn't reply. She just continued to stare at me with that glassy blue eye that seemed to see through my soul. I was a little creeped out, to be honest, but I wasn't about to abandon her there in the ruins. Hey, sweetie, are you lost? I asked. Do you know where your parents are? She didn't reply. She just turned away and ran off behind the hedge wall. Wait! I called out after her. It took me a long time to figure out the hedge maze myself. I didn't want her to get lost in it as well, so I ran after her. I turned the corner just in time to see the blue hem of her dress disappear behind the left hedge wall corner. I ran after her, my footsteps echoing throughout the otherwise silent ruins like banging drums. Each time I turned a corner to find her, I'd only catch a glimpse of her trailing dress, telling me which direction she went in the maze. It was almost as if she was doing it on purpose. Finally, I followed her to the wide open center of the maze, where there were no corners for her to hide behind. She stood stock still in front of the Queen of Hearts statue, with her back to me. It was the same Queen of Hearts statue I'd accidentally passed several times trying to get out. "You're not going to run away again, are you?" I said between heavy pants, though the little girl didn't seem tired at all. "Please just stay there. I'll call the police. They'll make sure you're safe, okay? I promise." The little girl shook her head, her face still turned away from me. "It's too late for that," said the little girl, in the most sorrowful voice I'd ever heard. Before I could ask what she meant, the girl turned around to look at me. For the first time, I was able to fully see her face. It made me immediately wish I hadn't. The left half of her face had been completely torn open. I could see her cracked white skull peering through the bloody gash in her flesh, and her eye was hung from its socket, dangling over her ghostly pale cheeks like a macabre pendulum. I would have screamed had the shock of it all not caused my body to freeze in fear. Without another word, the little girl turned her back to me again and sunk into the dirt in front of the Queen of Hearts statue. It was then that I noticed that the dirt looked like it'd been disturbed. There was a small mound of dirt no bigger than a basketball, hidden by the overgrown grass that surrounded it. I managed to compose myself enough to approach it and examine it closer. Sticking out of the dirt was what looked like a human finger bone, small enough to belong to a child. I immediately called the police. Naturally, they asked me what I was doing in the ruined amusement park in the first place, and detained me for a few days while they investigated the girl's body buried under the Queen of Hearts statue. Thankfully, I was able to get off on minor trespassing charges after it became clear she'd been rotting there for at least 5 years. I don't know if the police will ever find out who put her there. I don't think even she knew herself. I just hope her spirit can finally find peace now, after being trapped in that park for so long.
I used to be very stupid and reckless in my high school days. Just to get an adrenaline rush, I didn't hesitate to risk my life. I enjoyed the opportunity and attention of girls for being crazy and too desperate. But too much of anything can never be good. That's exactly what happened to me one night, and since then, I have stopped being the risk taker. I grew up in a small neighborhood in the countryside. My eyes witnessed green paddy fields and big bushy trees in my growing years more than any other kids of today's time. At some distance from our neighborhood stood a rusty abandoned building. Many people approached the mayor to demolish that site and build something useful, but whenever workers started working, things ended up in horrifying accidents. First, a worker was found dead hanging inside the asylum. His eyes were bulging out from his sockets. The fearful expression on his face was enough to understand that he surely had seen something extremely scary before death. The strangest part was, no one could find the reason behind his suicide. His co-worker said he was absolutely fine when he came for the night shift. A group of 5 workers went inside to take a look at the leaking pipelines when this man got lost somehow. They called out for him and eventually thought he left for home. But when the next day he didn't arrive, they again searched the entire building and found him hanging from the ceiling inside a room. No one has the slightest idea what went wrong with him that night. Many people reported hearing screams and whispers from that asylum after dark, even though it has been long abandoned. We grew up hearing about this haunted asylum, and people in our town avoided that place like a plague after sunset. One day, I was coming home from school with my best friend Sam and my then girlfriend Amanda. Sam started talking about that abandoned asylum. He and Amanda went on rambling about how that place is actually haunted. I told them with a mocking tone, "How old are you guys? 6?" And then laughed at them for believing in these bullshit theories. "What do you mean? All those deaths, the people who saw things there, isn't it enough proof for you?" Sam said. "The people who died there died all by accident or suicide. There's no proof any ghost killed them, and talking about seeing things, there's a word named hallucination." Amanda said in a surprised tone, "You are so wrong. My dad even heard laughter coming from that building one night. I didn't say her dad can hallucinate too, because that would have started a fight, and I really liked her, so I only smiled. But she realized my irony, and they both started nagging me with their stupid theories. Being the overconfident fool I was, I told them we should all go there and see for ourselves tonight. Are you out of your mind? My mom would kill me if she knew I went there at night, Sam said in a panicked voice. I laughed harder this time and kind of insulted him for being such a coward. One thing led to another, and we ended up taking a challenge to spend the night there. Amanda warned us not to be so desperate, but Sam and I were ahead of rational senses. We decided to meet in front of the asylum around midnight. Obviously, I had to sneak out after my parents slept, and so did Sam. When I reached the location, I could see Sam already waiting there for me. He seemed too pumped up to prove me wrong tonight. I smiled at him, but he didn't smile back at all. The sound of crickets and frogs singing chorus at the same time created a perfect environment for ghosts to appear. I lit up my flashlight and we started to walk towards the entrance. The place was older than my dead grandpa. I have heard various disturbing incidents used to take place inside this asylum during its active years. Some say a group of mad doctors performed various experiments on mentally deranged patients, which led to many deaths. But they framed the deaths in such a manner that most of them got ruled out as accidents. Some stories went like, a little girl named Lily was born in the asylum and later died drowning in the bathtub. A man named Jesse intentionally grabbed a disconnected electric wire, burnt to death with high voltage electric shocks. Deaths of Civil War soldiers and a patient who was brutally murdered by his roommate were also a part of the history of this asylum before it got abandoned. The building was so vast that it was easy to end up alone despite having company. It was also easy to feel lost amid the maze of hallways and patient rooms covered in peeling paint. There was broken glass all around the floor. Most of the patients' rooms were tattered and messed up with bad excrement and broken pieces of furniture. The beds that once had shackles and leg guards attached to hold down a violent patient was now lying there under thick layers of dirt with reeking bed sheets, dirtier than a dumpster. What a mess, I exclaimed in disgust while treading down the long corridor. Sam wasn't saying a word. He was walking quietly, and his eyes were moving here and there, looking for something. I knew he was scared, and maybe regretting challenging me. So to ease up the situation, I said, I have 2 cans of beer. Want one? Without replying to my question, he suddenly stopped and said, Can you smell that? Smell what? The smell of burnt flesh mixed with years-old clogged water and dried blood. What? What the hell is wrong with you, man? Can't you smell it? It's coming from upstairs. I was sure Sam is trying to pull a prank by saying all this gibberish, but I wasn't some easy scare. I said in a firm voice, Fine, let's go and check upstairs. Also, you don't need the beers anymore. I think you're already drunk. Normally, Sam would often reply back if someone mocked him, but this time, he didn't. I was stunned by his weird behavior. At some point, I felt I don't even know my best friend anymore. We started to walk upstairs. I was in the front and Sam was coming behind me. The upper floor was no different from the below one. The same long corridor with dozens of dingy rooms spread out on both sides. Cobwebs were hanging all over the walls. As I pointed my flashlight ahead, a huge bat flew over our head. I ducked out of reflex. I expected Sam to make fun of me, but again, he didn't. He kept walking while sniffing the air in a very weird manner. He then stopped near a door and said, Okay, now I know where it's coming from. You know what? The smell I told you about. This is that bathroom where Lily was drowned after being molested, but she got her revenge anyway. The doctor who took advantage of her was also found in that same bathtub the next day. How do you know all this shit? Is it all true, or are you just trying to scare me? Why would I try to scare you? Saying this, he twisted the doorknob, and to my surprise, I actually saw what it was. A big washroom with a huge worn-out bathtub residing at the end. The smell of years-old muddy water pierced my nostrils, and I realized what smell Sam was mentioning all this time. The only thing that shocked me was how come he smelled the dirty water from downstairs. I was going to ask him that when I noticed something hanging at the edge of that bathtub. To take a clear view, I flashed my light onto it, and my skin crawled in immediate fear. I could see a hand bulging out of that bathtub. The hand was bloated and lifeless. Whoever was lying in it had been dead for quite a long time. What the fuck? Whose hand had that been? Is this your prank? I turned back to hurl at Sam and found myself standing in that abandoned asylum all alone. Where did he go? When did he leave? I couldn't even hear a single footstep walking down these stairs. I called out his name out loud, but no response came. Out of panic and fear, I walked to the bathtub and flashed my light on the murky, black water once again. I was right. This is indeed a dead body. And this person is no stranger to me. It was my best friend, Sam. His eyes were wide open with an unknown fear. He might have seen something horrible before taking his last breath. His face and body were blowing up, being drenched in that water. I rushed home in a panic and woke up my dad. I told him everything. I was going to call the cops, but he stopped me. Yes, my father made me sit on this matter, as the entire blame could be on me. Now you know why I am not brave anymore. I am the weakling friend who sat on his friend's unnatural death to avoid strict interrogation. Sam's body was found by the cops 3 days later after searching the entire town. Amanda knows I couldn't meet him that night due to my parents' pressure. Everyone knows Sam went to the asylum and died like every other person there. I am sure he planned to show me how brave he was by going there before me, and that's what made him never come back. It still scares me to sleep when I think. I was there all the time with Sam's spirit while he was floating dead in the tub upstairs.
I've never been this scared in my life. For the last few days, I can't sleep, can't eat, can't do anything in peace. I'm a shopaholic and I love purchasing everything online. One of my favorites online go-to shop is Amazon. Half of my monthly salary goes to them, and by now I think almost every delivery guy from Amazon is mugged up to my house address. But now, I'm scared to buy anything online because someone is leaving mysterious Amazon packages on my doorstep. There's no proper time for their arrival, and no one knocks on my door. But between every 2 to 3 days, I receive them. It all started one sunny morning. I just got up from bed and came downstairs to make breakfast when I saw my cat scratching the main door. I've never seen him behave this way. Albert is a lazy cat who barely moves from his seat. What is it, Albert? He went on rubbing his paw on the doormat. I thought maybe he wanted to go outside, so I opened the door and there it was. A package labeled by Amazon was sitting on my porch. I thought maybe it's the wall clock that got delivered early. I found it extremely unprofessional on behalf of the delivery guy. He should have at least knocked to notify me. I brought it inside and kept it on the dining table. For a wall clock, the package felt surprisingly light. Something inside rattled when I picked it up. I left it like that and went to fry some bacon and eggs. After finishing breakfast, I decided to open it up. I cut the first layer of tape with my kitchen seizure, and then the entire wrap came out. It felt like someone already opened it, and then put it all back together. I unfolded the cardboard box and peeked to see what was inside. My eyes widened with shock as I found a ring of cable wires that had been ripped off from both ends. What the hell? This was the stupidest joke ever. What's the point of putting some worn-out cable inside a disposed-of Amazon box? And why on earth did someone leave it on my doorstep? With a pissed-off mood, I dumped it in the bin under the kitchen sink and left for work. The entire day, I couldn't concentrate on my work. I kept thinking about the package. When I came home, I took a shower to cheer up my mind and ignore the morning incident. I came downstairs and sat on the couch to watch the news. As I turned on the TV, breaking news flashed on the screen. Last night in the 23C block, a woman was found murdered in her house. Her porch window was open from where the intruder supposedly entered the home. It said that she had been strangled with her cable wire, but the murder weapon is missing from the crime scene. Cops are interrogating everyone in the neighborhood about this mystery killer. My eyes went to the kitchen. I could feel a sudden rise in my heartbeat. I slowly got up and walked to the kitchen sink. The package is still lying inside the dustbin. I took it out once again and opened it. The thin white wire no doubt belongs to a cable TV. Is it even possible? Or am I just overthinking things? This all can just be a coincidence intertwined with a stupid joke. Just when I heard Albert growling at the cable wire on my hand, I put it all back but didn't throw the package away this time. I don't know what I was waiting for. I still regret not going to the cops right then. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought the cops might have suspected me if the wire turns out to be a missing murder weapon. Also, the victim's house is not far away from my place. I struggled to sleep that night. All I could think was a pair of hands strangling my neck with that white cable wire. My eyes were bulging out. My tongue was hanging as I was desperate to free myself from the killer's tight grasp. Around 3 a.m., I woke up with a dry throat. I grabbed the glass of water from the bedstand and was about to take the first sip when I heard footsteps in my yard. I sprung out of bed and went to the window to look outside. As I peeked, I saw a figure dressed in black disappearing into the bushes nearby. Was it him? Did he come back? I rushed downstairs and with a trembling hand opened the main door. And there it was again. Another similar-looking Amazon package was sitting on my porch. I picked it up while shaking in fear. Who knows what I'll find this time? Albert growled at me, or rather, at the package that I was about to open. I unfolded the box and inserted my hand to pick something that was shining inside. As soon as my hand touched the object inside the box, I felt a warm liquid running through my fingertips. It wasn't water, but rather something sticky. I turned on the lamp nearby and found myself holding a bloody knife. The blood was still warm, which means another murder has taken place just a few moments back. Oh my god. A killer is dumping his murder weapons at my place. And now both of his murder weapons have my fingerprints on them. I ran to wash my hand and puked on the kitchen sink out of fear and disgust. What should I do now? Should I call the cops? What if they don't believe me? What if they think I'm the one behind these killings? There's only one way out of this. I must destroy these murder weapons. I went straight to the basement and burned the cable wire and the 2 packaging boxes right away. I cleaned the knife with dishwashing soap and bleach after that. The rest of the night, I slept on the couch in the living room. The next morning, I called sick and took leave from work. The TV news was turned on and I was waiting for that one single piece of news. The morning went by and afternoon fell, but there was no news of a second murder. I was walking in the entire house restlessly when I heard cop cars outside. My heart almost came out of my chest. Why in the hell are they here? I peeked behind the blinds of the window and I saw cops and paramedics in my neighbor's house. Does that mean... But before I could contemplate on that thought, my doorbell rang. I went to an utmost panicked mode. The cops are here to interrogate me now. What if they find out about these murder weapons? I have to speak carefully. I don't want to go to prison for the crimes I haven't done. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and tried to act as normal as I could. I opened the main door and saw a cop standing right in front of me. Hello, officer. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name's Officer Brad. If you have a second, I'd like to ask you some questions regarding the murder next door. What? There's been a murder next door? But how? Oh my god. Ma'am, please calm down. We don't want anyone to panic. Can I come in? Yes, please. I made way for him and Officer Brad entered my house. We sat down in the living room and he told me my neighbor, Mrs. Atwood, has been stabbed to death last night. They're looking for the murderer. He asked me if I hadn't seen or heard anything suspicious last night, and I replied not at all. His questions were obvious, like if Mrs. Atwood had any enemy or feud with someone who could kill her for revenge, and my answers were no. I went on pretending like a dumb person who knew nothing about all this. After a tense round of interrogation, when Officer Brad realized I have no useful information to give him, he got up and warned me to maintain high security, as the killer can strike again. I walked him to the door and saw him moving to the next house. As soon as I closed the door, I collapsed on the floor with tears. Why me? Why is the killer doing this to me? I couldn't eat the entire day. I drank a lot out that night and passed out on the couch. I don't remember how long I was gone, but my senses sharpened with the sound of the main door opening. I jumped from the couch and ran to hid under the stairs. The door closed and someone walked into my house. I kept the knife under the stairs, which the murderer left earlier. Footsteps started to come close to me, and a voice spoke. "I know you're hiding, Kelly." Kelly? My name is Caroline, and there's the only person in the entire world that called me Kelly. Oh my god, is it Mark? Mark was the creepiest boyfriend I ever had. A cold shiver ran down my spine when I recalled how I filed a restraining order on him 2 years back, and he said to me, "You'll pay for this, Kelly." So it's him the whole time trying to get his ugly revenge on me. I reached out to my left pocket to call the cops, but discovered I'd left my phone on the couch. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my hair and pulled me out in one painful swift. "How did you like my gifts, Kelly?" Mark threw me on the hard floor while laughing like a maniac. "What do you want from me?" I screamed while sobbing in fear. Mark gazed at me with bloodshot eyes and said, "Nothing. I just want you. And now we don't have any other way than to run away, you know? Go pack your things. We'll leave right now, hon." "What? Why would I run away with you?" "Oh, my sweet, innocent Kelly. Don't you get it? I killed those people and sent you the murder weapons for a reason, you know. You didn't go to the cops, which makes it clear you have tried to hide them, and now you're equally responsible for those crimes as much as me. Tampering with murder evidence is a crime indeed." "You shouldn't have picked up those Amazon packages, my poor lamb." My head started to throb in pain as I finally understood his evil plan. But this time, I'm not going down without a fight. "You crazy freak!" I jumped on him and stabbed him with the same knife he stabbed my neighbor to death. Blood started pouring like a fountain, and his body trembled like roadkill. I kept stabbing him until his entrails came out from his stomach. I'm now driving to the big lake on the outskirts. His body is lying in the back, wrapped in layers of plastic. I'll dump him in the lake along with the knife, and the mystery killer will never be found by the cops. Everyone will know he went underground after 2 murders, and I'll be done with this shit, once and for all.
There was a time when I used to visit this OnlyFans account a lot. I was a rich, spoiled kid back then. My dad bought me a car for my 18th birthday. Maybe because of my parents' too much affection, I cared less about others. I went to college, made new friends. My roommate, George, was a funny guy. He always seemed to joke and be pulling the legs of others. One day, George told me, "Do you know Molly runs an OnlyFans account? Her posts will set fire in your heart." If you know what I mean. I came home and logged onto this site, OnlyFans. I didn't intend to search for Molly, but somehow I got lost in this site. I was shocked to see some girls willing to go to any extent just for some money. I mean, at times, a lot of accounts felt way creepy and disturbing to me. There were this one girl's disgusting videos of licking her partner's blood. I couldn't even understand why she did that. Honestly, I still don't. But let's get back to the story. So, one day I was scrolling through the site. My parents went to see a friend, so I was alone in the house. While randomly checking the accounts, I noticed a profile named Sleeping Beauty. I subscribed with $5. The name made me curious, so I didn't think much before subscribing. The page started loading, so I went to the kitchen and grabbed some chips. I munched on the first chip, and the screen opened, flashing a beautiful girl's images. The girl looked so young that I was sure she lied about her age on this site. I did not doubt that she was a minor. She was wearing revealing clothes and posing for the camera, but in all her pictures, her eyes were closed and she was lying on a bed. The way she posed, it looked like she was sleeping. I kinda liked her style. She was mysterious and different from most of the girls in OnlyFans. I texted her saying, "Hi, Sleeping Beauty. There is no doubt you are beautiful." Within a minute, she replied, "Hi, Jack. I like you already. I like the way you clicked your pictures. It's creative. Thanks, love. Would you like to see more?" Sure. She sent me a picture with a $10 unlock fee. I unlocked it and saw it was a picture of her barebacked face to the camera. Wow. If skin is flawless, I texted. "Want to see more?" "How far are you willing to go, Jack?" she texted. "As far as you can take me." I was talking to her without hesitating because this is how this site works, right? You like someone's content, you ask for more, and they ask for money. If you want, you pay. Otherwise, you go for someone else. That night, I spent $100 on her photos. But in every photo, she kept her eyes closed. I went to sleep wondering how she would look if she opened her eyes. The next day, I told George about this girl. "Wait, what? $100 in one night? Are you insane? That girl surely made a fool of you. No one spends that much money on some naked pictures, bro." George replied. Even though he was right, I couldn't stay away from this girl. Every night before going to bed, I talked to this girl and gave her tokens of $30, sometimes $50. 4 days went by. She stopped coming online. I texted her, but she didn't see them or make new posts. I got very upset. I think I kind of fell for her unknowingly. Suddenly, one night, I started to get replies to my texts. I opened the OnlyFans app and saw she texted me back. I got extremely excited. "Where have you been all this time?" "Sorry, I got a bit busy." "So, did you miss me?" "Of course I did. I missed you a lot. I think I have fallen in love with you. You have got to tell me your name today." "What's in a name, Jack?" "I want to meet you. I can meet you anywhere. Just tell me when and where. I will be there." "Oh, you are so desperate. I like that in a man." "Please, don't joke with me. I seriously want to meet you and talk to you. I want to look into your eyes. Please, send me a video." "No, Jack, that's not possible. But I can send you some other pictures which you will like." Without waiting for my reply, she sent me her picture wearing blue sleepwear. And her skin looked excessively pale to me. She was lying on the bed in the same manner. Usually, she took her pictures from a side view. I always guessed she used to use a tripod, but this picture was taken from a top view, like someone took this picture for her. The body was unusually stretched on the bed. I noticed bruises on her ankles. "Oh my God, are you hurt? How did you get bruises?" "What? Oh, that's nothing. I was doing a photo shoot. It was a themed photo shoot. I have a lot of money. I can take care of you. You don't have to work like this anymore. Please, meet me once. I assure you, you will have a great time with me." But she went offline without replying to my last text. I couldn't sleep the entire night. I thought maybe I freaked her out. Maybe she only cares about the money and doesn't want to reveal herself. Next morning, when I woke up, I see Sleeping Beauty has blocked me from her account. I felt heartbroken. I stopped going out or meeting friends. I kind of isolated myself from everyone. One day, I was sitting in my room scrolling my Facebook feed when I saw her again. But what I saw shocked the hell out of me. It was a missing advertisement with a picture in the middle. It was that same girl from OnlyFans, except her eyes were open this time. It read, "Missing, Cassandra, a 15-year-old girl. Height 5'4", fair complexion, round face. Has been missing for the last month. She was wearing a white shirt and blue skirt and was carrying a school bag when seen last. She was coming home from school and that was the last time anyone saw her. Please contact us if you get any information about our little girl. We are in terrible pain. Contact Vincent Smith, father. Gina Smith, mother. 704-030-020. I stood in my room to figure out everything. I then ran to my dad and told him everything. We went to the cops immediately and contacted her parents as well. I saved all her pictures that she sent me so far, even the last one. I understood why all this time her eyes were closed. Her abductor drugged her and clicked those pictures of her. I bet he is the one who texted me for money. But I was extremely worried because that guy has hurt her, which is why she got those bruises. The cops tracked down the profile and found the culprit. It was a 40-year-old man living in a secluded cabin out of the city. He stalked Cassandra and kidnapped her on her way home. Unfortunately, when the cops broke in, they found the man trying to destroy her body by lighting it on fire. Yes, she was dead. The girl must have woken up from her state of trance and tried to fight this guy, and he hit her in the head with a blunt object. She died right at that moment. What disgusted me to the core was, the man tried to earn money by sending pictures of her dead body as well. That's why she seemed unusually pale to me in the last picture. I deleted those pictures from my phone. The man got convicted for the charge of abduction and murder. Cassandra's parents left the city and moved away. I don't go to OnlyFans anymore. I wish her soul to rest in peace.
This happened amidst the 2020 lockdown. I used to work in a publishing house as a graphic designer, and my office instructed most of the employees to start working from home. I live alone in a small house. The place I live in is known for its quiet and safe environment. At least that's what I used to think. It was a hot summer night. I was going through tremendous work pressure. It was a tight deadline. My house has a moderately sized living room with an open kitchen area. My bedroom is upstairs, and there's a guest bedroom beside it, which I actually turned into my workplace. My boyfriend and I planned to move in together, hence we rented this house. But before we could officially move in there, the coronavirus outbreak took place, and I was compelled to live alone in that house. Beside my house there was another house. A middle-aged married couple lived in it. They were always fighting and arguing though. I could hear the woman scream at her husband every night. Even though pretty much everyone was annoyed with this family, no one ever dared to confront them. I was just hoping everyone wanted to stay out of the fights just like me, but avoiding trouble is obviously not the way to solve it. It was a Saturday night, and I was talking to my boyfriend sitting in my living room. We were obviously upset about not being able to see each other. The weather outside was cloudy in the afternoon, and a thunderstorm was going on outside now. I was pretty surprised to see how awfully quiet the neighboring couple was. I mean, usually they start yelling at each other in the afternoon, but that day there was pin-drop silence. I finished the call with my boyfriend, and then went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Though within 5 minutes the rain picked up, and it started to get really heavy. This sudden strike of lightning spooked me a bit. I was chopping vegetables, and the power even went out. Alone in a new house amidst a thunderstorm was enough to unsettle my mind, and now with the power cut, I was pretty disturbed if I'm being honest. I lit up a candle, and started to search for more just when I heard a knock on my door. I was thinking whether I should open the door or not, just when another huge lightning struck nearby, almost making my ears numb. I walked close to the door and said in a hesitated voice, "Who is it?" No one replied, but again I heard the knocks. I said in a loud voice, "Who are you?" The man replied in a panicked voice, Ma'am, I live next door. My wife is not feeling well. Can you please open the door?" I recognized the man's voice. I've heard that same man's voice screaming at his wife several times. I opened the door, and a flash of lightning made me see his face. The dude was literally sweating. I could tell from his face that something serious had happened. I asked in a worried voice, "What happened?" The man replied with, "My wife isn't feeling well, and I need to get some medicine for her. I can't leave my dog alone in the house. Is there any chance you could keep an eye on him until I come back?" I thought for a second, but the man wasn't asking much, so I couldn't say no. I agreed, and the man brought in his dog. It was honestly a really cute dog, but I don't know why the dog was acting strange. Every time the man tried to grab the dog, it kept straying away from him. I was confused. Seeing a pet acting against his owner was not a common occurrence. It was quite evident that for some reason the dog didn't like that man. I took the dog inside and locked the door. I watched the man driving away in his car. What worried me most was that he left his sick wife alone, but was insanely concerned about the dog, even though the dog hates him. I didn't think much of it, and got busy cooking dinner again. The storm was growing heavier and louder. I guessed there must have been a huge short circuit, which is why the entire area had lost its power. I finished my dinner, and even gave the dog some food to eat. Now, my bedroom window is faced towards the bedroom window of that man and his wife. I took the candle upstairs and stood near the window. Even though the house was in complete darkness, the flashes of lightning were showing the bedroom in glimpses. I could see their bed, and that someone was lying on it. I thought it was his wife, and was probably just sleeping. My sense of curiosity has always been quite low, so I just went to bed and gave the dog a place to sleep beside it. I don't exactly remember what time it was, but I woke up hearing a strange sound. I got up on my bed and went to the window, and that's when I saw 2 people standing in the bedroom of my neighboring house. The storm had stopped by now, but the power hadn't come back on yet. With the sound of voices, I figured it was a man and a woman. I realized the man had come back, and it must have been him and his wife. I looked at the clock and saw it was 10 p.m. I was leaving early the next day to meet my boyfriend. That's what we planned that evening, so I thought it would be easier if I just returned the dog right then. I was about to go wake up the dog, just when I saw something weird happen in the couple's bedroom. The man and the woman were carrying a third person out of the room. I got closer to the glass just to have a clear look, and just then the power came back on, causing the room's lights to flick on. That's when my stomach dropped in fear. I saw the man was indeed the husband, but the woman he was talking to was not his wife. It was a completely unknown woman I'd never seen before, and both of them were carrying a person on their shoulders. I could easily make out that third person was that man's wife. Her throat was slashed badly, but her blood had dried. It was evident from the look of her body that she had been dead for hours now. They didn't see me watching them, but suddenly the dog barked and the man started looking straight at me. Our eyes met, and he rushed out of the house at that moment. I didn't know what to do, but out of fear and panic, I too ran downstairs. I knew this man had realized that I now knew his secret. I knew that if this man caught me, there was no way I was getting out of this situation alive. I was a witness of his wife's dead body. I got to the main door and heard the man banging on it. He said in a loud but panicked voice, "Ma'am, I just came to get my dog. My friend is here to help me take my wife to the hospital. We might stay there for a while, so I would appreciate it if you opened the door and returned my dog to me." I was positive whatever he was telling me was a lie. All he wants now is for me to open the door so he can silence me like his wife. I responded, telling him I was going to call the cops and I knew the whole situation. The man banged on my door even harder and replied, "You're misunderstanding the situation. Why don't you just return my dog and mind your own business? Open this door right now." I double locked my door so that the man couldn't enter. I then dialed 911 and reported the incident. I was panicking, but as soon as I hung up the call, I heard footsteps running away. Out of my window, I saw the man and the woman hopping in the car and driving away at high speed. When the cops came, they were nowhere to be found, but they did discover the wife's dead body laying on the bedroom floor. The entire story unfolded while the cops investigated the matter. The man was having an affair with the woman I saw that night. They planned to murder his wife and vanish her body without anyone's knowledge. That was why the man made up the story about his wife being sick. He must have wanted to use me as an alibi for going out of his house that night. The man planned to come back during midnight and quietly get rid of his wife's body. He would have then had to come to me to get his dog back, and say something like his wife left him or something. And after generating that idea in my mind, that he had no knowledge of his wife's whereabouts, he would have moved out. In this period of lockdown, people would have hardly gone out of their houses looking for them. The man would have been successful in his plan if he didn't care about his dog so much. My boyfriend finally moved into the house the next day. It was honestly terrifying to stay in the house next door to where your neighbor had been murdered. The cops are still searching for them to this day, and I can only pray that they get caught soon.
I took up babysitting in college to make some extra money. It was either that or a part-time job at McDonald's, and babysitting gave me a more flexible schedule. Being the eldest of 4 siblings, I was pretty good with kids too anyway, so it seemed right up my alley. While I enjoyed my time working as a babysitter for the most part, there was this one gig that soured it for me forever. The client was a rich couple who lived in my neighborhood. They'd seen my ad in the local newspaper and called me one afternoon as I was lazing about in my room playing video games. "Hello, is this Joan?" asked the mother from the other end of the line. "I need someone to babysit. Are you available this Friday by any chance?" "Yeah, I'm free." I got up from my bed to focus on the conversation. "How many kids do you need me to babysit?" "Just one." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Well, 2, but you don't have to worry about the other one." "Can you please elaborate on that?" "Well, one of my sons is 10. He's the one I need you to look after," she explained. "The other one is 17, but I really don't trust him to look after his brother. He's special." From my experience, special is usually a parent's code word for some sort of disability, mental or otherwise. I didn't mind though. It just meant I'd have to be a bit more attentive than usual. Still, I wanted to know what I was getting into beforehand. "That's all right, ma'am. Is there anything I should know about him, though?" "You don't have to worry much about him. He usually keeps to himself in his room. Just leave a plate of food in front of his room at around 6 o'clock and he'll be fine." We talked a bit more and I agreed to sleep over for the night as she and her husband were out on their overnight trip. Once we settled on the price, I went back to playing video games without a second thought, not knowing what a huge mistake I'd just made. When Friday came, I went to the address the mother provided me on the phone. I knocked on the door and seconds later was greeted by a kindly-looking couple who introduced me to their young son. His name was Danny and seemed well-behaved enough, if not a little quiet. They then pointed me to the room of their reclusive teenage son, whose name I learned was Ryan. Apparently, Ryan lived in their basement. A little odd, but I didn't think to question it. I just assumed he must have liked the lack of noise in the basement. Once they got the ground rules laid down, I said goodbye to the parents and tried to hang out with Danny as best I could. He didn't make it easy, though. He hardly ever made eye contact with me, and whenever he did, I could see a strange sadness in his eyes. I'm nothing if not stubborn, though. Eventually, I got him to open up to me bit by bit by talking about his favorite shows while he drew fan art of them in the living room in colored pencils. I've watched so much SpongeBob, SquarePants, and Sesame Street during my time babysitting little kids that my knowledge of them was near encyclopedic. Relating to quieter kids like Danny is much easier when I'm able to understand their hobbies and interests. When dinner time rolled around, I decided to order us both some pepperoni pizza, much to Danny's delight. When the pizza came, I paid the pizza guy with some money the parents had given me for takeout and brought it inside. Before we dug in, I put 2 slices of the pizza on a clean plate and poured an ice-cold glass of soda for Ryan. I set the plate and glass in front of Ryan's room and knocked on the door. "Ryan," I called, "I'm leaving your dinner outside your door in case you want it. It's pizza, so you should eat it while it's hot." I heard thumping movement behind the door, so I knew that Ryan must have heard me. I didn't wait around to see him open the door, though. If the reason he kept to his room was because of some undiagnosed anxiety disorder, I didn't want to accidentally cause him a panic attack with my presence. People who spend all day in their room like he does probably dislike having to meet new people anyways. As I was walking away from the door, I heard it open and shut behind me. Satisfied that Ryan had his food, I went back to hanging out with Danny while chowing down on the rest of the pizza. We were laughing and joking about his favorite episode of SpongeBob when a look of concern suddenly came across his face. "Hey, you all right, Danny?" I asked. He looked me in the eye, and I could see that they were watery with a sadness that I couldn't figure out the source of. "You're going to stay with me tonight, right?" he asked. "You're not going to go anywhere?" I was a little taken aback by his question and brushed it off as him overthinking because he shouldn't be. "Of course I'll be here," I reassured him. "Promise. And if you're ever worried about anything, just come to me. I'll be right on the couch until your parents get home, all right?" His expression brightened, and we were soon back to talking about cartoons again. That night, I slept on the couch with my phone in my pocket in case the parents called me. Everything seemed normal. Then, out of nowhere, I was ripped out of my sleep by a firm hand covering my mouth and nose. I tried to scream, but no voice came out. I struggled to breathe, but couldn't through the unseen stranger's vice-like grip. An arm wrapped around my throat, making it even harder to breathe, and I could feel myself being lifted up from the couch. I was dragged away from the living room, kicking and clawing at my attacker's arm in my attempts to breathe. I felt my nails digging into flesh, but whoever the person was didn't show any signs of stopping. I caught a glance of the basement door opening before I was tossed inside. I tumbled down the stairs and landed on the hard wooden floor on my shoulder. I coughed and gasped for air in an attempt to regain my bearings. When I finally looked up from the floor, I saw what I can only describe as a bedroom from hell. Every piece of furniture looked like it had been made from bone or leather. Not just any bone either. The leg of the nightstand looked like it was made from someone's spine and bones. The leather covering of the bedside lamp had a human face sticking out of it. Even the sofa seat looked like it had been stitched from the skin of a dozen different people. It looked more like a demented workshop than a place any sane person could live in. Blood-stained work tools that must have been used to create the twisted furniture hung on the walls. I turned to look up the stairs and saw a filthy teenage boy with stringy black hair and blood-stained clothes smiling at me with rotten green and yellow teeth. His demented bloodshot eyes were fixed on me as he descended the stairs. Such pretty skin. He grabbed a rusty hammer from his wall of tools without slowing his approach. I can't wait to sleep in it. I finally regained my voice enough to let out a hoarse scream. Not a second later, he grabbed me by the throat again with one hand. Don't worry, he whispered into my ear, his foul, humid breath almost making me puke into my throat. I'll make you into something beautiful. He raised his hammer to strike. I closed my eyes and prayed that I'd die quickly. But the blow never came. Instead, I felt his grip release my neck, followed by a shrill scream that wasn't my own. I opened my eyes and saw Danny standing behind the teenager, holding the same colored pencil he was drawing with that day. Half of it was buried into the teenager's shoulder, causing him to cry out. Seeing an opportunity for escape, I kicked my teenage attacker in the crotch. While he was doubled over in pain on the ground, I grabbed Danny and ran out of the house as quickly as possible. Once we were both safely in a neighbor's house, I called the police, who arrived in a matter of minutes. They arrested the teenage boy, who was identified as Ryan, Danny's reclusive older brother, and they searched his entire basement bedroom. They found what I saw and confirmed what I didn't want to believe. Inside of his room were dozens of furniture made from human bone and leather. Some of the leather was traced back to grave robbing incidents in the area, while some were far too fresh to have been cut from a corpse. Under his bed, they found a blanket made entirely out of human faces. It was missing one last piece in the corner. Had it not been for Danny's help, my own face would have been added to it. Last I heard, Ryan was thrown into a mental hospital, where hopefully he'll stay for a long, long time.
The content of this story can be disturbing to some, hence viewer discretion is advised. This is a true incident that happened during my college days. My roommate, Maria, was a party animal, while I, on the other hand, was a shy, awkward girl. I've been like that since high school, which is why I never really had that many friends. Maria became quite popular in college. She was beautiful and highly extrovert at the same time. She often forced me to go partying and nightclubbing with her. Out of boredom and loneliness, I started to hang out with her and her friends. There was a guy named Ed who used to flirt with Maria a lot. He's probably like the one guy who can go to any extent to gain female attention. Sometimes he ended up doing really stupid things, but his charming nature saved him from embarrassments whenever he made a fool out of himself. One chilly winter day, I was sitting in the cafeteria having my lunch. Maria came in and said, "Hey Cheryl, are you up for a slumber party tonight?" Is it gonna be at our place?" I asked awkwardly. "Well, the location is a surprise. Are you up for it or not?" she asked. Honestly, I had nothing to do that night except my laundry. So I thought to myself, it'll be good for me, to socialize a bit. So I agreed. Ed was standing near the food counter. He said, "See you ladies tonight. Maria, hey, I'll text you the address." We came home and Maria started to pack for the party. In a confused voice, I said, "So where is this going to take place?" Maria laughed and said, "We don't know." "What? What do you mean you don't know?" I said. Maria turned around and said in a mysterious voice, "I mean, we haven't decided the house yet." I wasn't getting anything she was saying, so I asked her, "Maria, you guys are making me worried now. What are you up to?" She got close to me and whispered, "You'll see," and left the room. Later that evening, my mom called me, asking to see what my plans were for tonight. I told her I am about to spend the night at a friend's house. She said, "Good, I always tell you to socialize with Cheryl." After talking with her for about 30 minutes, I lied down on my bed. A sense of doubt started to grow in me. What are these people up to? I hope they don't do anything dangerous. At around 9, Maria and I finished our dinner. Maria received a text from Ed that read, "Meet us at the vacant lot on IMR Street." Now, my eyes widened in tension. I said, "Maria, are we gonna barge into some random abandoned house for a slumber party?" Maria said in an irritated tone, God, Cheryl, can you just chill for a sec? Look, if you don't want to come, you can stay back and do your laundry. I felt a bit hurt by her words, but at the same time I realized if I didn't go with them tonight, they might never invite me to another party. I didn't say anything more and sat quietly in the car. Maria drove the car on the highway and took a left turn. We got onto a dark and dusty road. The vacant lot in IMR Street is an infamous place. Many terrifying incidents have taken place there. Drug dealers and burglars take shelter in those empty houses. After half an hour, we reached our destination. We got out of the car and I checked my phone. It was 10:30 already. Standing in a vacant lot at that time gave me goosebumps. Maria was about to call Ed when we heard footsteps nearby. I got spooked immediately and turned around to see who it was. Just then, Ed jumped on me saying, "Got you, Cheryl!" I almost screamed with terror. I pushed him away, saying, "Not funny, Ed." He started to laugh like an idiot. Ed's roommate, Matt, said, "Come on, Ed, knock it off. Enough with your silly jokes. Let's just start this party." The four of us parked our cars under a big oak tree and started to walk down the alley. Old, worn-out wooden houses were scattered around us. Maria pointed out the last house on our left and said, "That one." Ed looked at her and replied, "That's the one then. Come on, let's go." In a nervous voice, I said, Guys, is this a good idea? I mean, what if someone's already in there?" Matt then said, "Then we'll be in trouble." Maria said, "Shut up, you two. There is no one in that house. Can't you see how dark and quiet it is?" Ed pushed the door, and it opened on its own. All of us checked the house, and there wasn't anybody inside. There wasn't any electricity either, so we lit some candles around us. Maria turned on some music. Ed brought beers for everyone, and we started the party. After half an hour, I also thought to myself that maybe this wasn't entirely a bad idea. Sometimes taking a little risk can be fun. Around midnight, everyone was drunk, so we paused the music and started to chat. Everyone was sharing their experiences of college life when suddenly Maria said, "Hey, do you want to play a game?" Ed smirked at her and said, "I would love to play games with you," and then laughed flirtatiously. Maria responded saying, "Oh, stop. I'm talking about a different type of game." I asked, "What game do you want to play?" Maria stared at us for a second and said, "Light as a feather, stiff as a board." Matt and I laughed. Ed said, "Sure, who wants to be the dead body?" Everyone exchanged looks, but no one volunteered. After a moment of awkward silence like this, Ed said, "Fine, I'll be the dead body." He then laid down on the floor. Maria placed a candle close to us so that we could see him properly. She then said in a low voice, "Everyone gather around him, making a circle, and place your 2 fingers under him." Matt and I did exactly what she said. I was feeling so drunk that this entire situation made me feel like I was in a different world. Maria also placed her finger and said, "Ed, I want you to be completely relaxed. Start to think you have no weight, that you are light as a feather." Ed chuckled once and said, "Okay, hope this works." Maria said, "Be serious," and then closed her eyes. There was dead silence around us. Maria said in a low tone, "Everyone says with me, light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board." We joined her in the chanting. I don't know how long we continued like this, but suddenly I felt like there was nothing on my hands. I moved my hand, but it touched the empty floor. We all opened our eyes and were shocked. Ed wasn't on the floor. Matt said, "Oh my God, is this all real?" Maria was shocked too. Maybe she didn't expect such an incident. All of us were sitting with blown out faces. thinking, did this ritual make Ed float away? And things like that. Right at that moment, Ed came out from the dark corner of the room and started to laugh. Look at all you fools. You guys are total douchebags, man. You thought I'd float away? We all got up off the floor, embarrassment covering our faces. Maria got angry and said, "You're not funny, Ed. You're just a..." But before she could finish, Ed's face started turning pale. He got completely quiet and started looking here and there. I said, "What happened, Ed? What is it?" He replied, "Don't you guys feel the air? I don't know what happened, but what we saw next made our stomachs drop. Suddenly, something lifted Ed into the air and bashed him hard onto the ceiling. Ed screamed at the top of his lungs. We all watched him floating in the air with big eyes. Something then threw him hard on the floor, and we heard the sound of a neck snapping. Ed stopped screaming immediately, but his body kept moving up and down. It was being bashed repeatedly, once on the ceiling and then to the floor, like a kid playing a sick joke on its poor toy. Blood started to splatter all over the room, and Ed's brain came out from his skull. It was like a gory scene from a Hollywood movie. I don't remember how we managed to leave the house and call the cops that night. The cops are still investigating this case. We got into some serious trouble as we had to face rough interrogation on what we were doing in a vacant lot that night. But they couldn't find us guilty for our friend's unfortunate death. Honestly, whatever that thing was that killed Ed ruthlessly that night might still be living in that empty, abandoned house.
I never liked my babysitter growing up. It's not like I hated her though. Her name was Sarah, and she didn't really do much aside from lounge around my living room, eating my food while my parents were away. I used to think that being a teenager must have been easy if they could get paid for doing nothing like her. The last time she ever babysat me was when I was around 11. Tim, my little brother, was 8 at the time, while my older brother, Thomas, was 13. Thomas had been telling my parents ever since he technically became a teenager that they should let him take care of me and Tim instead of hiring Sarah to babysit. Turns out, my parents really should have listened to him. My parents were going out for their monthly date and called Sarah over to babysit like they had 100 times before. And just like 100 times before, Sarah immediately hopped onto the sofa and started playing with her phone the moment my parents left. She only got off of the sofa when it was time to feed us. She microwaved some leftovers and we all chatted at the table during dinner. Or rather, my brothers and I chatted amongst themselves while Sarah texted someone on her phone without paying any attention to us. I assumed it must have been her boyfriend. The few times I've heard her talk on the phone instead of text, she used words like babe or lover boy while making kissy sounds into the phone. Disgusting, I know. I did notice something strange about her that night though. She wasn't quite as distracted as she usually was. Every now and then, she'd actually look up from her phone to look out one of the windows, almost as if she was trying to look out for us like she was supposed to. Once dinner was finished, she got right back onto the couch with her phone while Thomas and I were left to do the dishes. You notice something weird about Sarah? I asked Thomas as we were washing and drying the dishes we'd been eating from. Not really, why? Well, she keeps looking up from her phone and glancing at the doors and windows. It's like she's actually worried about us, which is weird since it's Sarah. Thomas let out a small chuckle. The house could be on fire and she wouldn't bother to put it out. I'm sure it's nothing. Yeah, you're probably right. I pushed the thought out of my mind and focused on finishing the rest of the dirty dishes. I couldn't stop thinking about it though. Long after Sarah sent the three of us to bed, I lay awake thinking about what could have made the ever apathetic Sarah bother to care about us. I was just about to forget about it when I heard glass shattering from downstairs. The sound woke Tim up and I immediately got out of my bed. What was that? Tim asked as he rubbed his eyes, still half asleep. I don't know, I replied, but I'm going to check it out. You just stay right here. I eased our bedroom door open and crept past Thomas's room past the stairs with my heart beating out of my chest. I was barely able to take 2 steps when I froze in my tracks at what I saw through the railing. A man was standing in the middle of the living room with a brown cloth bag slung over his shoulder. He had no mask and was walking around like he owned the place, rummaging through the drawers and cupboards, trying to find anything valuable. Lying on the ground was one of my parents' vases, shattered into 100 pieces on the floor. I guessed he must have broken it while trying to stuff it in his bag, which caused the sound that woke us up. Not knowing what to do, I rushed to Thomas' room and opened the door. He was lying awake on his bed, but had his headphones on, so he must not have heard the sound of the vase breaking downstairs. He looked surprised when he saw me and took off his headphones. "Hey, you all right there, little bro?" "There's someone in the house," I blurted out in horror. A seriousness spread across Thomas' face, and he immediately grabbed a baseball bat from beside his bed. "Go be with Tim and call the police." "But," "No buts. I'll handle this." I could only assume he must have been trying to prove to himself and our parents that he could take care of me and Tim. Still, I couldn't bear to leave him to face our intruder alone. I texted the police and went to watch from the stair railings as Thomas went to confront the burglar. The burglar was in the middle of emptying a safe when Thomas rushed at him with his baseball bat raised high in the air. He didn't even have time to react before Thomas bashed his head in with the bat. I felt relief washing over me when the man fell onto the floor with blood gushing out of the bruised side of his head. But Thomas didn't stop there. He kept wailing on the burglar, bringing his bat down again and again on his head, his chest, anywhere he could hit. I couldn't tell if it was righteous anger or fearful adrenaline fueling his swings, but he was starting to scare me more than the burglar lying crumpled on the floor. "Thomas, that's enough!" I cried with tears in my eyes. Thomas stopped his baseball bat mid-swing. Had he gone through with it, I was sure that the twitching burglar on the floor would have died. I saw Thomas take a deep breath, which seemed to calm him down. He turned to me saying something, probably an admonishment for not doing what he said. Yet, all I could hear from him was a faint gurgling sound as a knife pierced his throat from behind and exited through the front of his neck. Behind him, holding the knife, was Sarah. Her mouth curled into a vicious snarl and eyes filled with rage. She pulled out the knife and a geyser of blood spurted from the hole in Thomas's neck. He fell to his knees and gripped his open throat, struggling to breathe through the blood that filled his lungs. She didn't even give him a chance. She brought her knife down on him over and over again, screaming obscenities as she did, calling him a brat for hurting her boyfriend. I immediately realized what was going on and sprinted back into my room. I locked the door and cowered under the bed with Tim up until the police arrived in response to my text. Sarah and her boyfriend were both arrested and taken into custody. Thomas was taken out in a body bag. Sarah was never worried about us. I was stupid to think otherwise. She just wanted to make sure none of the neighbors were still awake so that nobody would see her boyfriend once she let him in the house to rob us. I still haven't forgiven my parents for hiring someone like Sarah to watch over us. And honestly, I don't think they'll ever forgive themselves either. I used to work as a cleaning guy in an asylum. The asylum was said to hold some of the extremely violent patients around the state. The patients were kept in a different wing. Right next to the main building, there was an underground facility that was always under high alert security. Not many people were allowed there. No visitors ever stepped in, and it was evident the patients who stayed there were completely cut off by their friends and family. That wing was assigned to our senior staff, Jonathan, who has been working there from the beginning years. He used to share many creepy incidents that he experienced in that wing. So in my mind, I always had this idea that the Red Alert wing is a hellhole of screaming lunatics threatening to take your life. One day during working hours, we heard an ambulance coming towards the asylum building. We all went outside and saw 2 security guards carrying Jonathan on their shoulders. The paramedics took him to the hospital, and we came to know he had a stroke while working in the Red Alert area. Even though there was no sign of injury on his body, I could sense something was unnatural about his sudden stroke. I asked one of the security, "How did it happen?" He shrugged his shoulders with a confused face and said, "Well, he was cleaning near cell 9 when we heard a ruckus. We rushed there and he was lying unconscious on the floor, and some patients were laughing like maniacs seeing this poor man die. This place is filled with freaks, crazy Sikh people." I could see the disgust on his face. Honestly, we all knew that the patients here were not in their sensible state of mind, but still, the cruelty and inhuman behavior did scare each one of us to go near them, even in daylight. A spot opened to work in the Red Alert facility, but none of the cleaning staff agreed to go there. The manager doubled the pay, and I couldn't stop myself from grabbing the deal. I needed money more than anyone else at that point, so I said I will do it. While handing me the charts of the cells, he said with a serious voice, "Whatever happens, always stay away from the bars of these cells. You'll find details of patients on the chart, so act accordingly after studying their profile in detail." That night, I went home and sat down with the chart with a beer and some pasta. I found out there were 13 cells in that wing with 10 patients at present. 6 of them were male and 4 of them female. Each one is accused of committing violent crimes in their feat of mental instability. For example, the guy in cell number 1 is a 35-year-old man who crashed into a birthday party going to his neighbor's house and tried to burn the house down. A woman in cell number 7 strangled her 85-year-old mother in her sleep. The more I read, the more chills appeared on my skin. Among all of them, the 50-year-old man in cell number 9 was termed as the most violent of all. There was very little information about how he ended up here, but I recalled it was the same cell outside which Jonathan was found unconscious. I won't lie, but that night, I had a terrible dream. I saw I was laying on the floor of the Red Alert wing, and all the patients were laughing like maniacs and pulling my entrails out my cut-open stomach. Anyways, after very little sleep, I woke up to join my new shift. I drank a steaming cup of strong coffee and some toast and set out for work. Needless to say, I was damn nervous. For the first time in the last 3 years, I was going to step inside the Red Alert wing. After passing through 3 iron bar doors, I finally reached in front of the long corridor decked up with cells on my left. I could hear screams and laughs at the same time. Honestly, my heartbeat got faster as I realized whatever I have heard about this place so far is true. It was worse than hell. The violent patients jumped and grabbed the cell bars as long as they saw a new guy trolling in the corridor with a mop. They screamed and cursed me with slang that almost made me bleed through my ears. I was sweating like a dog and my hands were trembling at the same time. The bars were the only thing that was keeping me separate from these hellhounds. One by one, I crossed each cell and their screams started to settle in. I started adjusting to the shift on my own. I could see the security guy near the gate. He said, "Don't worry, you will get used to it. Think of them as mad pigs chained up in barns." I didn't like the way he addressed these people, even though they were acting like lunatics. Suddenly, the woman in cell 7 spat on the ground looking at the security guy and said, "Your mother was a pig, and you are her little piglet." The guy got ferocious, and without giving her any warning, jumped to her cell and hit her fingers grasping the bars with his baton. She screamed in pain, and I saw blood bursting out from her broken nails. She backed out immediately and started screaming like a lunatic and cursing the guy from her cell. He laughed in cruel joy. "Hey, what are you doing? These are people, man. You can't be physical like this." "Shut up, do your job. You're here to clean this shit and fuck out after you're done." I felt very insulted by his words. I didn't stress this matter anymore, but decided to lodge complaints against him later. After work, I went to the medical staff and told them about his behavior. I got shocked by their lack of response. Some of them even said the guy did what he had to do. The people of the Red Alert wing deserved it. I can't say if they're right, but one thing I surely believe is, we are no one to decide who deserves what. These people are already living in hell, and some of them had it coming too, but being physical with them is straight cut abuse. But there wasn't much I could do. After all, I was just a cleaning guy. When I returned home, something weird stuck in my mind. All this time, I didn't think about it, but now it came to me. I remembered how every patient came at me and screamed, but only the cell 9 patient didn't. Cell 9 was dark. It seemed like whoever was inside covered the small hole with a piece of cloth to block the minimal sunlight that came during the daylight. And whoever was inside hid in that darkness. The next day, when I went to work, I made up my mind to take a good look at cell 9. Today as well, I found the cell completely dark. The lights don't hit until it's 5 p.m. I looked to figure out if someone is sitting inside that cell with the cover of the window tilted down slightly and a sunbeam entered the cell. In that little light, I could see a pair of bloodshot eyes staring directly at me. The patient inside cell 9 was watching me this entire time, and I had no idea. I can't tell you how creeped out I felt at that moment. I took steps back, and that man slowly crawled out from the darkness and sat near the cell bars. I finally saw him. That 50-year-old, most violent patient of the Red Wing. He was the scariest looking old man I have ever come across in my entire life. He smiled at me without breaking eye contact and said, "You pity us?" I started mopping the floor and replied, "I think what the guard did was wrong." "And what about what that woman did? Don't tell me you haven't read the charts before coming here." "That's not for me to decide what she deserves." "Well then, who decides that?" I didn't say anything. Finished my work quietly that day. I don't exactly remember the time, but I woke up hearing my phone ring. It was one of my colleagues. He worked the night shifts. As I answered, I heard him panting in fear. "Mike, what is it?" "He's dead." "What? Who?" "The security guy in the Red Alert Wing. He was doing a double shift today. I went to offer him coffee and saw a trail of blood on the entire corridor. He's dead, and he's gone." "Mike, I'm not getting what you're trying to say." "Oh my God, what will we do now?" Before I could ask him more, the phone got disconnected. Out of panic, I drove down to the asylum and met with horrible news. Cop cars were flooding outside the gate. A group of cops were searching the asylum and interrogating the night workers. It came to know the 50-year-old man of cell 9 was cutting the bars of the window every night. Now I realized why he covered it during the day. No one knows how he got hold of the knife and made this impossible escape a success. But before leaving the facility, he stood in front of his cell bar and called out to that security guy. As soon as he came to hit the man slashed his throat and clapped in joy as the security guard bled to death in front of his eyes. He is free again, hiding somewhere, or planning something even more sinister these times. I wish I could know more about him and be able to stop him, but I don't think he will ever come after me too. Will he?
I started babysitting in high school for some extra cash. Back in those days, the only phones out were flip phones. So it's pretty easy to guess this story happened a long time ago. I come from a suburban area. My dad was the local sheriff, though our town was boring when it came to crime and antisocial activities, so my dad often complained about not having a thrill in his job. Maybe this is why babysitting was quite a safe and fast-earning option among teenage girls of my age. One day, I was coming home with my friend. We were on the sidewalks, and there were barely any people out. We were talking about common high school stuff when I came close to a flyer board on my left. Back in those days, small towns like ours had bulletin boards to hang flyers and advertisements. There were flyers on general store discounts, local salon advertisements, and many other things. One had caught my eye though. It was a yellow-colored old pamphlet that read, "Babysitter wanted for a toddler," and then gave the contact number. Seeing the condition of the pamphlet, I realized it had been there for a long time. I didn't know if the ad was still active, but out of interest to earn some more cash, I took down the phone number on my cell phone. After coming home that evening, I dialed up the number. The line kept ringing for 2 to 3 seconds, and then someone picked it up. A man spoke in a low voice saying hello. It was weird though. Just from the sound of his voice, I could tell he was in pain or suffered a long-term illness. I said, "Hi there. I saw your advertisement. Are you still looking for a babysitter?" The man replied, "Yeah, absolutely. It's for my little son. Are you free tomorrow?" I instantly replied to this saying yeah, and then the man told me his address and said to be there by 7. And the next day, I decided to head towards the babysitting job right after college. The house was situated on the outskirts of town. It was a wooden house. I walked towards the house porch. I rang the doorbell, and the door creaked open on its own. At first, it startled me a bit. Then I looked down and saw a little boy standing in the doorway. I figured this was the kid the man was talking about. The boy looked frail and weak. I could tell from his wide eyes and bony body that he was not fed properly. I said, "Hi, I'm Ellie. Are your parents home?" The boy replied in a weak voice, "My mom left with the angry man. My dad is sick. Who are you?" I replied in an awkward voice, saying that I was called to babysit him. That's when I heard a man's sickly low voice coming from the back of the house. The voice told the kid to let me in. The kid looked at me once again and then let me in. The boy was probably 3 years old, but he looked in terrible condition. The house interior was stuffy and messy. It had been a long time since someone had cleaned that house, I could tell. At the end of the living room, I saw a bedroom door in the left corner. The boy pointed out in that direction and said, "That's my dad's room. He hasn't come out for 2 days since my mom left. He says he's not feeling well." I realized this kid's parents must have split up, and his mom left his dad for some other guy. I knocked on the door. Sir, it's me, Ellie. We talked over the phone about the babysitting job. Are you alright?" The man replied in the same voice. "I'm fine. I just need some privacy and rest. If you could please go to the kitchen and prepare some food for my son. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. And then go to the couch. You'll find a phone directory. There you'll find my mother's name under the name Mrs. Martha Saunders. Please call her to come get my son. I'm not well enough to take care of him." I felt bad for this entire family. The kid looked at me with big teary eyes. I replied to Mr. Saunders that of course I would help him, and I asked him if I should call an ambulance for him. He just replied saying that he was fine, and to just take care of his son until his grandma arrived. He also told me that there was a wooden box in the living room, and I was to take $50 for the trouble. People have their own way of coping with marriage issues, so without dwelling further into the family matter, I went to the kitchen. There were unclean dishes everywhere. It was evident from the condition of the kitchen that the place hadn't been used for a few days. I found a packet of ready-to-cook pasta. I made it and placed it on a plate on the table. I then asked the little boy what his name was, and he replied saying he was Ted. I took him on my lap and sat down on the chair near the dining table. I fed him the pasta, and the way he ate it, I could tell he really hadn't eaten in a while. I felt bad for him. I felt a sense of anger towards the kid's mother. What kind of mom was she? She could have taken the kid with her, or at least called someone to help with her ill husband. The poor kid remained hungry for 2 days. After finishing the meal, I decided to give Ted a bath. That's when I noticed he had bruises all over his back. I asked in a surprised voice, What happened, Ted? Who did this to you?" Ted stood quietly near the bathtub, and then just said that he hates the angry man, and he hates his mom, and they both made his dad sick. I asked if the man hurt him. Ted nodded with his head and hugged me with tearful eyes. My throat became heavy. I was disgusted knowing how anyone could do this to a child. I decided to tell his grandma so that she could call the cops and report the whole situation. The man he was talking about was probably his mom's boyfriend. I thought they both deserved to be in jail. I cleaned Ted and dressed him in his new clothes. Ted smiled for the first time and said, "You're a lot nicer than the other babysitters so far. My mom often went out leaving me with the babysitter whenever my dad wasn't home." I combed the kid's hair and asked him if he would like to show his dad. I was expecting a joyful expression, but instead, I saw Ted's face changing color. His face turned all pale and scared. He replied, "We shouldn't go to my dad's room. He scares me when he talks." In a confused tone, I asked how his own dad scared him. Ted looked around and then said in a low voice, "His lips never move. He doesn't even blink his eyes. He just keeps staring and a voice comes out of him. I get scared when he does that." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I replied in a panicked voice, "Well, what do you mean?" Ted replied with, "His mom," and the angry man shouted at his dad. His dad then told him to leave, and he heard fighting in his dad's room. But after some time, his mom and the angry man came out and left immediately. He said he went to his dad's room and saw him lying on his bed like that, and he said he didn't go to his room anymore. He just talks from the inside, and Ted stands out near the closed door. His dad told him to wait for the next babysitter, and that he said surely someone would come after seeing the ads. I bolted out of the bathroom and rushed towards the bedroom where Mr. Saunders spoke to me. As I opened the door, a foul smell of dead flesh suffocated my lungs. I saw a rotten dead body of a man laying on the bed. He was stabbed vigorously in the stomach. Clotted blood was all over the bed sheets and his clothes. His eyes were still wide open, looking directly at me. I came out of the room and felt sick to my stomach. Ted started to sob terribly seeing me react that way. He said in a sobbing voice, "Don't get sick like Dad. Please, I'm scared of being here alone." I sat down and gathered my thoughts. I hugged Ted close to my chest and eventually called 911 and his grandmother. The paramedics took out the dead body. Mrs. Saunders kept crying while holding her grandson. The cops investigated the case, and the horrifying story shivered our town. Ted's mom had an affair with a drug dealer, Out of anger and frustration, Mr. Saunders denied and rebuked his wife for what she did. The argument led to a fight, and the drug dealer boyfriend stabbed Ted's dad to death. Due to the fear of getting caught, Ted's mom ran away with the drug dealer, leaving poor Ted all alone with his father's corpse. To this day, this story still terrifies me when I recall Mr. Saunders speaking to me at first when I arrived. I recently went to go visit Ted, and he's now living with his grandma. The kid looked a lot happier last time I saw him. His grandma told me to take the money, as I did do the babysitting job. She thanked me profusely, saying that without me her grandson would have died too. She then handed me the money, and I went home. I still don't know whether it was real or my mind playing some trick on my imagination, but whenever I close my eyes, I still remember how clearly the ghost of Mr. Saunders spoke to me that night.
I'm a single mother. My boyfriend was a drug addict, and he died of an overdose a few months back. My daughter is 2 years old. I had to work 2 jobs to support my family, but going for night shifts while leaving my daughter home alone was impossible for me. So I moved back with my mother. I took a night job as a maintenance staff in an office building. Every evening after office hours, I had to go to each floor and take out the garbage from the washroom and cafeteria. I could work in a hassle-free, quiet ambiance. There was no one to drive me crazy or poke their nose into my work. It was a 10-story building, hence the elevator was an important tool of my work schedule. I carried the big dumpster using the elevator. I stopped on each floor and emptied the dustbins on the dumpster. And finally, after getting rid of the daily waste in the basement incinerator, I was free to go home. The entire process took about 3 to 4 hours. The night job was perfect for me, as it was comparably less work with a good paycheck. The incident that I'm going to tell now happened recently, so excuse me if my words seem clumsy, because I'm still in shock. It was a Friday night. Generally, on Fridays, I have to do a thorough cleaning because the building remains closed on the weekends. The security guard Kevin was a 57-year-old man. He was a nice person. As I reached the entrance, I saw Kevin sitting behind the counter with the same friendly smile. "You ready to enjoy the weekend, Anna?" he said in a jovial tone. "Of course, Kevin. But my weekend starts at 10 p.m. after I finish this cleaning here," I said. Kevin nodded his head and said, "You're a good mother, Anna. How's our little angel doing?" Kevin referred to my daughter as a little angel, which often put a smile on my face. "She's doing well. Tomorrow I'm going to take her to the fair. She's excited, you know," I replied while pressing the elevator button. Kevin smiled and said, "That sounds like fun. Well, I'll see you at 10 again." The elevator came down and I got inside with the dumpster, waving him goodbye. I started to arrange my cart. I was used to being alone in the empty building night after night. Never once I felt uncomfortable or scared in any way. The elevator door opened on the first floor. I came out and started to walk towards the washroom with my cart. I opened the washroom door and vacated the waste onto my bin. Time went on as I reached one floor after the other and collected the trash. When I finished with the 4th floor and pressed the elevator button to move on to the next one, something really weird happened. As soon as the lift door opened, a disgusting smell of burnt tobacco filled my nostrils. It felt like someone smoked in the elevator. I became surprised because there's no one in the entire building except myself and Kevin. And also, if someone had to use the elevator, they must get up from the ground floor, which will result in the sound of the elevator moving downstairs. I heard no such sounds. With my one button press, the elevator door opened in a wink. This clarifies that the elevator was standing on the 4th floor the entire time. The hair on the back of my neck stuck up. I looked around, and a feeling of fear grabbed me instantly. I said in a loud voice, "Is anybody in here? Hello? Is someone here?" I never realized before how silence could be absolutely terrifying. I stood there staring at the entire floor. There was no sound. I then thought it might be a trick that my mind was playing on me. I got inside the elevator and pressed floor number 5. While the elevator was going upstairs, I couldn't help but think about what just happened a few moments back. The elevator opened on the 5th floor, and I got busy again. I increased my speed because I don't know why, but I had this feeling of anxiety and just wanted to get off work as soon as possible. After 2 hours of hard labor, I managed to finish all the floors, and it was time to get down and leave for home. I switched off the washroom light on the 10th floor and started to walk towards the elevator. Suddenly, I felt like I was being followed. I turned around really quick and saw the long, empty corridor lying behind. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with your mind today, Anna? I said to myself. I then turned back and started to walk faster. The moment I reached the elevator and went to close the door, I heard a voice. Please help me. I can't take this pain anymore. It was a man's voice. I could tell he was in terrible pain. I said, Who are you? Is everything all right? The man replied, Help me. I can't walk. My leg, it hurts. I became confused about what to do. I came out and followed his voice. Where are you? The man replied, Right at this corner. Please, help me. I realized the voice was coming to form at the end of the corridor. I walked thinking that there was someone who needed my help. I was almost halfway when my cell phone rang. It was Kevin. I took the call and said, Kevin, I think there's someone stuck here. Can you? But before I could finish, I heard Kevin saying, Anna, listen to me carefully. You must come down. Leave everything and just hop back onto the elevator. The cops are going to be here soon. Why? What's wrong? I said in a confused voice. I just saw some creep walking on the 10th floor corridor with a bloody knife. I've called 911 and they think it's the same serial killer that escaped from the prison today. My heart dropped into my stomach. I almost screamed, saying, What? Just then, my eyes went to the end of the corridor. I saw a tall, bony guy standing there and watching me. His stare made my entrails scream in horror. I have never seen such a demonic face. His eyes were like a vulture, and I realized he was trying to lure me into his trap a few moments back. The man said, Hello there. I'm glad we finally met. I screamed at the top of my lungs and ran towards the elevator. The man was chasing me like a hungry wolf, but before he could catch me, I bolted inside the elevator. I started pressing the button to close the elevator door. The man was running towards me. I knew if he caught me, the cops will find nothing but my dead body. I pressed the button repeatedly. All I wanted was the elevator door to close. The man was just a few inches away from the door when it began to close. The man stopped and said with a terrifying grin, I'll see you downstairs. And then I saw him rush towards the emergency stairs. Now, the horror went to a horrifying level. The elevator started to go down. I was paranoid like hell because now the man would be waiting for me in front of the elevator door. In those few seconds, I could see my entire life flashing right in front of my eyes. I was sobbing and crying. I was sure I was going to die at the end of this serial killer as soon as the elevator hit the 9th floor. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. I pressed the stop button immediately, and the elevator stopped right before reaching the 9th floor. I thought, if I just wait for a few moments, the cops will be here in time, and this is probably the only way I can save my life. The elevator stood silently. There was no sound except from my madly beating heart. I tried to listen carefully to see if the man was still out there or not. I could tell from the ray of light that the bottom half of the elevator was already standing on the 9th floor. The security alarm went on and I heard Kevin's voice in the microphone. Anna, just wait a few minutes more. The cops are almost here. Be tough. No matter what you do, do not come out of the elevator. I don't want to scare you, but the man is standing right in front of the elevator. My head started to throb. I felt like I was going to faint on the floor out of fear. I screamed, Why are you doing this? The man on the other side replied, I'd like to feel your skin on me after I peel it off from your body with my sharp knife, Anna. I screamed back, saying, I am not coming out of this elevator, and the cops are going to be here soon. Burn in hell, you freak. Suddenly, the elevator microphone buzzed again, and I heard Kevin's voice. The cops are going up, Anna. They'll be on the 9th floor soon. Don't worry, it'll all be over now. Everything went quiet. No reply came from outside. I got close to the elevator door and leaned on it to hear if he was still out there or not. I tried to listen when suddenly a huge knife sprung in between the gap at the elevator door, almost slicing my feet. I got cut bad, but thank God it wasn't that severe. Looks like I missed this time, Anna, but I won't miss the next time. Just remember my words. Then the man's running footsteps faded away. When the cops opened the elevator, they found me lying on the floor unconscious. They're still looking for the serial killer. I was an avid user of the website OnlyFans. My name is Sarah. I'm 24 years old, and this happened last year. I took a job in a beauty salon. Needless to say, it didn't pay much, hence I was desperately looking for a side income. My roommate Dolly was a shy girl. She was working in a small startup. The house we stayed in was a 2-storied home. I was unable to pay the rent with just one source of income. Dolly was so kind to me that sometimes she covered my side of the rent as well. One day, I decided that I couldn't keep going like this, and I had to figure out a way to make money. That's when I came across the website OnlyFans. I opened an account and within a month acquired a moderate fan base. Things started to look up for me as I managed to earn some extra cash using the website. One afternoon, I was chatting with my fans when a new subscriber texted me. "Hello, beautiful. How about a close-up of your beautiful body?" I replied by sending a picture with a $5 unlock fee. The guy paid $5 immediately and unlocked the picture. He then said, "Send me a picture of your feet." I didn't think much of it and sent another $5 unlock fee. He paid again. He started asking me to send pictures of my body parts separately. At first, I didn't think much of it, but with time, his requests, they started to become creepy. He said, "Tell me, hon, how does your skin feel?" I felt uncomfortable with this question. I replied, "Just like everybody else's." He replied, "No, everyone's skin feels different. I bet yours feels soft." I sent a smiling emoji and decided to call it a day. I was about to go offline just when I received another text from the same guy. "I will pay you $50 right now if you give me your number." I was surprised. Man, this guy is desperate. I didn't want to share my personal info, but at the same time, I could use that $50. I mean, all that money just for my phone number. What maximum harm could it bring? I could always block him whenever I want. So I agreed with him. He paid the money as soon as I shared my number. That night, I went to bed with a smile, thinking I will be able to start college again, as I had managed to save enough to pay for the college fees. Around 2:30 in the morning, my phone rang. I was in a deep sleep, hence it took me some time to figure out everything. I woke up and saw an unknown number. "Hello? Who is this?" No one spoke, but I could hear someone's heavy breathing coming from the other side. "Excuse me, who are you?" "How does your skin feel when you sleep on it, Sarah?" I realized it was the same guy from last night who paid me $50 for my number. I kept calm and said, "Don't you think it's a bit late to call someone at this hour?" "I paid you $50, bitch. I own you now. You are bound to answer my call whenever I want." Drops of sweat appeared on my forehead. I said in a shocked voice, "How dare you? Who do you think you are, you jerk? You want to know who I am? You really want to know? Bitches like you love teasing people for money, huh? You all can go to any extent for money. Tell me, Sarah, will you let me slash your throat and stab you until your entrails come out for another $100? Think how much fun that'll be." "You pizza." I disconnected the phone immediately. I sat in my room, panting in fear. I wanted to call my roommate out loud, but I couldn't. I was feeling disgusted. His words took a toll on my mental health. He kept calling me. As I didn't pick up, he started to send me texts, making death threats. I blocked the guy's number immediately. The next morning, I deleted my OnlyFans account too. Needless to say, he sent me some scary messages there as well. I didn't tell Dolly all this at first. I couldn't go to work that day. I cried on my bed, thinking how stupid I was to share my number with a stranger, just for some cash. I was feeling ashamed to put myself in danger. At night, when Dolly came home from work, she found me asleep on the living room couch. She woke me up. "Sarah? Sarah, are you all right?" I slowly opened my eyes. She said, "Did you eat anything the entire day? You look sick. Will you please tell me what's going on with you?" I burst into tears and explained how a psycho dude threatened to kill me over the phone last night. She calmed me down. Dolly prepared food for me, and we decided to go to the cops the next day to file a report about this guy. That night, I requested Dolly to sleep beside me, as I was terrified to sleep alone. After dinner, we both watched a movie, just to take our mind off, and drank some wine. Around 11:30, we went to sleep. It was a warm summer night. None of us had AC in our rooms for obvious financial crises, so mostly during summer we kept our windows open. Dolly was a heavy sleeper, so she fell asleep within minutes, even though I was distracted a bit. The wine helped me to fall asleep that night. I have a habit of going to the washroom in the middle of the night. I woke up probably at around 1 to 1:30 and went to the washroom, which was at the end of the corridor. I locked the bathroom door and did my business. I was washing my hands in the sink when I heard a muffled cry. I was in a half-awake, half-sleep state, hence I thought I might have imagined it. I came out and started to walk towards my room. As soon as I came in front of my closed room door, I felt like there was something wrong. I stretched my hand to twist the doorknob, just when I heard the muffled cries again. What I'm going to tell you next might create a difference of opinions among you all, but trust me, I did my best that I could in that situation. Something told me that Dolly and I were not the only people in this house. Even though the room was dark, the pale moonlight coming from the window made it easy to see the room quite clearly. I could see thick liquid dripping from the tip of his knife on my floor, and Dolly was muffling in a traumatized voice. I knew that this man had already stabbed my roommate, and if I have to stop him, I can't face him empty-handed. I have to take him by surprise. There was a baseball bat in Dolly's room. I tiptoed to her room and took the bat, and then rushed towards the scene. I opened the door and bolted inside. The man was about to strike her again, and I saw Dolly fainting. Her clothes were drenched in blood. The man said in a shocked voice, "Sarah? If you're here, then who is that?" But I didn't wait anymore. I swung the bat hard onto his head, screaming as loud as possible. The man's lifeless body dropped onto the floor, making a loud thud. I called the paramedics and 911. Dolly got 6 stitches on her stomach, but thanks to God, she made it alive. The cops arrested the intruder, who was the same guy that threatened me on OnlyFans. Cops found remains of a missing girl from his house. It came out that this guy was a cold-blooded murderer who used to trap girls using platforms like OnlyFans and other social media. He has now been charged with life imprisonment. It gives me chills to this day that what if I slept in my room alone that night?
I had acute insomnia. The feeling of being awake when the whole world is asleep is terrible in one word. So to cope with that, I took a job at this mental institution as a night guard. They offered the job and I accepted straight away. Filled in a couple of forms and that was that. It seemed perfect. If I was going to be awake anyway, I might as well get paid for it. It wasn't difficult. My duties consisted mainly of walking through the softly carpeted halls every hour or so, checking that the security doors were locked, and helping myself to as many free cups of coffee as I could. There were always 2 nurses on call in case of a medical emergency, but they mostly slept through their shifts, so I barely saw them. My contact with the patients was limited. There seemed to be perhaps 15 or 20 of them, with some there for extended periods and others coming and going on almost a daily basis. I only ever saw them when they were asleep. It was strange seeing them like that, robbed of all context. They could have been bankers or beggars, for all I knew. In the staff room, watching over the half-drunk leftovers of other people's coffee and dog-eared magazines, was a bank of CCTV monitors wired up to the patients' rooms so that the staff could keep an eye on them whenever they needed to. I spent most of my time there when I wasn't patrolling the corridors. It was oddly relaxing to watch all these strangers sleeping peacefully in their beds throughout the night, stirring gently every so often as they dreamed their unknown dreams. It gave me comfort to watch them all lying there, dead to the world, with me as their silent custodian. Among these patients, 2 to 3 suffered from somnambulism, that is sleepwalking. Well, the doctors let them be on their own until they come out to be an immediate threat. Honestly, unlike other mental institutions, the patients here were too old to show violent traits. Also, the windows were bolted and made of toughened glass, and all exterior doors were kept securely locked. I used to come across them in the halls and corridors. Sickly patients, whispering to themselves while they performed odd and jumbled actions. One night, I was walking down one of the usual corridors, echoing with the sounds of snoring of the patients, when I came across one of the usual sleepwalkers. An old woman, swollen and red-faced, wearing blue pajamas and an odd pink dressing gown that flapped open as she walked. She seemed entirely unaware of the world around her. As I approached, she stopped facing her back at me while standing near the pale white wall. She was as motionless as a statue, with her face only millimeters away from the damped wall. Suddenly, she spoke as I tried to walk past.
You are gonna do a terrible thing.
I stopped myself and gazed confusedly at her thin gray hair dangling in the air slowly. I'm sorry, she said again.
You are going to do a terrible thing.
In that same 1,000-year-old voice. Are you talking to me?
There's no one else here.
That was true, but usually, the sleepwalkers are too wrapped up in their own nocturnal fixations to register other people, let alone speak directly to them. This was something of a novelty. My curiosity was piqued. What do you mean?
You are going to do a terrible, terrible thing, and there will be no one to blame but yourself.
You should probably go back to bed. The woman chuckled very creepily, and I felt my heart skipping 3 times faster.
What do you think you're doing here?
She asked without turning her face at me. I couldn't help but laugh while saying, I work here, looking after you guys.
You really think you can just walk into a job like that off the street? In a medical facility of all places?
There was no way she could have known about that. She went on saying,
Is it very plausible? Is it? In fact, when you think about it, nothing about this place really adds up. You really haven't thought this through.
I just stood there staring, with the wonder and a sense of discomfort rising in my chest. Maybe I was hallucinating again. I have to go, I mumbled, unsure of what else to do. My palms were filled with sweat. I walked down the corridor, breathing an inward sigh of relief, turning back to this weird woman. Her downright confrontational behavior made me question, was she even sleepwalking in the first place? I went to the staff room with a cloudy mind. I was surprised to see one of the nurses at the table, a fresh cup of mud-brown coffee steaming in front of her. She too sat facing her back to me. The patients are lively tonight, I said.
You can't hide from things forever.
It was the exact same voice I heard a few moments back from that patient's mouth.
Sooner or later, you'll have to face reality, and the longer you leave it, the worse it will be.
It felt as though an electric shock had rattled through my body. I ran around the table to see her face, but when I did, I found that her eyes were closed and she wore this sanguine expression of someone lost in a deep and dreamless sleep. There was a very disturbing grin residing on her meditating face. Small bubbles were forming at the corner of her lips. Just then, the bank of TV screens on the wall behind me fizzed and crackled, lighting up the cramped little room with a brief flare like a flash of lightning from behind a dark cloud. I turned to face them and saw blood dripping down from those CCTV screens. But one by one, a picture flickered into life on each of the monitors, each showing a different scene in grainy black and white. It took me a moment to resolve the overexposed images into recognizable shapes and figures. On each screen, the camera showed a human figure standing in the hallway while jerking his head and entire body in a possessed manner. All at once, every screen exploded, creating a huge collision. In the chaos of motion, I could see all the patients standing right in front of me with wide-eyed and panic-stricken faces. Their mouths were stretched open in silent screams. It took me some time to notice inside their mouth, all of their tongues were cut off. There they stood like statues. I screamed, saying, "What the hell? Why are you doing this to me?" None of them replied. Suddenly, that woman whom I met in the hallway came out from the dark corner and stood in front of my face. For the first time, I saw her, and in that very second, I recognized her. She has been my first victim. She was the first person enlisted in my list as I set out to be the nocturnal creature, killing poor people to cope with my insomniac, maniac mind. But you are dead. What is this place? I don't want to be here. Slowly, I started recognizing each one of these patients. They were all my victims once. Murdering them in the most brutal way possible landed me up in this mental institution. I would have gone to lifetime imprisonment or hanged till death, but I forced my lawyer to set up my case in a more cunning way. I told him to present me as a mentally sick person in front of the court. I thought it would be easy to spend time in an asylum than going to prison. But now, I don't want to be here anymore. I am sick and tired of being scared in my sleep. I wake up every morning drenched in sweat inside this small room, bolted up with the toughest metal bars. I haven't seen the world outside for days. Now I wish if I have just died with capital punishment. What is the point of living like this? I screamed and woke up in my bunk again. It was another nightmare. Same as last night. I rushed to the iron bars and grasped them with all my strength. Please, kill me! I don't want to be here anymore! Just kill me and set me free from this place! I heard two guards standing near my cell and saying, "Again? This patient is getting annoying day by day." The other guard replied, "Well, this is what happened when you are locked up in a freak house with the realization of murdering 12 people without mercy. This sucker deserves this." No matter how much I screamed or pleaded, no one came to help me. I screamed and eventually tired myself out. The entire day went by, and when the guard passed in the food tray after leaving for the night, I realized the impending doom is coming back again. Soon, I'll pass out and join my night guard job in this freak house. It's hard to imagine ever leaving. I try to stay awake, but I never succeed, even though I know some terrible nightmares are awaiting me on the other side of sleep.
This happened recently. I'm an 18-year-old college girl. I came from a small family. My dad owns a small local store, and my mom works in a restaurant. I was a bright student since childhood, so my grades helped me get a few scholarships, which eventually paved my way to college. Even after a scholarship, college education proved to be quite expensive for a girl like me. So I decided to babysit. In my opinion, babysitting was better than a full-time job, as it gave me time to concentrate on my studies and also have an income to support my daily expenses. After doing it 5 to 6 times, I became quite confident and carefree about the perks of the job. That was until one incident that occurred in my life. Last week, I saw an advertisement for a babysitting job on our college website. Our college forum had a website to offer basic jobs for students to help them with their side income. One day, I was sitting in the college library going through the website for jobs when an ad caught my attention. The ad was given by a man named Mr. Wood. It said he needed a babysitter on the coming Saturday night for his twins Marla and Roni. As I already said, I gained good experience in this field, so without wasting much time, I dialed the contact number. Mr. Wood told me to reach their house on Saturday night. I needed the money really bad, so instead of going to the club with my friends, I decided to work. As instructed, I reached the house mentioned in the address. The house was quite fancy. It was on the top of the hills, with no other neighboring houses nearby. The house was no doubt far away from my town, so I informed my dad just to be safe. I walked up to the stairs and reached the house porch. Hesitantly, I rang the doorbell. After waiting for 2 to 3 seconds, I heard footsteps walking up to the door. Finally, the door opened and I saw a man in his late 40s standing in an expensive suit. The man checked me out, which obviously made me uncomfortable, and then said, "You must be Lisa. Come on in." I smiled awkwardly and went inside the house. The house was even more luxurious from the inside. Big couches were facing a huge TV screen. A stair went up on my left, which I guess led to the bedrooms. The man then poured himself a drink and said, "I'm John Wood. Please take a seat." I sat down and he called out in a firm but irritated voice, "Marla, Roni, she's here. Come on down." As soon as he said it, I heard running footsteps from upstairs. A girl and a boy, aged between 3 and 4 years, came down and stood silently in the living room. Now, I've seen a lot of kids, but there was something off about these ones. I smiled at them and said, "Hi there, I'm Lisa." The girl looked at Mr. Wood. Mr. Wood gestured her to answer me, but none of them said a thing. Mr. Wood said in a strict voice, "Marla, say hi to Lisa. Now." The girl smiled like a robot and said, "Hi, I'm Martha. This is Roni." I didn't like the way Mr. Wood pressured the kids to interact, because kids take time to mix in with new people. Also, seeing the boy and the girl, I felt they were scared of their father. I figured Mr. Wood might be a strict father, as raising 2 kids alone can be tough. Mr. Wood finished his drink and then said, "Lisa, I have a very important business meeting tonight. I'll be back by 9 p.m. And don't worry, I'll arrange an Uber for your return once I come back. There's plenty of food in the fridge, and the kids go to sleep at 8 p.m. sharp. Make yourself comfortable." Mr. Wood then called someone, probably his business client, and said, "Yeah, I'm coming in a half hour." He looked again at the kids for one last time and said, "Don't do anything that you shouldn't do. And listen to Lisa. Alright, good night, you guys." Fathers can be strict when it comes to disciplining their children, but this father wasn't just harsh on them, he was somewhat emotionless too. Mr. Wood left in his car, and I locked the main door. As I turned around, I saw the kids sitting on the couch and staring at me with their big, wide eyes. The boy, Roni, didn't say a single word so far, so I went to him and said, "It's just 6:30, and you guys have a lot of time before going to bed. So, do you guys want to do something for fun, or just watch TV?" Roni looked at his sister Marla and said, "She doesn't even look like us." I wasn't expecting this comment. I looked at them with a surprised face and said, What do you mean?" Marla immediately replied, "Can we watch some cartoons until bedtime?" I realized what she was doing. Marla was being the bigger sister and trying to hide something regarding what his brother said. I just dropped the topic as well and said, "Okay, sure." The kids sat down on the couch and started to watch TV. It was a busy day and I barely had lunch. I opened the fridge and it was stacked with food. Like, literally too much food. I mean, the people living in the house was only 1 adult and 2 toddlers. Hence the hoarding of the food felt a bit odd at first. And then I thought, maybe it's difficult to run by the general store due to the distance. I sat down on the table near the kitchen window with a slice of cake. At other times, I often played games with the kids, but these kids were different, as I already said. The view from the table didn't cover the entire living room area, but it was perfect to keep an eye on the kids. The kids were laughing while watching cartoons. I got busy on my phone while eating the cake. I don't know how long I remained distracted, but suddenly I felt the ambience was too quiet. I lifted up my face and my heart dropped. Marla and Roni were sitting on the floor like statues, and they were just watching me. Even though they were just 2 small kids, this weird stare creeped me out at that moment. I said, guys, what happened? Why are you sitting on the floor?" They kept staring at me and didn't say a single word. They didn't even look away. They were just staring at me with an expressionless face. I got up and said, "Okay, enough now. Let's put you guys to bed. It's already 7:30. Your dad'll be here any minute now." Marla and Roni got up slowly. They looked at each other and said, "His name's Mr. Wood. He prefers to be called by that name only." I thought it was weird, but I ignored it. I went towards them and held their hands to take them upstairs. Suddenly, Marla said, "Why didn't you come to visit us all the time?" I had no idea what these kids were talking about. I crouched down to their level and said, "What are you talking about, Marla? Is everything alright with you two?" Before Marla could answer my question, Roni said in a sad face, "You were supposed to come earlier. Mr. Wood brought us here to meet you. Don't you love us? The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I was beyond confused at whatever these kids were telling me. I said in a clueless tone, "Why would I come visit you guys? And what do you mean by Mr. Wood brought you here?" Marla broke into tears and said, "Please, Mom, take us with you." The sky above my head broke upon me. "Mom? Sorry, sweetheart, but I'm not your mom. Can you please tell me what's going on here?" I replied. Marla said, "But you are. Mr. Wood said that you're our mom, but that you'll be angry if we called you that. So we didn't say anything at first. Are you angry?" I realized there was something really wrong with these kids in their lives. I sat them both down and said, "Who's Mr. Wood? Is he not your father?" Roni replied, "Marla and I lived with the other children earlier in that old house. Mr. Wood talked to Aunt Christy and brought us here. He said he'd take us to our mother. And last night he said our mom was coming to meet us. And then you came. Please take us with you before Mr. Wood sends Roni to some other house." The situation was getting more and more tense with each second. Hearing these kids made me feel like this actually was not their house, and the man I just met was not really their father. I said, "Mr. Wood wants to take Roni where?" Marla replied with the same sad face. "He said we'd be sent to stay with other people, and then one day, when we would grow up, he said he'd bring us back to you. But I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to be with you, Mom." I realized finally that these kids were in grave danger. Without wasting a second, I immediately called my dad. He called the cops, and they came to rescue the kids. The cops later arrested Mr. Wood that same night. It turns out this man was trafficking kids. He used to buy children from poor orphanages, and then would sell them who knows where. He must have had the same plan for these kids if they didn't meet me. Marla and Roni are now being adopted by a nice couple in our town. I often go to see them, and they still call me Mom, which I guess I don't mind, because whether they were my children or not my children, they deserve to be treated like children. I honestly feel proud of myself that I could save 2 young lives from getting lost in the darkness of this world.
I broke up with my boyfriend about a month before prom night. We'd been dating each other since the start of high school, so it felt like a big part of my life was over at the time. I was inconsolable. I shut myself off from my friends and family who had never approved of my boyfriend in the first place. My mom took great joy in rubbing it in my face, saying, "I told you so," right after the breakup. The only person I felt comfortable around enough to talk about it was the school counselor, Dr. Marcus. He was probably the only member of the school staff I actually got along with. Everyone else just tolerated my existence as a background character in their classroom. Dr. Marcus was the only one who seemed to recognize me as a person. He made time for me whenever I needed someone to talk to about stuff that was bothering me. The counselor's office became sort of a safe place for me to relax when life had me feeling down. The smell of the lavender air freshener he liberally sprayed the office with became a comforting scent to me. I'd often talk to Dr. Marcus for hours on end about stuff my boyfriend did whenever I thought he was being a jerk to me while we were dating. I think part of the reason why we broke up was because he heard about how much time I liked to spend with Dr. Marcus and got jealous because of it. If that was the case, then the breakup backfired on him because I spent even more time at Dr. Marcus's office afterwards. Sometimes I talked about my problems. Other times we just lounged around and chatted about random things while munching on some snacks he kept in the office. He went out of his way to make sure he always had salted almonds stocked in the office, since he knew they were my favorite. When my self-confidence was at an all-time low, he was the only one who told me that I was worth it. It was nice having someone to talk to in that trying time. Stupid teenage me might have done something stupid, if not for all the emotional support I received from Dr. Marcus. I'm still grateful for it to this day, despite what would happen later. After a few weeks of sulking away from each other, my boyfriend and I finally made up through text and got back together. Of course, I couldn't be happier. I'd have an actual date for the prom instead of being forced to go alone. The next time I visited Dr. Marcus's office, I excitedly told him that my boyfriend and I got back together. A worried look came across his face when I said that. He told me that I should be careful about him, since guys like him can get pretty dangerous when they're jealous. I told him that it'll be fine. We already talked things out. After a long heart-to-heart, my boyfriend said that he was fine with me talking to Dr. Marcus about problems I couldn't share with anyone else. Seeing that I was happy to be back with my boyfriend in time for the prom, Dr. Marcus dropped the subject, and we ended up chatting about my hobbies and ambitions after high school instead. When prom night came, I put on a brand new dress I bought just for the occasion, and took a cab to the hotel where the prom was being held. I waited at the entrance of the venue for my boyfriend to arrive. Then I waited, and waited, and waited in front of the hotel until I could hear the prom queen being named. Every text I sent was marked as read, but I got no reply. I broke down in tears in front of the venue, feeling betrayed by the guy who I thought I'd marry one day. Just as I thought my night was ruined, I felt a hand touch my shoulder. I looked up and saw Dr. Marcus looking at me with concern. He asked if I was all right, and I shook my head to say no. Then he asked me if I'd like to go home, to which I nodded softly. I accepted his offer to give me a ride home and got into his car. Once inside his car, I immediately started to calm down. The lavender air freshener he used for his car smelled just like the one he used in his office. It was like I was in the counselor's office again. He even offered me some of my favorite salted almonds he kept in the glove compartment of his car to help ease my nerves. I didn't think much of it and began snacking away like I usually did in his office. I told him my address and he drove away from the hotel into town. I slowly regained my composure as we drove through town in awkward silence. I opened my mouth to speak, but paused when I noticed something strange. The smell of lavender air freshener had become ingrained in my brain after spending so much time smelling it in his office. I knew it by heart at that point, but another scent was there in the car with me. Something metallic and foul that faintly lingered within the pleasant lavender smell, like day-old meat being sold at the supermarket. I thought about saying something, but didn't want to be rude. Dr. Marcus was already going out of his way to help me deal with my own problems again for the millionth time. I didn't want to risk offending him by an insensitive comment about his body odor. My vision started to blur. I presumed that it was probably just the stress of everything that's happened getting to me. When I told Dr. Marcus that I was feeling a bit lightheaded, he simply told me that it's normal to feel that way when stressed, and assured me that everything will be alright soon. I couldn't see it very well, but I could have sworn his lips curled into a smile when he said that. I was about to fall asleep just as Dr. Marcus abruptly slammed the brakes of the car, causing me to lurch forward in my seat. I struggled through my blurry vision to make out what was going on outside the car. The last thing I saw before I fell unconscious was red and blue lights flashing towards me, accompanied by the sound of sirens, which faded away into silence. I woke up in the hospital the next day. My parents were there waiting for me, and my mother immediately hugged me when she saw that I was conscious. I asked them what happened to me and where Dr. Marcus was. My parents hesitated to say anything, and told me that it might be better if I heard what happened from the police themselves. A few minutes later, 2 policemen walked into the hospital room. I couldn't believe what they told me, or rather, I didn't want to. Dr. Marcus had been arrested for the murder of my boyfriend. He found out where my boyfriend lived through student profiles and drove there before the prom to kill him. He bludgeoned him on the head with a baseball bat before wrapping and stuffing him in the trunk of his car, the same car he drove me in after my breakdown at the prom. The foul smell I got from the car when I rode in it was coming from the dead body of my boyfriend in the truck. Drug tests on the almonds Dr. Marcus gave revealed them to be laced with drugs that made me lose consciousness. I don't want to know what he would have done to my unconscious body had the police not found his car in time. Had a neighbor not noticed Dr. Marcus hauling my boyfriend's wrapped up body into his car trunk, he might not have been caught by the police, and I would have been killed, or worse. The experience has left me traumatized to this day, not because I was almost killed, but also because it would have been at the hands of someone I thought I could trust.
Yo, chat. Yo, chat, good morning. Good morning, chat. I hope you guys slept good. We need to pack everything up. Happy Friday. It's gonna be a busy week in chat. So I gotta start off by getting the house clean and getting all my bags and shit packed and just getting ready for the weekend, chat. So, with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the sleep stream. I hope you guys got some good sleep. If you guys are new here, make sure you guys follow up. If you guys are on Twitch, we have a goal up here. We're at 190. We have 4 days, chat. We have 4 days to get 10 followers. We have 4 days to get 10 followers. If we can do it in the 4 days, I will do whatever the top suggested comment chat is. And, if we can't, man, we can't. It's okay. I'll have to come up with something for 200 followers, But anyway, chat, I hope you guys enjoyed Sleep Stream. I hope you guys have an absolutely amazing day. Make sure you guys just go outside and get some fresh air today, man. Go outside, get some fresh air, even if it's cold, or just breathe in some fresh air, bro. Yeah, I love you guys, chat. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Have an absolutely amazing day. I don't know when I will be live again, but I will let you guys know. Yeah. I love you guys, chat. Peace out.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so then so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll a bit small, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so then so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll a bit small, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine, every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot, acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I'ma show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts, I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick it, know there's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's no